Real Science Requires Real Freedom, An Introduction to Austrian Economics and the Libertarian Party's Science Caucus. By Jorge Besada and Free Marketeers. Version 0.91, the 6th of June 2023. freemarketeers.org. Quotes. As should be increasingly clear, economics is a science which can make possible the construction of a social and political system in which human success is a feature of normal, everyday life everywhere. It is truly the humanitarian science, and only those who have studied it well and who are prepared to implement its teachings deserve to be called friends of mankind. The most important charity which true friends of mankind can pursue is to disseminate knowledge of this vital subject as widely and as deeply as they know how. George Reisman. The curious task of economics is to demonstrate to men how little they really know about what they imagine they can design. F. A. Hayek. We must make the building of a free society once more an intellectual adventure. F. A. Hayek. It is human nature that repeats itself, not history. John Toland. It is dangerous to be right when the government is wrong. Voltaire. Economic history is a long record of government policies that failed because they were designed with a bold disregard for the laws of economics. Mises. Society has arisen out of the works of peace. The essence of society is peacemaking. Ludwig von Mises. Most of the tyrants, despots, and dictators are sincerely convinced that their rule is beneficial for the people, that theirs is government for the people. Ludwig von Mises. If trouble must come, let it come in my time, so that my children can live in peace. Thomas Paine. A minority is in a very awkward position. The individuals in it can't afford to be just as good as the individuals in the majority. If they hope to convert the majority, they have to be much better, and the smaller the minority, the better they have to be. They have to think better. They have to know more. They have to write better. They have to have better controversial manners. Above all, they have to have far more courage. And they have to be infinitely patient. Henry Hazlitt. Forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. Jesus Christ. Preface. This book project is a collaborative open-source project put together by the Free Marketeers Writing Group, a group of people who feel like they have had the immense fortune of having stumbled upon the proper understanding of the functioning and evolution of the socio-economic order as provided by the economists known as the Austrian School of Economics. The ideas of men like Carl Menger, Ludwig von Mises, 1974 Nobel laureate in economics F. A. Hayek, Murray N. Rothbard and others, are not only vital for understanding the emergence and workings of the social order, but also our geopolitical conflicts like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Russia-Ukraine war, and the recent COVID mania, and related tyranny and chaos. Just like the Linux operating system can be continuously improved and propagated by many people, we likewise hope that the open-source nature of this project motivates others to both improve it and speak on its behalf, thus hopefully maximizing its reach. If you would like to learn more and contribute, please visit https://freemarketeers.org/ and also consider joining the Libertarian Party's Science Caucus at https://lucianskuikas.com to find like-minded people who are interested in spreading scientific freedom. There is obviously something deeply wrong with the state of the world. What is it? The wisdom of the Austrian School of Economics is the key. The global socio-economic chaos has everyone desperately looking for answers. Prior to the COVID mania, the world had a certain order. Sure, there were problems here and there, the usual chaos arising from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, some political upheaval in some Latin American country, the need for the forces of good, we Americans, to destroy some evil dictatorship in the Middle East led by some obvious bad guy like Saddam or Gaddafi. But life for most Americans was a steady increase in prosperity, and most of us expected the world to get increasingly peaceful, interconnected, less tribalistic, self-driving cars, and so on. Oh boy, have things changed. Then COVID mania hit in early 2020, Anthony Fauci, the WHO, World Health Organization, and a sort of priesthood of scientism essentially became dictators of the world and locked down much of the planet. Suddenly billions of people became potential criminals by just wanting to go about their lives as before. To a significant degree, Robert Kennedy Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci, being a #1 bestseller on Amazon.com and thus the best-selling book in the world for nearly 2 months, and long after publication a still bestseller in numerous science-related categories, thus an obvious eyesore to the priesthood of scientism, is akin to Martin Luther's 95 Theses, which sparked the Protestant Revolution and thus a massive change in the views mythology of the times. 60% of the book's content deals with the HIV greater than death myth, the Fauci Pope, and essentially the growth and functioning of the priesthood of scientism. The vast majority of slightly smarter apes understandably just go along with Fauci's priesthood, as did the masses go along with the Pope's crusades, but the sheer obvious stupidity of the lockdowns and coerced vaccinations, especially of kids, has greatly accelerated the rate at which the 2 to 3% of the population that actually reads books and can think a bit more independently is waking up to the fact that so much of mainstream medicine is nonsense and run by incompetent bureaucrats, priests. Many Americans and people all over the world are beginning to understand how vital freedom is, and just as importantly, how we must use our rapidly diminishing freedom to organize and defend it, and hopefully start a freedom reconquista that not only puts the brakes on the increasing coercive government control, chaos and tyranny, but can enlighten and liberate the whole world from the economic ignorance that ultimately underpins all of our problems. All living things, from the simplest bacteria, to a complex multicellular animal like a human, and the entire socioeconomic order, are in a constant cycle of the production and consumption of wealth. Due to lockdowns, for months billions of people were prevented from working and thus producing the wealth needed to keep mankind going. The economically clueless politicians and governments thought that by just having their central banks create and send people money, they could have access to wealth and everything would be great. Yes, millions stayed home consuming food, energy, and other wealth without production, thus shrinking the economic pie. A rapidly shrinking economic pie as people just consumed without production, coupled with more money the governments were creating, meant more money per existing smaller amounts of wealth and thus higher prices. In the US from early March to mid-May 2020, the Federal Reserve created about $3 trillion, which eventually led to a 40% increase in gasoline prices, 20% in real estate, and so on, crushing future generations of Americans and millions of Americans whose hard-earned savings will now buy them much less. Then came the coerced vaccinations. The vaccines were an obvious calamity to anyone who was not part of, or under the sway of, the priesthood of scientism. Soon after the vaccines were rolled out, by as early as the 18th of December 2020 per image below, according to the CDC, 1 out of 35 people taking the COVID vaccines were being incapacitated to the point where they were unable to perform normal daily activities, unable to work, required care from doctor or health care professional. By the 25th of March 2023 almost 270 million Americans got at least one dose. That means that almost 8 million Americans were injured to the point where they were unable to perform normal daily activities, unable to work, required care from doctor or health care professional. And these were just the clearly visible immediate effects. There is only one simple statistic needed to show how your average doctor is as willing to go along with harmful mythology as much as the priests during the Spanish Inquisition, or the bureaucrats in communist regimes. Per below, in over 2.5 years of COVID mania, in a population of over 73 million kids under 18 years old, 1,612 of them died having tested positive for COVID. This does not even mean that it was the alleged COVID that killed them by itself, they just tested positive and thus considered to be a factor in their deaths. That's 645 kids per year and less than 9 per million. Over this statistically insignificant number, which is still based on faulty PCR tests and other layers of pseudoscience, even assuming that testing and diagnosis was 100% correct. Over this nonetheless insignificant number, the priesthood of Scientism and its medical priests are attempting to coerce 69 million kids, 73-4 million kids under 6 months, to be injected with experimental vaccines talismans. And the truly alarming and chilling thing about all this, is that the masses, experts, and most intellectual leaders of the day went along with the calamity and saw critics as heretics. Which brings us to our first couple of quotes from members of the little-known group of intellectuals who hold the key to making sense of it all and get mankind on a path to prosperity, the Austrian School of Economics, and men like F.A. Hayek, who tells us, "It is necessary to realize that the sources of many of the most harmful agents in this world are often not evil men but high-minded idealists, and that in particular the foundations of totalitarian barbarism have been laid by honorable and well-meaning scholars who never recognized the offspring they produced." Hayek again. "Most people are still unwilling to face the most alarming lesson of modern history, that the greatest crimes of our time have been committed by governments that had the enthusiastic support of millions of people who were guided by moral impulses. It is simply not true that Hitler or Mussolini, Lenin or Stalin, appealed only to the worst instincts of their people, they also appealed to some of the feelings which also dominate contemporary democracies. Then, just as mankind was slowly recovering from the Bolshevik-like rape of civilization COVID mania, the Russia-Ukraine war breaks out. Ukrainian President Zelensky told Israeli politicians in a Zoom meeting, "You can mediate between countries, but not between good and evil." Great. We are well into the 21st century, over 160 years since Darwin published his On the Origin of Species, and we once again find ourselves in a tribalistic mythical war over good versus evil. Has anything been learned from history? Sadly, no. The tribalistic, economically ignorant Homo sapiens just keeps doing what is in his nature. It is human nature that repeats itself, not history. John Toland. In August 10, 1915, British physicist Henry Moseley, who would have probably won the Nobel Prize that year, died in perhaps the most disastrous error mankind has thus far made, the First World War, 1914-18. Bright and pious, slightly smarter apes that had absorbed German, French, British, Russian identities, students, fathers, engineers, great minds and experts, who even shared a common European Christian faith, reverted to their tribal ape-like nature, and for God, honor, flag and country, slaughtered each other, leading to about 18 million deaths and millions more left invalid, 6.5 million just in France. At 7:30 a.m. July 1, 1916, the Battle of the Somme began. On this single day, just the British alone had about 20,000 fatalities and 35,000 wounded. On that day a British soldier was either killed or wounded on average every second. The honor of a military career would lead to disproportionately higher losses for the upper classes for all belligerents. Germany's top general, Erich Ludendorff, would lose 2 sons, as would future British Prime Minister Andrew Bonar Law. British Prime Minister at the start of the war, Herbert Asquith, lost 1. While about 12% of British troops would die in the war, 31% of Oxford's 1913 graduating class would die. This should help abolish the popular naive myth that politicians are quick to bring about wars while wanting to avoid personal losses in them. Nonsense. Unfortunately, human beings are slightly smarter apes that have been naturally selected to be vicious killers and to enjoy violence. Warfare predation was an important evolutionary strategy and one of the reasons we are social and have evolved big brains to begin with. As Steven Pinker writes, men go to war to get or keep women, not necessarily as a conscious goal of the warriors, though often it is exactly that, but as the ultimate payoff that allowed a willingness to fight to evolve. Access to women is the limiting factor on males' reproductive success. Having 2 wives can double a man's children, having 3 wives can triple it, and so on. The most common spoils of tribal warfare are women. Raiders kill the men, abduct the nubile women, gang rape them, and allocate them as wives. To be successful in war hunt you need a strong sense of unity which translates itself into the strong tribalistic nationalist militaristic patriotic tendencies we are so susceptible to and has the planet littered with nuclear weapons and civilized taxpayers believing we must have them. The bond men make as co-warriors may be stronger than male-female love. A female is easily replaceable, another raid, etc., but the loss of that co-warrior that will help get the next female and/or defend you when you only get one chance at life is probably even more important. Just like natural selection has shaped us to enjoy sex due to the vital biological evolutionary importance, it has also shaped us to enjoy war violence and easily segregating ourselves into the in-group as good versus out-group them evil. Given its importance, war patriotism easily fills us with a great sense of purpose. England's Prime Minister during World War II and national hero Winston Churchill shows us how inspiring, exciting and purposeful World War I was to him when he mentioned, "I think a curse should rest on me because I love this war. I know it's smashing and shattering the lives of thousands every moment and yet I can't help it I enjoy every second of it." Churchill wrote to his wife, "Everything tends towards catastrophe and collapse. I am interested, geared up and happy. Is it not horrible to be built like that?" Churchill also told Prime Minister Asquith that his life's ambition was to command great victorious armies in battle. Churchill again, "My God! This is living history. Everything we are doing and saying is thrilling. Why I would not be out of this glorious delicious war for anything the world could give me." Towards the end of World War II, Russia's Red Army is estimated to have raped over 2 million German women. Equally human, the Allies' Americans weren't much better and generally saw the Japanese as an inferior race and cared little for their suffering or views, as US President who needlessly nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Harry S. Truman, mentions in a letter. The only language they seem to understand is the one we have been using to bombard them. When you have to deal with a beast you have to treat him as a beast. We shouldn't be shocked when men murder, rape and torture, or masturbate to tentacle porn. The real miracle that has taken thousands of years of cultural legal evolution to create, are the modern cultural values laws ideologies software we absorb that program Homo sapiens into respecting the body property thoughts of all human beings regardless of age, sex beliefs, and race. Being the social slightly smarter apes that we are, fellow humans are our biggest assets which helps explain the evolution of altruism compassion, as well as our biggest competitors which helps us understand our horrendous violence towards fellow men. During the early days in the lead-up to World War I there was an atmosphere of joy and excitement, as thousands of young men celebrated and volunteered for the coming war which would bring unity, purpose, and glory. After the war, when much of Europe lay in ruins, many were numb and in a state of stupor wondering how they could have fooled themselves into such needless carnage. Why did this happen? And if it was such a big deal at the time, worth sacrificing so much, how come hardly anybody knows anything about it today? 20 years later via World War II the tribalistic slaughter led to over 80 million deaths and what followed was a Cold War that brought the slightly smarter apes close to nuclear annihilation several times. Why were our great leaders and intellectuals utterly powerless to prevent the World War I and II slaughters and were in fact its promoters? How can mankind today build mind-bogglingly complex microchips, airplanes, satellites, the internet and so much more, yet still not have figured out something as simple as peace and always be one spark away from another worldwide tribalistic tyrannical and chaotic calamity as COVID mania, the Russia-Ukraine war, and recurring financial crisis are showing? There is something missing from our understanding of how the world works, something as monumental in importance as Darwin's theory of evolution, something that our leading intellectuals and experts have yet to discover and spread accordingly. Fortunately for mankind that something has already been discovered and explained by a group of little-known and widely misunderstood evolutionary intellectuals oftentimes referred to as the Austrian School of Economics. And as F. A. Hayek (1899–1992), writes, "Their vital insights and fundamental ideas belong fully and wholly to Carl Menger, 1840–1921. Hayek provides a simple answer to the questions above. However, this answer can be a bit hard to swallow for the prideful slightly smarter apes, but swallow it we must if we are to survive the next World War I-like calamity which might very well result from coronavirus-related economic shutdowns policies, Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or Russia-Ukraine war, etc. The answer is the following. Human beings are slightly smarter apes whose instincts are ideally suited to living in small tribes of less than 100 people but find themselves relatively lost in the modern socio-economic order where things like money, profit-loss calculation, economic competition, and interest rates coordinate the actions of billions of human beings all over the world to create what the great British 19th century thinker Herbert Spencer referred to as the social organism, which can also be seen as an incredibly complex movie like Matrix that did not exist 20,000 years ago. Tribal warfare, political infighting, coercing each other, rape, and the law of the jungle, are things we have been doing for millions of years and are somewhat intuitive. Commercial society, the tolerance and wisdom needed to refrain from coercing others, and understanding the aforementioned economic concepts which have been around for less than a few thousand years, are not. Hayek summarizes. Man's instincts were not made for the kinds of surroundings, and for the numbers, in which he now lives. They were adapted to life in the small roving bands or troops in which the human race and its immediate ancestors evolved during the few million years while the biological constitution of Homo sapiens was being formed. It should be easy to realize that all human beings are such slightly smarter apes who grow up absorbing a continuously evolving culture, language, identity, ideas, myth, which then leads them to act in ways that lead to disorder via conflict, war, or order via peace and prosperity. As Mises tells us, it is ideas that group men into fighting factions, that press the weapons into their hands, and that determine against whom and for whom the weapons shall be used. It is they alone, and not arms, that, in the last analysis, turn the scales. When a lion takes over a pride and kills the cubs so that the females will once again be ready to mate, we don't say that the lion is evil, we rightly understand the complex evolutionary factors leading to such actions. It is likewise important to look at our socio-economic disasters, COVID mania, Israel-Palestine, Russia-Ukraine, using an evolutionary lens that is free of blame and full of sympathy and understanding. Hitler, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Churchill, Roosevelt, Fauci, etc. were not evil, which is itself a mythical linguistic construct inherited from more religious times. They were fellow Homo sapiens adored by their respective masses who absorbed horrendous ideas or myths propagated by scholars arising from the complexity of the economy, as in the case of socialism, Hitler, Lenin, Mao, Roosevelt, etc., and the biochemical order, as in the case of COVID mania, and resulting coercive lockdowns and damaging vaccinations and more. Fauci. Mises again. Neither as judges allotting praise and blame nor as avengers seeking out the guilty should we face the past. We seek truth, not guilt. We want to know how things came about to understand them, not to issue condemnations. The centuries of slavery, religious slaughters, persecution of minorities, and all man-made calamities were obviously the result, not of mythical evil or madness, but of the ideas and myths held by the slightly smarter apes at the time and the mistaken need to coerce each other, and as long as the masses remain lost in erroneous mythology, democracy obviously does little good. Hayek. Perhaps the fact that we have seen millions voting themselves into complete dependence on a tyrant has made our generation understand that to choose one's government is not necessarily to secure freedom. It is obvious that we should focus on the ideas instead of vilifying people and assuming sinister motives or madness as the source of our problems, yet the fact that this goes largely unnoticed as we constantly segregate ourselves along political tribal lines is further evidence that we are such dangerous slightly smarter apes, and just as important, as we will soon show, how little a role reason plays in creating and sustaining civilization. Focusing on the actions of individual men is irrelevant compared to the evolutionary processes that create the ideas, incentive structures, and circumstances under which he acts. Without the above men's evolutionary insights, as Spencer tells us, it is as though a child, seeing for the first time a tree from which a gardener is here cutting off a branch and there pruning away smaller parts, should regard the gardener, the only visible agent, as the creator of the whole structure, knowing nothing about the agency of sun and rain, air and soil. Undeveloped intelligences cannot recognize the results of slow, silent, invisible causes. The complete evolutionary worldview provided by the Austrians, arguably reaching its zenith or completion with F. A. Hayek, is still so ridiculously far ahead of our time and mainstream intellectuals that even today's leading thinkers, like renowned popular science writer Matt Ridley, by their own admission are still catching up with him. Ridley humbly acknowledges this in a 2011 speech where he mentions, "As someone who came to Friedrich von Hayek comparatively late in life, I'm still catching up with him. Indeed, many of the insights I thought I had discovered in my own readings and writings on the frontier of evolutionary biology and economics, it turns out Hayek had long before me. It's Hayek who first puts it all together." Matt Ridley. Most people hope that some great intellectual comes along and provides mankind with a great understanding of the world that can get us on a path to peace and prosperity. Plenty of intellectuals are constantly looking for fame and glory by providing such an understanding. For example, arguably one of today's leading intellectuals is Yuval Noah Harari, the author of the wildly popular Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, which has over 65,000 mostly glowing reviews and recommended by today's leading personalities like Obama, Bill Gates, and Mark Zuckerberg. Over 7 years after its initial publication in 2015, it is still at the top of numerous Amazon.com categories. There is a section titled The Capitalist Hell where he writes, "Capitalism has killed millions out of cold indifference coupled with greed." Mr. Harari is deeply mistaken. He and his book are popular not because they are great but because they reinforce and appeal to the leading fallacies of our day. Surely Pope Urban II's views as he launched the Crusades were popular, and so was Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto, which is sadly the #2 bestseller in Amazon.com's political philosophy category. The world is in chaos, because, as we will soon show, its leading intellectuals are essentially clueless. As we and like-minded friends hope to show, what is more likely to be the case is that the great intellectuals we hope explain the world and get mankind on a path to prosperity lie in the past and are commonly referred to as the Austrian School of Economics, but their ideas are just still ahead of our time. Obama, Gates, Zuckerberg, Harari, and today's leading intellectuals, via their global coercive central plans, are once again, inadvertently, and oftentimes with the best of intentions, destroying civilization. As Ludwig von Mises wrote over 100 years ago, "The intellectual leaders of the peoples have produced and propagated the fallacies which are on the point of destroying liberty in Western civilization. The intellectuals alone are responsible for the mass slaughters which are the characteristic mark of our century. They alone can reverse the trend and pave the way for a resurrection of freedom." Mises also tells us, "The flowering of human society depends on two factors, the intellectual power of outstanding men to conceive sound social and economic theories. This part has already been done by the so-called Austrians." Mises continues, "And the ability of these or other men to make these ideologies palatable to the majority. It is this latter part which the authors of this book and like-minded friends all over the world believe we must focus on. Notice how all man-made calamities, from religious slaughters, to world wars, the recent COVID mania, the escalating Russia-Ukraine war, etc., are always the result of large groups of Homo sapiens coercing each other via government, forcing each other to go along with the prevailing myths of the times. We have simply not evolved to understand the economic forces that create civilization, the vital need for freedom and privatization, and the immense harm that too much government can do. Supposedly the dodo bird quickly went extinct because it had not evolved to recognize humans as potential dangers. We similarly just line up for central planning and government-coordinated self-destruction over and over and over and over. Notice how the biggest companies or private sector orders in the world like Amazon, Apple, Walmart, Google, and Microsoft, which hire and efficiently coordinate the actions of millions of fellow Homo sapiens across the world regardless of age, sex, religion or race, do not force anyone to buy their products or coerce anyone in any way, and have no army or tribalistic and patriotic flag salutations. They spend all of their time peacefully innovating and copying each other's innovations, thus inadvertently spreading superior information and subsequent social order. Yet the human dodos hate the free private sector and love their coercive central planners, great leaders, and governmental structures that reinforce some tribal identity from which inevitably an us versus them mentality emerges. Imagine you had a time machine and went back in time about 300 years to Salem, Massachusetts during the famed Salem witch trials where 19 women were hanged for witchcraft, and told people that the world could function much better if there was no slavery, that women should have the same rights and freedoms as men, that homosexuality should not be criminalized and seen as part of Homo sapiens, and that 6 million years ago we had a common ancestor with chimpanzees. We'll assume they know what chimps are. People would see you as some devilish monstrosity spreading heretical ideas and quickly conspire to kill you. Would this mean that the people of the time were somehow dumb or malicious? Or members of some vast conspiracy of bad guys or special interests intent on taking away your freedoms? Of course not. The people would be fellow Homo sapiens acting based on the prevailing myths and incentive structures of the times. If by our modern standards pretty much everything about how people saw the world 300 years ago could be understood as myths, in other words, as widely held but false beliefs or ideas, why should we not be open to the idea that we too are likewise immersed in mythology? And also likely to have incentive structures populated by well-intentioned people who also erroneously attempt to silence and kill potential mythbusters. Since myths are ideas, how do we discover the best ideas, determine their validity, usefulness and spread them? How do we discover the best information with which to guide our actions and order mankind? Among numerous great free market economists of the Austrian school, Mises' pupil F. A. Hayek, Mick Jagger's favorite economist, in some of his seminal writings like The Use of Knowledge in Society and the aptly titled Competition as a Discovery Procedure, helped us realize that the economic competition which emerges from people's freedom to choose among competing alternatives or ideas is how we motivate the discovery and spread of superior information and subsequent order throughout society. This process of competitive knowledge discovery inadvertently turns mankind into a global supercomputer, as entrepreneurs via the companies they create are motivated to innovate, and have to copy and thus spread each other's innovations due to billions of minds freely trading their life-sustaining wealth for what they calculate to be best. Coercion, whether it is by the patriarchy, slave master, church, and ultimately government, is not only a burden to those being coerced, but also destroys this wonderful mechanism of competitive knowledge discovery, which is what has discovered and spread the superior information which replaced erroneous mythology and continuously reordered mankind into increasingly more technologically advanced, productive, and prosperous states. This helps us understand how, as the coercive and thus competition-immune monopolistic decision-making power of the Catholic Church was reduced and individual freedom increased in Europe, so did emerging competitive knowledge discovery and resulting technological advancements, thus taking Western civilization to prominence. But as the social order got mind-bogglingly complex in the late 1800s and socialist competition-immune central planning mythology arose, freedom and emerging competitive knowledge discovery was destroyed, leading to immense suffering and technological stagnation in communist countries like the former Soviet Union and pre-capitalist China. Wherever there is complexity, Homo sapiens understandably fools himself with mythology. Religious myths, like the Tower of Babel, which provides a mythical explanation as to why people speak different languages, still dominate most people's understanding of the world. In this book we will discuss 1. How the immense complexity of the socio-economic order and its evolution leads to central planning mythology. 2. How the complexity of the biochemical order leads to many scientific myths. 3. How in both cases coercive bureaucracies akin to the older coercive religious priesthoods emerge to stifle change and dissent. Since economic ignorance is the root of our socio-economic problems, per Mises, we feel it is our civic duty to help fellow citizens overcome such ignorance. Mises also writes, "Liberalism is rationalistic. It maintains that it is possible to convince the immense majority that peaceful cooperation within the framework of society better serves their rightly understood interests than mutual battling and social disintegration. It has full confidence in man's reason. It may be that this optimism is unfounded and that the liberals have erred. But then there is no hope left for mankind's future." Mises also. "The masses follow the lead of the people we call educated. Once convince these, and the game is won." In other words, we have to believe that we can educate the immense majority even if it proves to be futile, otherwise there is no hope left for mankind's future. Different people have different ideas regarding how to improve the world. Some think we need to be more religious, better Christians or Muslims. Some think people with different political ideologies should segregate themselves accordingly. Some feel like there will always be wars, corrupt or bad politicians and chaos, and this is just the way things will always be and we just have to hope for the best. We are Misesians in the sense that we believe that Mises was right, not just in his insights regarding the economy, the evolution of society and war, but also in his strategy of economic education as the key for worldwide peace and prosperity. He writes, "If we want to avoid the destruction of Western civilization and the relapse into primitive wretchedness, we must change the mentality of our fellow citizens. We must make them realize what they owe to the much vilified economic freedom, the system of free enterprise and capitalism." Also, economics deals with society's fundamental problems, it concerns everyone and belongs to all. It is the main and proper study of every citizen. And again, it is a fateful error on the part of our most valuable contemporaries to believe that economics can be left to specialists. The issues of society's economic organization are every citizen's business. To master them to the best of one's ability is the duty of everyone. If we are to quickly save mankind and reach the prosperity we are truly capable of, those of us who've had the miraculous fortune of stumbling upon Mises and fellow Austrian school thinkers must succeed at spreading their ideas before it is too late. We must find, join, and grow the people who are thoroughly convinced that such quick prosperity can be achieved and thus become beacons of hope and economic education. We must join Mises in the trenches and go over the parapet in his intellectual battle against the economic ignorance that threatens civilization. Mises. Everyone carries a part of society on his shoulders, no one is relieved of his share of responsibility by others. And no one can find a safe way out for himself if society is sweeping towards destruction. Therefore, everyone, in his own interests, must thrust himself vigorously into the intellectual battle. None can stand aside with unconcern, the interests of everyone hang on the result. Whether he chooses or not, every man is drawn into the great historical struggle, the decisive battle into which our epoch has plunged us. The rest of this book goes as follows. 1. An introduction to the economic wisdom of the Austrians, which will help anyone understand and defend real capitalism, and economic freedom, as well as understand and appreciate the history of how so many well-intentioned people fooled themselves into communist mythology and the harm that it did. Every American, actually, every adult should understand the history of the rise and fall of communism because the lessons apply to government-created tyranny like COVID mania as well as warmongering via World War I, II, and the current Russia-Ukraine war. 2. The Austrians also explained the coevolution of the modern free market economy with culture. Their wisdom here is also vital for understanding how civilization has emerged and why we have so much socioeconomic chaos all around us. 3. We will look at the emergence of our current priesthood of scientism, which brought us the COVID mania tyranny, and realize that much of science is as mythical and misguided today as it was centuries ago. We are a part of something greater than ourselves. The market process and Spencer's social organism. Just like the human body organism and the numerous systems that coordinate it, like the respiratory, nervous, digestive systems, are the result of the actions of some 70 trillion human and bacterial cells, but obviously not the result of any conscious planning or designing by them, and thanks to the likes of Darwin and a modern understanding of genetics, we can understand how natural selection was the inadvertent designer of such systems and complex order. The modern global socio-economic order, social organism, is also coordinated by a system, by what economists of the so-called Austrian school like Ludwig von Mises and his great protégé F.A. Hayek, referred to as the market process. The market process and the parts it is composed of, like money, prices, economic competition, interest rates, and the legal, religious, governmental frameworks that sustain it, are indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. Adam Ferguson, similar to how cells inadvertently, unconsciously act to create the systems that coordinate multicellular life. The market process shares this trait with language, which is also a complex mechanism that is the result of human action but was not consciously designed or invented by people cells. It took about 1 billion years for natural selection to evolve the numerous complex biochemical systems that allow single cells to cooperate, leading to multicellular animals. Sometimes these mechanisms fail and the cells revert to their solitary ways and replicate wildly. In other words, they become cancerous, tribal, or uncooperative and prematurely destroy the larger multicellular organism order they were a part of. Similarly, it took about 50,000 years for natural selection to evolve the market process, which reordered tribal Homo sapiens into cooperative members of the social organism. Unfortunately, the economically ignorant tribal, slightly smarter apes intuitively turn cancerous when they destroy the market process via coercive central planning socialism, because it inadvertently diminishes the freedom of individuals, which is vital for the functioning of the social organism. Economics. Production and consumption. Whenever a person works, he uses the information in his mind to reorder matter, the trillions of atoms he is made of, to produce his labor and whatever wealth it creates, thus increasing the economic pie. If you are a freelancer, you produce a product, service, wealth, and trade it directly with society, customers, for money, and then trade the money back with society for the wealth you consume. If you work for a company, you produce your labor and trade it for money with your employer, who combines it with the labor of others to produce a product, service, wealth, which is then traded with society for the money from which your paycheck comes. Whether you are a freelancer, employee, or company, what is commonly referred to as sales revenue, your paycheck, is an estimate of the total amount of wealth produced. Costs, like employee wages, which will be used by them to consume wealth, food, energy, etc., are an estimate of how much wealth is consumed from the economic pie. And profits, which are the difference between sales revenue, production, and costs, consumption, are an estimate of by how much additional wealth the economic pie has grown. Again, a profitable order is an order, cell, person, company, that produces more than it consumes and is therefore self-sustaining, alive. The global economy or social organism is really a vast collection of orders, people, companies that are constantly trading with each other, nourishing each other, each trade taking each participant order from an inferior to a superior state of well-being from its own perspective, otherwise the trade would not occur. When Carl trades $1 for a hamburger, he values the hamburger more than the dollar, and the restaurant values the dollar more than the hamburger, so the action of trading takes place, which, like all action which is not coerced, takes each participant from an inferior to superior state of well-being. If a teenager uses a tree trimmer to produce one mowed lawn valued at $50 in 10 hours, his rate of production is $50, 10 hours equals $5/hour. If next month he uses a riding lawn mower and mows the same lawn in 1 hour, he has increased his rate of production tenfold to $50/hour. Profit-loss calculation motivates and enables all orders people companies to guide their actions in the most profitable and thus pie-increasing way, and, very importantly, it also prevents orders from consuming more than what they produce. Unless, of course, they are the benefactors of charity. The wealthier a person company order is, the more this order has produced and exchanged for all this money wealth. Jeff Bezos is one of the world's richest men because the social order he helped shape and successfully manage, Amazon.com, has been one of the most productive in the world. We know this is the case because millions of human beings traded their money wealth for its products services. Since production is just a transformation relocation of existing matter wealth, fashioning of imperishable matter into more advantageous shapes, the production of wealth requires the consumption use of existing wealth. For example, if 10,000 men are to spend 2 years producing an airplane factory, they must use the concrete materials, food, energy, transportation, shelter wealth that they, as well as their dependents' family, need while they produce the factory. In other words, there can be no production if there does not already exist enough saved wealth that can be consumed while production takes place. Money. More money does not equal more wealth. Imagine if everyone in the world suddenly had an extra $1 billion. Would this make society wealthier? No. The amount of real wealth, goods, services has not increased by a single toothpick. It would actually lead to less wealth since many people won't stop working producing seeing their newfound fortune. Would the 10,000 men above be able to produce the factory if instead of having real wealth to use consume had to consume pieces of paper with dead presidents on them? Of course not. More money leads to and enables higher prices. For example, if there are 1,000 people in an island, Blue Isle, and each has $100 for a total of $100,000 in the island, can anything sell for $200,000? Of course not. Even if they all combined their money, such a transaction could not happen because there isn't enough money. But what if each person had $500 so that there is now a total of $500,000? Then yes, obviously, prices could go up to $500,000. So for general prices to go up there has to be more money. And who creates the money and is ultimately responsible for a general increase in prices? Generally speaking, today all money is created by governments via their central banks, Federal Reserve in USA, and they are thus responsible for the price increases. Let's say you print yourself $1,000 trillion and start offering people in the USA's West Coast ridiculous amounts of money for their goods, property, wealth. You buy all the wealth in California, Washington, Oregon, etc. As this is happening, Americans are growing richer in terms of money but poorer in terms of what really matters, homes, property, wealth. At some point you make it to Florida. By this time it will be packed with about 300 million Americans and perhaps the $1,000 trillion or more you kept offering people. The price of wealth tends to be the amount of money that is offered in exchange for it, given all the other things the money could be traded for. With so much money and so little wealth left, the price of everything would be astronomical and people would be much poorer, given that you are the one that possesses most of the wealth in the country. Assuming the total amount of money remains stable, if the economy wealth is expanding, which can only happen if the rate at which goods, services, wealth is produced is faster than the rate at which it is consumed, we expect general prices to go down because the money will sort of get divided among more goods, wealth, so less money per item wealth means a lower price. This last point is of vital importance. Under normal ideal circumstances, as the economy grows, we should expect prices to go down and people's savings to buy them more in the future. If the amount of wealth remains stable or grows slower than the amount supply of money, then we have more money per item, thus higher prices. Let's go over a final, and very important example. Keep your eye on how much wealth is being produced and consumed, and the relationship between the quantity of money, wealth, and thus prices. Let's say Alan prints himself another $100,000, which is enough to hire half the people in Blue Isle for 3 months while they build him a small castle. Alan thinks this is a great idea. He is paying some people more than what they were making before. There were also a few unemployed or unmotivated to work people before, but he is offering enough money to get everyone working, thus achieving full employment. Prior to trading their labor for Alan's paper money, people were producing stuff that they either needed to consume themselves, or could be sold, traded to others who obviously needed to consume them. They were producing socially desired or order life creating sustaining stuff like oranges, apples, haircuts, blankets, baskets, etc. The day half the population begins working on Alan's castle, the island's economic pie begins to lose half its socially desired stuff wealth, since half the population is no longer creating it, and begins increasing the amount of rocks, ladders, and other things for Alan's castle. These things are not socially desired or order-creating sustaining wealth as judged calculated by the inhabitants. Since the existing $100,000 will be distributed over half as many socially desired goods, this would eventually motivate their prices to about double. However, since Alan is further doubling the money supply as he pays people using his newly printed $100,000, on the last days of castle building, when half the population is still working on his castle, and they have also spent most of the new $100,000, prices would have nearly doubled once again, making them about 4 times higher than they were before Alan came up with his idea. It should be easy to see that Alan has reordered society in an inferior way. Everyone is working and making more money than before, but the unavoidable reality that they are ordered in a less productive way reflects itself in the much higher prices and smaller amount of wealth on average that each can consume. Ideally, people now lose their jobs, and instead of working on the easily identifiable yet disastrous plan laid out by Alan, for a few days there appears to be chaos as people discover superior plans and likely transition to their old trades jobs, thus once again reordering society on a far more productive way. However, they are economically ignorant, so they tell Alan, "Can you hire us again to make the castle bigger? You pay us more than what we used to make before. You are about to create massive unemployment." Alan thinks to himself, "Gosh. It is a good thing that by creating money I am preventing massive unemployment and chaos. Obviously I must keep providing liquidity." So the relative suffering continues even as the local newspaper gives Alan the Citizen of the Year award. Carl told Alan that what he was doing was disastrous and told people that Alan should just stop creating money and let everyone lose their jobs. The mob labeled him a heartless capitalist and killed him, unfortunately. Had Alan been a bad king, who instead of creating money to acquire the necessary wealth to create his castle, simply taxed people at a 50% rate, the people's living standard would have suffered similarly, but they would have easily understood the fact that their wealth was taken from them for the creation of things they didn't want or benefit from for a hopefully more obvious massive loss. The creation of money by governments is just a hidden tax that transfers wealth from savers and society at large to the people who get the newly created money. For example, let's say you have saved $1,000, which can buy you 1,000 items at $1 each. The government via the central bank, Federal Reserve in US, and a convoluted process eventually creates billions of dollars which are given to the newly created Space Force military personnel so they can trade them for the wealth they need to consume, live, and because of this money creation prices go up 5%, so each item is now $1.05 and your saved or future earned $1,000 can only buy you about 952 instead of 1,000 items. The 48 items wealth that you, and other taxpayers, can no longer obtain, is the wealth that the Space Force personnel got to consume. Again, money is not the same thing as wealth. When governments create money, they are simply creating an additional tax or transfer of wealth from savers and the public at large to those who get the money. The following graph helps us understand how, when the US was still on a gold standard, since gold can't be increased by adding zeros at the end of bars, this prevented the government from acquiring additional wealth taxes by just creating the money. Thus prices had a slight downward trend until 1971, when the USA completely abandoned the gold standard. Up to 1971 the US would give foreign governments an ounce of gold per $35, but to acquire enough wealth from the public in order to give it to people involved in the Vietnam War, as well as grow a rapidly increasing welfare system, the US was creating more dollars than what it could honestly exchange to gold. French President Charles de Gaulle, who wanted the war to end, knew this money debt creation was allowing the US to dishonestly acquire the needed wealth to finance the war, so he demanded many dollars to be exchanged into gold. The US had enough for France, but was running very low on gold and knew it could not meet further obligations, so it just completely stopped dollar-to-gold convertibility and thus end the gold standard. Had the US government tried to obtain this wealth, not via money creation inflation, but by raising taxes directly, chances are Americans would not have gone along. Thus from 1971 onward the US government, thanks to Fed central bank money creation, has been able to additionally tax workers, savers, causing prices to rapidly increase instead of going down. If you look very carefully at the graph, you will notice two rapid increases in prices, one occurring during the American Civil War, 1861-65, and another during the First World War 1914 to 1918. During wars, tribalistic politicians, ideologues always resort to the price-increasing money creation to acquire the wealth needed to feed, clothe, nourish the war effort, because if they had to get the wealth via direct taxation, the public would more easily factor the true costs of the tribalistic warmongering, and likely bring an end to such slaughters. The graph above helps us see how, thanks to technology progress, even though worker productivity has increased by 246% since 1948, compensation has only increased by 115%. Again, once the economically ignorant technocrats politicians abandoned the gold standard in 1971 and could easily acquire additional wealth by just creating money, more debt, much of the additional production was taken away from workers via inflation money creation. The concept of no taxation without representation is bypassed when ideologues can take all the wealth they want from the public by just creating money. This is not the result of some malicious plot by bureaucrats. For the most part most are clueless and are only focused on spending, acquiring wealth now, to help the cause, war, welfare, etc. This next graph shows how from early March to mid-May 2020, the Federal Reserve has created about $3 trillion which will be given to people and businesses, so that they can exchange this money for wealth they can consume. Much of this will be unemployment benefits which will motivate many to not even look for work and thus continue to be pure consumers. Thus overall the $3+ trillion is leading to a rapid shrinking of the economy and accelerating rise in prices. Again, this is just a transfer of wealth from workers, seniors, and ultimately anyone who trades dollars for wealth, to others as the economy continues to shrink and prices rise compared to what they would have otherwise been without the money creation. This money creation by the Federal Reserve inadvertently transfers wealth from, not just Americans, but anyone in the world who trades wealth for dollars. The US government and its countless ideologues somewhat inadvertently end up creating money which then gets traded with the rest of the world for wealth, leaving the rest of the world with more dollars and less wealth, and thus higher prices. It has taken decades for relatively clueless politicians to understand this, but this is something that now many world leaders are very aware of, which is understandably causing them to abandon using the US dollar. Putin explains. Over the past 2 years, the money supply in the United States has grown by more than 38%. Previously, a similar rise took decades, but now it grew by 38% or $5.9 trillion in 2 years, so, they printed more money, and then what? Where did all that money go? It was obviously used to pay for goods and services outside Western countries. This is where the newly printed money flowed. Naturally, no one thought about the interests of other states, including the poorest ones. They were left with scraps, as they say, and even that at exorbitant prices. When Putin mentions no one thought about the interests of other states, is this due to malice or a conspiracy by US politicians and Federal Reserve economists to rob the world? No. The vast majority of US politicians and even Federal Reserve economists have been unaware of this ongoing monumental transfer of wealth from the whole planet to the USA. It too is something that has more to do with the complex evolution of the global financial system instead of a conspiracy, and is indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. Trade, money and the division of labor and information. Trade and money led to the division of labor and information, which allowed the social order to efficiently compartmentalize information in only the brains that needed it, and also accumulate a virtually limitless amount of information with which to continuously restructure itself in increasingly more productive advanced ways. For example, Mark's brain contains knowledge of how to get coconuts and process them to create pastries. Tom's brain contains knowledge of how to find the best vines and weave them together to make baskets. Jim's of where to find rocks which when split can create sharp knives and how to sharpen them. When Mark trades his pastries for Tom's baskets and Jim's knives, he is a benefactor of all the knowledge needed to creating those items, yet he only had to know how to make his pastries. Unlike the tribal social order where knowledge is inefficiently repeated across every brain, trade allows for information to be efficiently stored fewer times, freeing up more brains to contain more information. We can envision 1,000 men producing and trading 1,000 different types of items requiring 1,000 times more information, which without trade and the division of information that it enables would have been impossible to achieve in a tribal society. Also, when Mark trades his pastries for the baskets and knives, he can now make less trips to gather coconuts by using the baskets and process them faster by using the knives, and thus increase his rate of production from 2 to 10 pastries per day. The pastry-making process has become more productive and also more complex because it was enabled by basket and knife-making knowledge. We now have a never-ending cycle of increased rate of production and complexity, greater than population growth, more brains, greater than increased rate of production and complexity, greater than more brains, greater than leading to where we are today with nearly 8 billion people and the inability to fully trace the knowledge that enabled the creation of anything. In Hayek's words, the greater density of population, leading to the discovery of opportunities for specialization, or division of labor, led to yet further increases of population and per capita income that made possible another increase in the population. And so on. For example, a web designer can trade his services which are dependent on web design information that resides in his brain for money, and then trade the money for any of the billions of product services that exist in the world and are likewise dependent on information spread throughout the world. The websites he creates are also enabled by all the information that enabled the factors of production he used to create them, like his computer, monitor, keyboard, software, electricity, the internet, etc., which themselves are enabled by all the information that enabled their factors of production, like the computer's memory, processor, and so on. Everything that is produced today is the result of an interdependence of information that spans millions of minds, not just in the present, but in the past as well, because wealth that is currently being consumed is dependent on tools, factors of production information provided further in the past. When he upgrades to a better computer, the information that enabled these improvements also contributes to enables the improvement of his website production process. Without money, how would a heart surgeon trade his costly services for toothpicks? Without trade and money, this division of labor and information, as well as the intertemporal cooperation, interlocking stacking of information just described, and the ability to do profit-loss calculation to ensure that each order guides its actions in a manner that it produces more than it consumes, would not exist, and neither would our social order which depends on it. Creation, spread of information via economic competition and its emergence from the tradition of private property. In the social organism economy, superior information arises and spreads thanks to economic competition which emerges from the tradition of private property. Private property means that matter is under the exclusive control or ownership of a single person, mind CPU. Each person is motivated to discover the best information with which to transform or reorder their private property in a way that increases its value or utility. Most of us transform the trillions of atoms that make up our bodies in a manner that maximizes the value utility of the labor we produce and then trade with other people or companies. Some transform bread and beef to increase their value as hamburgers, which are then traded with others, etc. From our freedom to use transform our private property emerges the freedom to trade it with anyone in the entire planet, which inadvertently transforms mankind into a global supercomputer where people via the companies they create are motivated to innovate and learn from each other. Competitors thus inadvertently cooperate to discover and spread superior information and subsequent order. For example, a Honda engineer in Tokyo, Japan, may have invented power door locks which, thanks to economic competition, motivated BMW in Germany, Ford in the USA, and other competitors throughout the world to copy and thus spread superior information throughout the world. Why do they do this? Because people in their role as consumers have the freedom to trade their life order sustaining wealth with the better informed auto manufacturers competitors, and as producers, to go into the auto manufacturing business. This in turn motivates all competitors to learn copy each other lest they not get enough revenue wealth with which to pay their employees a competitive wage, so they use their freedom to trade their labor to join the better informed and thus more productive efficient orders companies. Notice how the biggest companies or private sector orders in the world like Amazon, Apple, Walmart, Google, and Microsoft, which hire and efficiently coordinate the actions of millions of fellow Homo sapiens across the world regardless of age, sex, religion or race, do not force anyone to buy their products or coerce anyone in any way, and have no army or tribalistic and patriotic flag salutations. They spend all of their time peacefully innovating and copying each other's innovations, thus inadvertently spreading superior information and subsequent social order. This wonderful automatic mechanism of competitive knowledge discovery is turned on or emerges from the simple concept, or better said, tradition of private property. Private property gives everyone in our role as consumers the freedom to trade our life order sustaining wealth for what we think is best. This freedom to trade choose in turn motivates everyone, in our role as producers, to discover the best information with which to order ourselves and the matter we control in a manner that produces something society customers value, our labor, a product service, which we do by, once again, innovating and or copying learning existing ideas information, in other words, by competing in the economic sense. Most of us simply choose to produce and then trade our labor with a company order that knows how to further incorporate our labor in a more competitive profitable way. Via advertising, competitors are motivated to spread the potential usefulness and superiority of their products' ideas as well as the defects inferiority of their competitors, thus accelerating the need to compete copy spread superior information. A mine CPU anywhere in the planet that comes up with an improvement will benefit everyone in the world if they are free to trade for his product service, which will also motivate all competitors in the world to likewise improve their actions order. So we can see how, just like in the Olympics we can discover the best athletes in the world due to global competition, so does having the freedom to trade with everyone in the world allows the best ideas to compete and spread globally, thus ensuring the best possible global order. As cost-cutting ideas emerge and inevitably spread via competition, leading prices to continuously fall, new profitable ideas easily arise and once again spread via competition in an endless cycle of knowledge generation innovation. For example, computers were once very expensive, but once the price of making them came down enough, people easily realized that every home could have them, which gave birth to our computerized world and the internet and all the great things that flow from it. The more wealth is produced, the more wealth has to be offered in exchange for labor as companies' orders compete against each other for the labor they need, which helps explain why the economic pie grows for everyone. For example, imagine that after a shipwreck you end up in an island where everyone has a machine that can turn dirt into food. Tom wants your labor to build a home, Mark to build a boat, and Gina to plant a garden. Competition will motivate them to offer you all the food you want and more. Prices and the impossibility of central planning. Socialism-Communism. How much wealth had to be consumed in order to produce a gallon of gasoline that sells in Seattle for $3.50? or a pound of beef that sells in London for $5.35. We can't know for sure, however. We can be fairly certain that it was less than the advertised price, which on average must include the costs. The price of any item in the world lets us know that there is an order at that particular place and time that is coordinated by information that can produce the item while consuming less than the advertised price. That is amazing. This allows goods to be purchased and combined in a manner that ensures that the combination, like a car, can easily have a price set that properly accounts for the costs consumption of the whole car, by just adding the prices of the parts used to produce it, wheels, glass, robotics, labor, etc., parts which themselves had a price set that included their costs consumption and so on. Each part input managed ordered by entrepreneurs' brains, CPUs with highly specialized time and place specific information who are always using profit-loss calculation to ensure they are increasing the economic pie. The concept tradition of private property plays a vital role here as well. It is not until matter things are privately owned, that they are controlled coordinated by brains, CPUs that are incentivized to discover the best information with which to reorder coordinate them in the most productive profitable way possible. How do we know whether it is a good idea to build an airport or a school at a particular time and place and also get the necessary wealth without coercion or making criminals out of people who may not want to contribute to them? Only entrepreneurs at those times and places can discover if there are enough people whose lives would be improved by trading their wealth for such wealth, airport or school, and how to build them in a profitable and competitive way. The information needed to coordinate the social order, like whether to produce cars, or buildings, or pizzas, where to do so, what prices to set, and most importantly, how to produce them in a manner that more wealth is produced than consumed, is information that can only be created by free people dispersed throughout the world, thus rendering central planning ideologies like socialism-communism impossible regardless of the good intentions of their members or their intelligence. To see why this is the case, consider the following example. A Cuban restaurant in Miami Beach sells a picadillo dish, ground beef, plantains, rice, for $8. Perhaps $1 might be profit, and $7 will be spent in costs. In other words, in the necessary consumption of wealth needed to produce the meal wealth, things like equipment, electricity, food, and everything employees and their families will consume at home, food, energy, thanks to their paychecks that came from the $7 meal. The businessman discovered that there are enough customers nearby willing to patronize the restaurant at the $8 meal price, which necessitates taking into account customers' already existing local competitive options, thus providing an improvement in society, and 2, how to reorder $7 worth of stuff, labor, supplies, etc. to produce the meal. If he sets prices too high, customers will choose other superior existing competing options and thus fail to improve the social order. If he sets prices too low, he won't cover costs and cause more consumption than production, thus shrinking the economic pie. These are two vital pieces of information that are impossible for a central planning body to discover, and helps explain why every time communism has been attempted the result has been a much faster rate of consumption than production and eventual famine, starvation, chaos, death. Again, only free entrepreneurs dispersed throughout society, not government experts in a central location, are at the right time and place needed to discover people's desires and how to order a business or section of society while setting prices that create a profitable order. The social order exists thanks to the fact that private property maximizes economic calculation by encouraging every person mind CPU to sense analyze its proximate corner of the world and reorder it to be as profitable pie increasing as possible. Central planning socialism-communism simply reduces the number of brains CPUs that can do profitable calculation by turning them into order takers by the smaller number of central planning experts who are also too far away to gather the necessarily time and place information needed to profitably plan reorder, thus always rendering their planning inferior, leading to more consumption than production, or what Mises referred to as planned chaos. Order, biological or social, needs two things: wealth to consume as it acts lives, and information to guide the action in a profitable pie increasing manner. As an American, I have relatively good freedom of speech, I can say America's 1.2+ trillion yearly military spending or consumption is a horrible idea, but my freedom of speech is useless if my wealth is taken away to sustain bad ideas. Try to envision how matter is coordinated by information constantly increasing its value. The restaurant owner discovers labor as equipment, food distributors with the right prices to hopefully create a profitable order restaurant. He places orders for the food ingredients which can be seen as increasing in value as they are delivered to the restaurant, at a cost of course, that which must be consumed, fuel, food, etc. by the driver, etc. The waiters begin producing the meal experience by seating customers and taking the orders. The cooks increase the value of the ingredients by combining cooking, transforming them, and thus producing the meals. The waiters further increase the value of the meals by further transforming, transporting them from the kitchen to the table. The customers consume the meals, their internal order cells will further consume them as they produce their heartbeats and all that is required to keep the salespeople orders alive, etc. Customers, who had previously produced stuff and exchanged it for money, traded money which will then go to the owner, cooks, waiters, suppliers, etc., and then traded with countless orders businesses, so that they too can consume, live. Each actor order producing and consuming at different rates using prices and economic calculation to ensure more production than consumption at the whole restaurant level, and at each individual level as the waiters and cooks manage their personal spending lives. The food supplying company uses the prices in its own relevant corner of the world to likewise organize itself profitably. Each actor order is motivated to sell or trade the wealth it produces for as high a price as it can, but the freedom of customers to choose competitors limits how high a profitable price can be. Thus prices, and the vital information they convey, are what allow economic calculation. They allow cars, picadillo stuff to be built from parts, beef inputs, which themselves are built from other inputs, each input managed, ordered by entrepreneurs' brains with highly specialized time and place-specific knowledge skills, leading to never-ending conveyor belts of interlocking cycles of production-consumption, each moving, reordering matter in increasingly valuable ways. Since prices contain highly time-place-specific information, it is absurd to arbitrarily copy the price from one place and apply it to another. A similar Cuban restaurant meal might be profitable in Austin, Texas, selling the picadillo for $6.50 because costs consumption like real estate, transportation, and labor might be lower there compared to Miami Beach. In Oslo, Norway, the costs might be $20/meal due to the additional consumption of wealth that has to take place as the ingredients are shipped so far, and numerous other factors, which again, are highly time and place specific and only discoverable by local actors. Nikita Khrushchev, who followed Stalin as head of the centrally planned, socialist-communist, Soviet Union, is credited with saying, when all the world is socialist, Switzerland will have to remain capitalist, so that it can tell us the price of everything. Unfortunately for Khrushchev and the billions who suffered economic chaos, and an inevitable decline in production under socialist-communist regimes all over the world, prices in Switzerland, or anywhere else, embody information about the costs/consumption of those particular places at specific times and are no good elsewhere. With the internet, pricing information all over the world can help customers find, nourish cheaper, better products, orders companies, and also help producers likewise, thus greatly accelerating competitive knowledge order spreading, but it will never lead to the success of central economy-wide planning because no computer's system can get in the brains of entrepreneurs to predict what products, businesses they will create, and thus alter society, and similarly, no computers can get in the minds of consumers and predict how they will choose to spend their money/wealth, thus once again altering the social order's numerous cycles of production and consumption. As Mises so eloquently explains, the consumers, by their buying or abstention from buying, ultimately determine what should be produced and in what quantity and quality. They render profitable the affairs of those businessmen who best comply with their wishes, and unprofitable the affairs of those who do not produce what they are asking for most urgently. Profits convey control of the factors of production into the hands of those who are employing them for the best possible satisfaction of the most urgent needs of the consumers, and losses withdraw them from the control of the inefficient businessman. In a market economy not sabotaged by the government, the owners of property are mandatories of the consumers, as it were. On the market a daily repeated plebiscite determines who should own what and how much. It is the consumers who make some people rich and other people penniless. Mises. Who can anticipate the firing of trillions of neurons in billions of brains to plan the resulting desires, ideas? Since prices that properly estimate costs/consumption can only be set by free entrepreneurs, when the government, central planners, attempts to set them via price controls, it warps the socio-economic order in inferior ways. For example, if the free market price of a gallon of milk is $2.30 in a particular store in Miami, which profits 0.30 per gallon, costs equals $2, and the government mandates the price to be $1.99, then the business is consuming more wealth, $2, than what it gets, $1.99, and will eventually go bankrupt, causing less milk to be produced, leading to shortages. Even if the government sets the price to, say, $2.15, so that the business can still profit, it will still lead to eventual shortages for the following reasons. Under normal circumstances, the rate of profit tends to be uniform across all sectors. Businesses, if higher than average profits are being made in, say, auto manufacturing, factors of production like labor, materials, real estate are withdrawn from other less profitable sectors, which reduces production competition in them, causing profits to go up in those sectors, while simultaneously increasing production competition in the auto manufacturing sector, causing the initial higher than average rate of profit to go down towards average levels. So by making profits in milk production lower than the average, it still has the effect of decreasing, albeit less drastically, milk production, which is the opposite of what the economically ignorant masses and politicians want. It is important to envision the socio-economic order as it really exists, as if looked at from high above. Envision people coming together apart as companies' orders emerge and dissolve in ever-changing conditions. Superior information arising and rippling, restructuring the social order thanks to competition. As orders get more productive, they lure other people to trade with or join them by offering more money, wealth for their labor relative to other companies' orders, eventually causing the least productive orders to sort of dissolve as their factors of production like labor, buildings, etc. are away to be parts of more productive plans' orders. A sort of swarm intelligence emerges as the all-pervasive public quickly nourishes the growth and spread or superior orders companies' information, inadvertently expanding the worldwide division of labor and information as entire neighborhoods, cities morph themselves in specialized ways as complementary pieces of information. Orders aggregate themselves in distinct geographical locations like the software industry in Silicon Valley, California, and manufacturing in Guangdong, southern China. As Mises reminds us, the division of labor is a fundamental principle of all forms of life. The division of labor is a pattern way which natural selection rediscovers to enable smaller units orders to efficiently compartmentalize labor information as they contribute to, and are nourished by, a larger organism. They become parts of organelles, greater than cells, greater than organs, greater than humans, greater than social organism. Mises again. It is by virtue of the division of labor that man is distinguished from the animals. It is the division of labor that has made feeble man, far inferior to most animals in physical strength, the lord of the earth and the creator of the marvels of technology. Morals as superior information. Morals are simply ways of acting. They are knowledge which also emerges and spreads via economic competition. Companies' orders that hire nourish trade with lazy, disrespectful, or corrupt people will be less competitive and be inevitably selected to hire people with better morals, which in turn forces everyone to be respectful and hardworking regardless of race, sex, etc. Similarly, it is hardworking, tolerant, courteous people who, thanks to competition, inevitably force everyone else to be likewise. As Hayek tells us, competition is, after all, always a process in which a small number makes it necessary for larger numbers to do what they do not like, be it to work harder, to change habits, or to devote a degree of attention, continuous application, or regularity to their work which without competition would not be needed. As millions of Italians, Britons, Germans and others from all over the world came to America. It was ultimately the competition which grows from private property and thus individual liberty freedom which stripped these people of their otherwise nationalistic ethnocentric tribalistic identities and evolved what came to be seen as the classic American character ethos of wanting to be seen as a reputable honest businessman professional who treats everyone with respect and wears a business suit as opposed to older religious ethnocentric dress. So not only does private property turn on or leads to economic competition and other aspects of the market process and resulting social order civilization, it also evolves our culture identity to be ideally suited for participation in the social organism. Government public sector is an inefficient monopoly. Since it is through freedom and resulting competitive knowledge discovery that we both free people from coercion, tyranny, slavery, and also discover the best information with which to reorder mankind, the role of governments should be to set the framework laws that maximize such freedom, competitive knowledge discovery, and not to attempt to manage order society, because governmental public sector bureaucracies, being coercive monopolies which get their life order sustaining wealth through taxes compulsion, are immune to the competitive information spreading incentives pressures which motivate force private sector orders to be efficient, innovative, hardworking. This helps one understand how communism, which abolishes competing orders companies and replaces them with a single competition-less monopolistic bureaucracy of experts, leads to a massive lack of production, innovation and eventually socioeconomic chaos, starvation, as the economic pie continuously shrinks, as has happened in every country that consciously attempts communism, socialism, or inadvertently drifts in that direction as their governments get bigger and bigger. USA World. Central plans can't work if people are free to not go along with them, or use property as they wish instead of by the central plans, so they inevitably require compulsion, tyranny. For example, it is a criminal act in communist countries like North Korea to start a business, in other words, to attempt a superior restructuring of society because it interferes with the plans of the experts who run the government. It is also a criminal act everywhere to not pay taxes that sustain public sector bureaucracies like public education, so there is little incentive or wealth to sustain other, more desirable superior competitors. For example, the NYC public monopolistic school bureaucracy consumes about $29,000 per year to educate a K-12 student. Refusing to pay a single dollar that goes to this bureaucracy is a criminal act. Taxes and all transfers of wealth from the private sector to the government, besides being an obvious burden to the people that had to sacrifice a part of their lives to earn such wealth and now have less wealth to trade for the things they want, simply destroy the private sector jobs the taxed away spending would have sustained and replaces such productive, efficient and pie-increasing jobs for inefficient government ones, or worse, like militarism wars. The former Soviet Union had plenty of highly educated scientists, experts whose plans required the coercion of millions, but they were thoroughly crushed by free Americans and their competitive knowledge discovery. Socialist regimes and government in general also face an incentive problem. In free societies, or the private sector, each person's cell is incentivized to be as productive as possible and keep inefficiencies to a minimum, since he keeps the additional wealth or losses. On the other hand, the government employee or bureaucrat gets the same pay, ability to then consume, whether his department did a good job, produced a lot, or not, and is also not risking his own wealth since that comes from the taxpayers. The image below is another one of our most powerful means for explaining the difference between competitive private free orders, South Korea, and monopolistic government coerced orders, North Korea. Again, keep your eye on how information arises, spreads via competition and continuously restructures the social order. Hayek. The argument for liberty is not an argument against organization, which is one of the most powerful tools human reason can employ, but an argument against all exclusive, privileged, monopolistic organization, against the use of coercion to prevent others from doing better. Action requires two things: the information that guides it, and the wealth that must be consumed while to action takes place. For competitive knowledge discovery to work, wealth must remain in private, not government public hands. For example, In relatively free countries like the USA, you have the freedom of speech necessary to criticize an awful public education system, or the disastrous Iraq and Afghanistan wars, but since you are still coerced via taxation to support those ideas, the competitive knowledge discovery is inexistent because bad ideas can still get the wealth they need for execution. In his essay over legislation, Herbert Spencer beautifully comments on the differences between governmental law-made orders and private/competitive ones. How invariably officialism becomes corrupt everyone knows. Exposed to no such antiseptic as free competition not dependent for existence, as private unendowed organizations are, upon the maintenance of a vigorous vitality, all law-made agencies fall into an inert, overfed state, from which to disease is a short step. Salaries flow irrespective of the activity with which duty is performed, continue after duty wholly ceases, becomes rich prizes for the idle well-born, and prompt to perjury, to bribery, to simony. Officialism is habitually slow. When non-governmental agencies are dilatory, the public has its remedy, it ceases to employ them, and soon finds quicker ones. Under this discipline all private bodies are taught promptness. But for delays in state departments there is no such easy cure. Consider first how immediately every private enterprise is dependent upon the need for it, and how impossible it is for it to continue if there be no need. Daily are new trades and new companies established. If they subserve some existing public want, they take root and grow. If they do not, they die of inanition. It needs no act of Parliament to put them down. As with all natural organizations, if there is no function to them, no nutrient comes to them, and they dwindle away. Moreover, not only do the new agencies disappear if they are superfluous, but the old ones cease to be when they have done their work. Unlike law-made instrumentalities, these private instrumentalities dissolve when they become needless. Again, officialism is stupid. Under the natural course of things each citizen tends towards his fittest function. Those who are competent to the kind of work they undertake, succeed, and, in the average of cases, are advanced in proportion to their efficiency, while the incompetent, society soon finds out, ceases to employ, forces to try something easier, and eventually turns to use. But it is quite otherwise in state organizations. Here, as everyone knows, birth, age, backstairs intrigue, and sycophancy, determine the selections, rather than merit. The fool of the family readily finds a place in the church, if the family have good connections. A youth, too ill-educated for any active profession, does very well for an officer in the army. Grey hair or a title is a far better guarantee of naval promotion than genius is. Nay, indeed, the man of capacity often finds that, in government offices, superiority is a hindrance that his chiefs hate to be pestered with his proposed improvements, and are offended by his implied criticism. Not only, therefore, is legislative machinery complex, but it is made of inferior materials. Regulatory paralysis. With our focus on how information arises and coordinates life order, we can see that a government regulation is essentially a way of doing things, it is information. But unlike information that arises in the private competitive sector and is constantly being replaced by superior information due to economic competition, a government regulation is information that arises out of a few brains and is then forced upon the entire social order from the top down via the law and can only be changed via a painfully slow monopolistic bureaucratic apparatus made up of economically ignorant politicians, lawyers, lobbyists and special interest groups who always lack the necessary local time and place knowledge and incentives to discover what is the best way to do something. In the free private competitive sector, information moves from the bottom, individual minds, entrepreneurs, innovators, to the top, others, influencers, as it is tested, refined, preferred by the comparisons to other information by billions of minds, thus ensuring superior information spreads and is ideally adapted to each specific time and place. This is bypassed by top-down regulation and all government monopoly action, which ultimately comes at the expense of wiser private competitive action. The more the government regulates, the more it paralyzes competitive knowledge discovery. As government regulations have increased in the healthcare sector, turning it into a sort of island of paralyzed, top-down competition-less socialist central planning, so have costs. These increased costs have led the sector to grow from consuming 5% of the American economic pie in 1960 to a whopping 16% in 2006 and over 20% 2022, culminating in the Coronavirus disaster. The image below helps explain the regulatory paralysis bureaucratization of the entire medical sector, which is responsible for the skyrocketing costs. What a person must learn in order to legally offer medical advice via licensing of doctors, where he must learn it via licensing of medical schools, what chemical compounds can be legally consumed, how to test drugs, how the medical insurance industry should work, and countless other gigantic bodies of knowledge information are dictated by monopolistic competition-less bureaucracies like the American Medical Association, AMA, the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, and numerous others. By comparison, the information technology sector has very few government regulations, so competition motivates the creation and spread of superior information at breakneck speed, and is obviously transforming our world right before our eyes. Teenagers can work at Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and write the software that keeps planes in the sky or people alive via software in medical equipment, yet there is no American Association of Computer Programmers dictating what or where such knowledge can be obtained, similar to how the government via the AMA regulates, monopolizes, paralyzes the medical sector via the licensing of doctors, medical schools, insurance sector, etc. There is no government monopolistic bureaucracy ensuring the proper functioning of the software that runs PCs, smartphones, the internet, or ensuring the lack of malware or viruses in software. Freedom and competition in the software development industry is even quickly evolving culture. It is increasingly seen as uncool and backward to have a traditional degree, where one wastes thousands of dollars and time physically attending gigantic temple-like universities, inefficiently, professors instead of popular online videos you can pause, rewind, learning things that have nothing, English 101, etc., to do with being a productive software web IT professional. Thanks to this lack of monopolistic centralized decision-making regulating paralyzing, education in the software development IT world is astounding. At places like www.frecodecamp.org, thousands of people are going from zero experience to highly paid computer programmers in just a few months for free. IT companies who reach a large enough size ultimately due to the great services they provide, and therefore the useful profitable knowledge they contain, like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and many others, go about creating their own educational institutions which train and test people using their products and technologies which are solving real problems and have been shaped by years of fierce competition. There are over 2.1 million individuals worldwide who have become Microsoft certified professionals MCPs by studying for and passing exams created by Microsoft. These exams change frequently to reflect the never-ending cycle of knowledge generation that exists in this freer and less regulated sector of the economy. Economic ignorance leads many to believe that since one has to be seemingly more careful with medicine, such monopolistic regulatory oversight is somehow necessary. This is irrelevant, if it is superior knowledge that is needed, which includes figuring out how careful to be. Freedom and competition is the best way to discover it, period. Nobody knows who the greatest programmers in the world are, there is rightly no Nobel Prize for them. The nearly 30 million lines of complex computer code that make up the Linux operating system that runs most of the world's computers and is now an integral part of the social organism were created not so much by smart people, but by pure competition. If the medical sector, or better yet, the entire worldwide economy was as deregulated and thus as competitive innovative as the software IT sector, the rate of innovation and prosperity would skyrocket, and in all likelihood people who as of today have 5 to 10 years left to live might be able to beat dying of old age. Only the truly economically woke can easily accept the feasibility of this statement. In graph below one can see how the more regulated a sector is, hospital services, the more expensive consumptive it becomes. One of the numerous flaws in how the AMA goes about regulating the world of medicine is in the assumption that medical professionals have to be some of the brightest and most dedicated people around, which it attempts to achieve by making entry into medical school and training such an arduous and ultimately expensive process. But this assumption is false. What cures people, or produces any product or service in today's world, is not so much hard-working bright individuals, it is the tremendous amount of knowledge and cheap technology that the market process-coordinated world puts at our fingertips. This flaw is not specific to the AMA, it applies to our educational establishments and much of how we look at learning and the role of human intelligence. The market process and resulting worldwide division of labor and information is far, far more important than individual intelligence IQ effort. For example, Mike knows he can incorporate Tom, who has Down syndrome, into his landscaping company by having him perform simple tasks in a manner that increases the company's rate of production revenue in terms of landscaping services by an additional $4 per hour, $640 per month. Mike trades $3 per hour, $480 per month, for Tom's labor to make a $1 per hour, $160 per month, profit, and after just 10 hours of labor production and trade, Tom can produce a mind-bogglingly complex tablet by trading his $30 for it. Thus it currently takes about 10 hours of labor for a low IQ person to produce something that was impossible to create just 20 years ago. But he didn't really create the tablet. Thinks the economically ignorant. But guess what? The economically woke knows that neither did the company that manufactured it. Did such a company create the tablet's CPU? Or the memory camera touchscreen battery plastic? Or any of the machinery tools required to produce the aforementioned components? Of course not. The manufacturer, just like Tom, mostly traded and added a relatively minuscule amount of new information compared to what it already got from the social organism, and its worldwide division of labor information, that has been evolving for thousands of years. Due to massive economic ignorance, Tom's truly astounding rate of production is impossible to achieve because it is either illegal for someone to trade their labor production for a rate lower than the minimum of $12 per hour, i.e. California, or because the legal expenses related to paying someone less than the minimum make it unprofitable to do so. Minimum wage laws are regulations which essentially outlaw all production that does not occur faster than the legally mandated minimum, and hurt the least productive members of society who need wealth the most. Elderly who due to old age eventually produce at a slower rate, teenagers, etc. Government regulations, which again, are inferior competition less information which is imposed on the social order by force, not only paralyze the superior competitive knowledge discovery that would otherwise exist and enable the growth of paralyzing inefficient bureaucracies, they also allow bad ideas to be much harder to change. We only have to remind ourselves of the Catholic Church's regulation of speech thought which led to the persecution of thinkers like Galileo Galilei and thus the general retardation of scientific progress to various degrees. Bad ideas, like socialism-communism, must have intellectual persecution in order to prevent criticism or ideological competition. So once again we must highlight that freedom is not only indispensable for the competitive discovery of innovations, but also for discovering the truth. Patents. By understanding how patents do far more harm than good, we can continue to solidify our vital understanding of how information coordinates the social order. One of the reasons why we so naively fall for the erroneous idea that patents are good for society is because we greatly overestimate the importance of the individual or company making the discovery while being unaware of how it is the market process, via its various mechanisms like prices, the profit motive and competition, which plays the key role in innovation. Competing orders companies, due to the fact that they are already in business competing with each other, contain knowledge that has to be relatively similar. If one competitor has knowledge that leads to much more productivity profitability, it would drive some competitors out of business, and it would also motivate competitors to emulate the superior knowledge, thus leading to a state where once again all competitors contain more or less the same knowledge and inevitably come up with new products, improvements, innovations. Which particular mind manages to stumble upon a new innovation has more to do with chance and circumstances than anything else. Patents inevitably turn competitors, which are ultimately cooperators, as we are constantly learning from each other as we compete, into bitter rivals. Give credit to one where many, or better said, the entire social order via the market process and worldwide division of labor are involved. They slow down the market process by preventing further innovation by competitors whose ideas are based on patented ideas, because they now have to pay large sums to patent holders. They remove competitive pressure from patent holders, thus making them lazier and worth their time and money to go into the damaging business of suing patent infringers, thus retarding technological progress. And since the patent system is overseen by a monopolistic and bureaucratic government organization, it is bound to grow more inefficient and chaotic, and also prone to manipulation by the better connected. Patents, just like regulations, simply create spread paralysis in the market process. The information technology industry, although less regulated than the healthcare sector, provides a good example of how patents begin to paralyze an industry. Prior to 1981, computer programs could not be patented, and this helped spark the explosive growth of the computer software industry. As Microsoft founder Bill Gates tells us, if people had understood how patents would be granted when most of today's ideas were invented, and had taken out patents, the industry would be at a complete standstill today. I feel certain that some large company will patent some obvious thing. If we assume this company has no need of any of our patents, then they have a 17-year right to take as much of our profits as they want. The solution to this is patent exchanges with large companies and patenting as much as we can. So Gates clearly saw how patents would lead to paralysis. Unfortunately, his solution at the time was not to argue for the abolishment of patents altogether, which I don't blame him for, but to attempt to protect his company by patenting as many things as possible with which to threaten protect itself from others in this new ecosystem of warring litigating patent holders. Given the incentives, this is the strategy that works or is naturally selected. Thus we have bigger and bigger patent holders fighting it out in order to progress, while at the same time making it harder and harder for the little guy or new competitor to innovate. Without patents, the social order is constantly improving and moving the best information which can be copied freely quickly, but existing patents inadvertently disincentivize this more ideal outcome and cause research wealth to be diverted for the discovery of non-patented inferior information. For example, a whopping 77% of new drugs approved by the FDA are not new in the sense that they make some significant improvement compared to an existing drug. They are what are referred to as Me Too drugs. These Me Too drugs are usually inferior to drugs already on the market to treat the same condition. They simply allow competing drug manufacturers to enter the market to treat a condition where other companies might be making huge profits due to their patents' monopolistic position. Innovating is a lot easier than people think. As previously mentioned, as prices or costs of production go down, that which was prohibitively expensive becomes possible, which in turn makes other things possible, and so on. The world is vastly more innovative today than it was 100 years ago, not because we got any smarter, because obviously our biology has not changed, but because the market process has made it easier to innovate. Some innovations revolutionize entire fields and make it easy for further innovations to come about. For example, how much easier was it for scientists to make biology-related innovations once the electron microscope took magnification from about 2,000 times to over 2 million? How much easier was it to invent all sorts of gadgets once electricity came about, or computers, or the internet? The market process and continuously evolving worldwide division of labor can be seen as a sort of ever-growing ladder taking humanity up an infinitely high tree whose fruits are innovations. For the most part, all we have to do is easily pick them off the branches when the ladder gets us there. Very expensive endeavors that only seem profitable if granted patents can be seen as attempts to grab a fruit innovation that is currently too high up in the tree, and we are better off just waiting for the normal technological progress to get us there by cheapening all related research, etc. Instead of damaging the workings of the system ladder in an attempt to make gains that really leave us worse off due to the damage made to the ladder system by patents. The damaging pro-patent ideology is also adding to tensions between patent-enforcing nations and developing nations who are being coerced or erroneously persuaded to implement patents while also being sort of accused of stealing our ideas without proper compensation. This is rooted in the same fallacy of attributing innovation to those making the innovation as opposed to the market process. So-called developed areas like North America, Europe, and Japan became developed because the market process managed to work well enough in those areas as to incentivize and coordinate minds in a way that so much knowledge was created, and this was done, in spite of patents, not because of them. Old people, being more likely to be found with cancers, does not mean that having cancers leads to old age. It means that natural selection has built us in a way that we can continue to live for a while in spite of the cancers. Too much government, just like too much cancer, eventually destroys the superstructure. The market process ability to organize the social order in ways that lead to what we would call progress is amazing. A little freedom goes a long way. Technological progress in the 20th century has been great, in spite of cancerous government bureaucracies, wars, patents and other misguided government regulatory frameworks which we believe to be the creators or managers of social order while they are in fact its retardants or destroyers to significant degrees. Think about how truly unfair the following is. The Chinese had the misfortune of having much of their 20th century destroyed by war and a truly communist economy which led to the deaths of tens of millions while the market process used millions of brains in the US to discover new ideas, and now that the Chinese increase their freedom and begin to have their social order be coordinated by the market process, they have to pay royalties to the West. This seems pretty unfair to me. Developing nations like India and China should not feel like they are stealing ideas from the more developed nations, and likewise the United States should not be souring economic relations based on patent infringement, which you can be sure is a significant part of the economic saber-rattling that the economically clueless tribalistic Trump administration is doing. Savings, interest rates, business cycles, and recuperating coronavirus job losses. Finance, banking and interest rates are other vital aspects of the market process. Besides the more obvious function of safeguarding savings and pooling the savings of many people to allow the execution of bigger projects which would have been impossible if entrepreneurs were limited to the few savings wealth of friends and family, banking, finance and more specifically the phenomenon of interest rates also play a nearly miraculous role. For example, assuming interest rates are at around 8 to 10%, some people, those who have no desire to start a business or have inferior business ideas they expect will have a return on investment, ROI, lower than 8%, will be motivated to lend their money to banks to earn 8% interest, and by doing so they refrain from consumption spending, thus increasing the amount of wealth savings available to the future borrowers. The banks are a place where such saved money can be combined, easily accessed and loaned out in different quantities to nourish ideas, businesses, restructurings of different sizes. Banks charge borrowers a higher interest than what they pay to savers lenders and profit the difference. For example, they lend $1 million to John who uses the money to pay for his business consumption as it produces, as sales revenue, $1,300,000 worth of stuff, thus growing the economic pie by 30%. He pays back loan with the 10% interest, $1.1 million, and keeps the $200,000. The bank pays the savers 8%, $80,000, and keeps the percent too, $20,000, with which to pay for nourish its own consumption. Something amazing is going on here. Interest rates motivate the accumulation of wealth and movement of money from minds CPUs that have inferior ideas that can grow the economic pie slowly, 0 to 8% rate, to minds that have superior ideas and can grow the economy faster, greater than 10%, thus giving a tremendous sort of computational boost to society. To the economically ignorant, banks financier money lenders, making a living by charging interest without seemingly having to sweat seems immoral and unethical, but the economically woke can see how they play a vital role in pairing savings with the best ideas, and the interest rate is like a barometer that helps decide whether a mind should do the saving or borrowing. The savings wealth of the rich, like all wealth in the private sector, is eventually spent on the private sector sustaining efficient private sector's jobs that will tend to grow the economic pie by at least the prevailing interest rate. Taxing such wealth savings from the rich just destroys those jobs orders and leads to relatively unproductive government consumption. If you take away the wealth that the rich spend on creating yachts and big homes, you have destroyed the jobs livelihoods of the yacht and big home builders. It is important to realize that, as the great economist Henry Hazlitt writes in his classic Economics in One Lesson, saving, in short, in the modern world, is only another form of spending. The usual difference is that the money is turned over to someone else to spend on means to increase production. And that this increase in production has to be at least large enough to pay back the loan with interest. The economically ignorant masses are unaware of the fact that thanks to the finance banking sector, the savings of the much vilified rich is the very wealth that private sector workers consume while they go about increasing production by an amount greater than the current interest rate. Taxing the rich just removes this wealth and the private sector jobs it would otherwise sustain and gives it to government where it is inefficiently consumed while producing little in comparison, leading to massive relative losses. A society that saves little is sort of stuck in the same cycle of production and consumption and is unable to nourish a new business idea restructuring for the time it might take before it produces wealth. Where would our 10,000 airplane factory builders get the wealth to nourish their consumption for the 2 years it would take them to even begin making new planes if others had not saved it? How long would it take for such savings wealth to exist if savings grow very slowly? On the other hand, a society that saves a lot is constantly making wealth available for superior ideas, businesses, restructurings, and thus growing and advancing technologically much faster. The more people save, the more money banks will have to lend out and the lower the interest rate will be as banks compete with each other by offering a lower interest rate to low borrowers. This also means that there is more real wealth available to sustain more ideas, businesses, the real wealth that savers did not consume when they gave their money to banks. If interest rates are at 10%, it does not make sense to borrow consume to nourish an idea restructuring that will have a return on investment of less than 10%, but if they go down to 3%, then it does make sense for additional entrepreneurs to borrow and nourish ideas that will yield 10% ROI to profit the 7% difference. Now, very important. What happens if interest rates are lowered, not because more saved unconsumed wealth is available, but because central banks increased the money supply, bank credit, to artificially lower interest rates from the natural rate of 10% to the artificial rate of 3%? What happens is that additional projects, ideas which would not have been attempted before will now be attempted even though the needed wealth to sustain them to completion will not exist, eventually leading to a sort of bust bankruptcies, and partly finished projects which squandered wealth. Mises has a masterful analogy that goes as follows. At any moment in time given a certain real natural rate, again, we assume 10%, there exists enough wealth in terms of bricks wealth needed to create 100 buildings projects. If people have really saved more to bring down the interest rate from 10% to 3%, there are now more bricks wealth and 120 buildings projects can be completed. But if the interest rate has gone down to 3%, not because there really are more bricks wealth savings, but because more money has been created, the bases and some scaffolding for 120 buildings is attempted, but eventually, due to the fact that there are now more businessmen with more newly created money which was used to lower the interest rate competing for the same amount of bricks wealth, the price of bricks, factors of production like labor, land, energy, materials, goes up more than would have otherwise been the case, which eventually causes many entrepreneurs to face the unavoidable fact that there did not exist enough wealth bricks at the right prices to complete their projects in a profitable way. Therefore a sort of bust, chaos and loss of wealth will eventually happen as inevitable bankruptcies occur. Partly finished buildings that are inhabitable are obviously massive losses, and even though eventually perhaps 70 buildings are completed, the wealth bricks that could have completed an extra 30 was consumed used to create 50 unfinished ones. Mises summarizes. Credit expansion cannot increase the supply of real goods. It merely brings about a rearrangement. It diverts capital investment away from the course prescribed by the state of economic wealth and market conditions. It causes production to pursue paths which it would not follow unless the economy were to acquire an increase in material goods. As a result, the upswing lacks a solid base. It is not real prosperity. It is illusory prosperity. It did not develop from an increase in economic wealth. Rather, it arose because the credit expansion created the illusion of such an increase. Sooner or later it must become apparent that this economic situation is built on sand. The sort of bust chaos will occur in one of two ways depending on how the central banks act. If the myth error that creating liquidity money is beneficial persists as the government via the central banks attempts to bail out more and more industries, businesses, people, either by sending money to people directly or adding it to banks to keep interest rates low and thus continuing the illusion that there is enough saved wealth bricks, then the hopefully obvious result is hyperinflation and an intensifying unproductive chaos as money's vital coordination of profit-loss economic calculation breaks down, leading to more consumption than production, riots, famine, who knows. Eventually people will switch to a foreign currency or something else for money. The better scenario is that the central banks stop the money creation. Remember, the creation of money just transfers wealth from society at large to the entities receiving the money. It is just a transfer of wealth. Unfortunately, the wealth is being transferred to orders, governments, businesses that are misaligned, ultimately consuming more than producing, thus continuously shrinking parts of the economic pie, so you have less wealth and more money and the obvious relative higher prices. Stopping the money creation inflation will do several beneficial things. 1. It will allow wealth to remain in the control of the brains that created it in the first place and thus contain superior profitable information, in other words, the information needed to order society in a manner that creates more wealth than it consumes, which is precisely what is needed. When the government creates money and gives it to some entity, like when it sends a check to someone who lost his job due to coronavirus lockdowns who will simply trade the money for wealth to consume, this obviously just reduces the economic pie while adding additional money, leading to relatively higher prices so everyone else will consume less, and also incentivizes the person to not even work, produce. If the money is given to some inherently inefficient government bureaucracy, we again have consumption by its employees with little wealth added in return, thus continuing the relative shrinking of the economic pie and higher prices. If it is given to a private sector company, it will most likely be a misaligned, unprofitable order company, which will once again lead to a relative shrinking of the economy, although not as severe or quickly as the first two scenarios. 2. Stopping money creation inflation will also cause interest rates to rise to whatever level truly coordinates the level of savings and investment possible. Initially and temporarily this will be very high, which is great. Those projects, businesses for which there weren't enough bricks wealth to complete in a truly profitable manner and were fooled into trying by borrowing at low interest rates, will no longer be able to do so and finally go bankrupt, and their factors of production like existing buildings and labor will be sold, lay off, and their prices will come down enough to the point where entrepreneurs will once again be able to incorporate them into truly profitable plans, orders, thus realigning the social structure of production in the best possible way. If 120 buildings projects are mistakenly being attempted, you want those that can't possibly be finished to fail as soon as possible so they stop consuming the wealth bricks that can go to profitable plans/buildings. 3. The temporary high interest rates will also motivate people to save and thus consume less so they can earn the higher interest rates, which will provide the necessary real wealth savings to sustain further economic growth and also quickly bring down interest rates to more normal levels. Again, the information needed to organize labor society can only be discovered and acted upon by free people, entrepreneurs who are at the right time and place and have the ideal incentives. Taxes, or creating money, which is just another way to transfer wealth or tax, simply removes wealth from the private sector where it is part of profitable orders which grow the economic pie on average at a rate greater than the prevailing interest rate, and gives the wealth to government which for the most part just consumes it, adding little productivity in return, leading to horrendous relative losses of prosperity progress. No matter how chaotic it might seem due to the potential number of bankruptcies, the quicker we allow them to occur and prices to fall, the quicker will entrepreneurs people discover how to once again order labor and existing factors of production in profitable and thus truly pie-increasing ways. This applies just as much to a recovery from a central banking inflation-created business cycle, as it does to quickly figuring out how to reorder millions of people who are out of work due to coronavirus hype and related government lockdowns. Right now I could easily hire 50 people in my building for $1 an hour and rent them out to give massages, do laundry, deliveries, etc. However, competition from other entrepreneurs' brains, CPUs themselves who have superior information, would pay them more and thus lure them away from my inferior order, so that very quickly everyone would be incorporated in the most profitable plans the millions of competing brains can come up with. It is of course vitally important that minimum wage laws are abolished so we allow all profitable ideas restructurings to occur. The coronavirus lockdowns have led to more consumption than production, thus obviously shrinking the economic pie. The less seed a farmer has to plant for the next crop, the smaller the crop will be. Since there exists less wealth, the wealth that can be traded for people's labor will be smaller, and therefore people should expect lower wages. Most of the 35+ million people who have lost their jobs would probably be able to work in the same companies as before if they are wise enough to accept correspondingly lower pay. Most of us have been made poorer. We will have less wealth to trade for meals at restaurants, which means less wealth revenue for restaurants and correspondingly smaller wages if they are to remain in business profitable. Since many businesses, especially restaurants, already pay minimum or close to minimum wages, many will not be allowed to lower wages and have to stop producing altogether. When a business like an airline goes bankrupt and ownership assets are now in the hands of creditors, what usually happens is that the creditors are motivated to sell the business to a competitor who is likely to have the best ideas, information, leading to profitable use of resources, labor, and will thus typically be the highest bidder for the old airline business. That's all. Financiers, investors take losses, and often employees also see their wages reduced as part of a now profitable company order. Economic education is obviously the most important thing needed to allow the necessary freedom for this to happen. Hayek summarizes the cure. And, if we pass from the moment of actual crisis to the situation in the following depression, it is still more difficult to see what lasting good effects can come from credit expansion. The thing which is needed to secure healthy conditions is the most speedy and complete adaptation possible of the structure of production, determined by voluntary saving and spending. If the proportion as determined by the voluntary decisions of individuals is distorted by the creation of artificial demand, it must mean that part of the available resources is again led into a wrong direction, and a definite and lasting adjustment is again postponed. And, even if the absorption of the unemployed resources were to be quickened this way, it would only mean that the seed would already be sown for new disturbances and new crises. The only way permanently to mobilize all available resources is, therefore, not to use artificial stimulants, whether during a crisis or thereafter, but to leave it to time to effect a permanent cure by the slow process of adapting the structure of production to the means available for capital purposes. You can't print savings wealth. The Errors of Keynes, Krugman and the Mainstream. It should be easy to see that you can't print savings, at least not the real wealth savings that the real world needs, yet to John Maynard Keynes, arguably the most famous mainstream economist, such money-only savings are just as genuine as any other savings. Let's look at another absurd statement from Keynes which further reflects the utter ignorance of the vital role savings play in the economy. Whenever you save 5 shillings, you put a man out of work for a day. You're saving that 5 shillings adds to unemployment to the extent of 1 man for 1 day, and so in proportion. On the other hand, whenever you buy goods you increase employment, for if you buy goods, someone will have to make them. And if you do not buy goods, the shops will not clear their stocks, they will not give repeat orders, and someone will be thrown out of work. Therefore, O patriotic housewives, sally out tomorrow early into the streets and go to the wonderful sales which are everywhere advertised. You will do yourselves good, and have the added joy that you are increasing employment, adding to the wealth of the country because you are setting on foot useful activities. Surely all this is the most obvious common sense. For take the extreme case. Suppose we were to stop spending our incomes altogether, and were to save the lot. Why, everyone would be out of work. And before long we should have no incomes to spend. Wow! First of all, when most people save their money they invest it, which for the general case here we'll just assume that it is loaned out at interest. The money still gets spent by the borrowers, as Hazlitt already reminded us. With respect to his extreme case where people save all their income and don't spend, why bring up such a foolish scenario that would never be in anyone's best interest to attempt? Who does not want to trade spend for the food, gasoline, wealth they need to survive? Keynes, like most of his adherents, and the public at large sadly, is also utterly ignorant of the vital fact that economic activity must be coordinated in a way that produces more than it consumes, otherwise it is obviously shrinking the economic pie. Yet this coordination requires precise knowledge and is something only millions of free individuals and businessmen can achieve by using profit-loss calculation at the individual, household, and corporate level. Unaware of this, Keynes disastrously encourages the purposeful destruction of wealth just so people are put to work rebuilding it, even though the effects of this are a massive shrinking of the economic pie. He writes, "Activity of one kind or another is the only possible means of making the wheels of economic progress and of the production of wealth go round again. Why not pull down the whole of South London from Westminster to Greenwich, and make a good job of it? Would that employ men? Why, of course it would. One should not be fooled by fancy money-related terms or mathematical equations. Complex-looking mathematical equations models econometrics are just as inappropriate for making sense of the socio-economic order as they are for making sense of how trillions of cells and bacteria coordinate the biological one." As Mises writes, "As a method of economic analysis, econometrics is a childish play with figures that does not contribute anything to the elucidation of the problems of economic reality. If you just keep your eye on the cycle of wealth production and consumption, most economic fallacies can easily be avoided. The housing that comprises the south of London exists, it is then destroyed, thus a huge loss in wealth has occurred. Then a massive amount of existing wealth has to be consumed in terms of food, energy, materials, etc. to sustain many men who produce new buildings. The net result is the loss of existing housing, and the wealth needed in exchange for new buildings. Had the housing not been destroyed, Londoners would have still had them plus new housing or whatever else the men would have produced as they consumed the same amount of existing wealth as before. So the erroneous belief that real savings wealth can be printed to then stimulate the economy, i.e. activity of one kind or another, even if you have zero regard for whether the people are ordered in a way that produces more than it consumes, provide the 1-2 punch of fallacies that keep the mainstream slightly smarter apes making the same errors over and over, culminating in the most horrific economic fallacy that could possibly exist, that war is good for the economy and its corollary. That World War II is what got the USA out of the Great Depression of the 1930s. Consider the following absurdity by 2008 Nobel laureate in economics Paul Krugman. Think about World War II, it brought us out of the Great Depression. If we discovered that, space aliens were planning to attack and we needed a massive build-up to counter the space alien threat, this slump would be over in 18 months. How can getting millions of people to consume wear down existing wealth to produce weapons which are then used to destroy fellow human beings and their property be anything other than an obvious reduction in life-wealth order? Krugman's statement is the perfect example of what Mises once told students. Don't be afraid to speak up. Remember, whatever you say about the subject and however wrong it might be, the same thing has already been said by some eminent economist. Unbeknownst to most, today we find ourselves in a situation far, far, far more dangerous than that which led to World War I. The world is littered with nuclear weapons controlled by tribalistic ideologues apes, who know nothing about human nature, history, or economics. Numerous economic fallacies in their worldviews inevitably take mankind towards economic warfare via tariffs, sanctions, escalations, alliances, increasing polarization and rate at which sparks ignite, until the statistical certainty that another all-out disaster occurs, and the USA is accelerating this process tremendously with nearly weekly sparks in its dealings with Russia, China, Turkey, Syria, Iran, North Korea, etc. every year. Well over $1.2 trillion worth of civilian wealth in terms of homes, cars, energy, medicines, etc., an amount similar to the entire productive output of Mexico, which has the world's 15th largest economy, is consumed by the millions of people employed by the United States national security bureaucracy military, and its associated contractors as they produce push-ups, military drills, nukes and other weapons of destruction. In 2015, for every dollar spent in research and development by the world's 10 biggest R&D spending corporations, companies that harmoniously integrate and nourish some of the most hardworking and talented people from nearly every corner faith ethnicity of the world, companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Volkswagen and 6 others, the United States national security military bureaucracy consumed $109 billion compared to over $1 trillion. In all likelihood, yearly U.S. military-related spending consumption is comparable to what the entire planet spends on research and development. Militaries, being massive government monopolies which are also protected by flag-waving tribalism patriotism, take wasteful inefficiency to unprecedented levels, leading to $1,280 cups, $999 pliers, and $640 toilet seats. The meme below is another powerful reminder of the economic ignorance that is destroying the American economy. As a young man in Saudi Arabia, Osama bin Laden studied economics and business administration at King Abdulaziz University, and his understanding of economics became his main weapon. By motivating his enemies Russia and USA to increase military spending consumption, he caused them to sort of destroy themselves from within, making Paul Krugman bin Laden's best soldier. He tells us his strategy. We, alongside the Mujahedin, led Russia for 10 years until it went bankrupt and was forced to withdraw in defeat. We are continuing this policy in bleeding America to the point of bankruptcy. Allah willing, and nothing is too great for Allah. All that we have to do is to send 2 Mujahedin to the furthest point east to raise a piece of cloth on which is written Al-Qaeda, in order to make generals race there to cause America to suffer human, economic and political losses without their achieving anything of note other than some benefits for their private corporations. Every dollar of Al-Qaeda defeated $1 million, by the permission of Allah, besides the loss of a huge number of jobs. As for the economic deficit, it has reached record astronomical numbers, estimated to total more than $1 trillion. And it all shows that the real loser is you, it is the American people and their economy. Mankind is already fortunate to have made it this far without a nuclear war. For example, during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, had it not been for Russian submarine commander Vasily Alexandrovich Arkhipov's sole dissenting vote in a decision to launch a nuclear strike against the USA, mankind might have already suffered a nuclear holocaust. The benefits of immigration. The free migration of people allows them to quickly become parts of and expand the most productive orders, thus vastly increasing production. A person in Africa is stuck in an unproductive order which lacks good laws, respect for private property, of course, roads, advanced tools, factories, large groups of already highly educated and productive minds order, so his production might be $5 per day. By just moving to a more advanced productive country area like the USA, even without knowing English, he can do many jobs managed aided by a bilingual English speaker when necessary, and easily increase his rate of production to say $7 an hour or $1.56 day, an 11-fold increase in his rate of production, benefiting his life tremendously and that of existing American world producers because they now have additional customers that can actually afford their products instead of poor Africans that can't. In countries like China, every day thousands of relatively unproductive farmers who are producing wealth at a rate of say $10 a day are moving to cities to join work with used factories which might triple their rate of production to say $30 a day. Similarly, one of the reasons why the USA has been far more productive than the similarly sized Europe is because people have had the freedom to easily move to the areas companies that are more productive, and there have been no internal tariffs and other impediments to free trade and thus competitive knowledge discovery within a large area and population. When countries allow foreign investment, they make it profitable for wealth to be shipped to poor countries to create the tools factories order that can increase the productivity of workers. But it is even better when the workers have the freedom to quickly move to and incorporate themselves with the already existing more productive order. Cultural evolution. Having discussed several aspects of the market process like economic competition and interest rates, as well as how private property inadvertently leads to its emergence and civilization, we can now discuss how processes of selective evolution evolved the market process social organism without conscious human planning or design. In other words, how vicious tribal slightly smarter apes had their culture ideologies software changed from their instinctual law of the jungle, which they have been practicing for millions of years, to civilized commerce, tolerance, and at its very core, respect for private property. We discuss the process that tamed civilized us, a process that was the result of our actions, but not of our conscious planning, similar to how cells inadvertently created the respiratory, circulatory, nervous, etc. systems that made up multicellular organisms. As Carl Menger asks, how can it be that institutions that serve the common welfare and are extremely significant for its development come into being without a common will directed towards establishing them? Hayek answered this monumentally important question via an evolutionary competitive process that goes more or less as follows. If we envision mankind about 100,000 years ago, we would see a sort of petri dish of competing cultures, languages, concepts, rules, laws that are being naturally selected based on their ability to grow the groups that contain them relative to other groups. Customs, concepts, rules, etc. that inadvertently cause their respective social orders to grow, whether it be via conquest, successful defense, migration into, imitation, etc., will expand their order and the very customs, concepts, rules, ideologies, etc. which help them thrive. Every rule law has an effect in the productivity, growth, survival of a social order. Given that a society tribe is likely to have dozens of such rules, it is impossible to know the exact impact of any one of them when considering the overall competitiveness of a society order. For simplicity's sake, let us focus on just one rule: what is the optimal punishment for theft? In the tribal past, a stereotypical tribe might believe in some animal spirit god. The very existence discussion of the concept among members of the tribe, coupled with inevitable dreams which would make such concepts seem real and shared among the tribe, would be enough to greatly solidify such mythology religion. The shaman sacrifices the virgin and it happened to rain the next day, thus making the science certain settled. If the rains didn't come, perhaps she had to be sacrificed facing another direction. Again, what matters is how certain ideas make enough sense to create the echo chamber that leads to them being carried out and propagated. Let's assume that in culture tribe A, when a man steals he is killed, which might deter many thefts but decreases the number of people in the group and all the productivity that this person might contribute in the future. In tribe B they cut off a hand, and in tribe C 10 lashes. Let's assume that tribe A's custom rule of killing the thief actually proved to lead to a fitter social order. Perhaps it turns out that cutting off the hand led to an unproductive person that became a big drain on rest of tribe and a weak useless fighter when it came to offense defense, so it was better if he was dead, and that lashes proved to not be enough of a deterrent which led to many thefts and retaliatory violence which turned out to be more costly than losing a member of the tribe. For simplicity's sake, let us assume that this was by far the most important custom rule affecting the growth fitness of the social order, and that because of this, Tribe culture A eventually displaced the others so that its kill thieves rule custom survived while the other punishments disappeared. The kill thieves rule is the result of human action, yet not the result of conscious human planning or design with the reasoned or conscious goal of having a more competitive fit social order. The real designing of this rule or cultural element was made, not by innate instinct or human reason, but by natural selection, competition, group selection, cultural evolution. This concept of cultural evolution, group selection, allowed Hayek to identify a sort of third-dimension source mechanism for discovering spreading knowledge which was neither instinctual, tied to our genetics biology, nor the result of our conscious reason. As Hayek liked to refer to it, it was a mechanism for creating spreading information which laid between instinct and reason and is the largely unknown understood source of knowledge that played the vital role in the evolution of the market process, and those related social institutions. Consider the following example: omnipresence. The ability to be everywhere at all times is another concept that would provide a great benefit to religions that used it to describe their God. Without God's omnipresence you could get away with breaking the rules that give society order and only have to face the consequences brought upon by fellow men. But if God is everywhere, watching your every move, you will be much more likely to follow those rules that give your society a productive social order. A similar case can be made for the concepts of sin and evil. Did clever men conspire to create our religions to control us? Of course not. Like the market process, they too are indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. It could be said that an omnipresent God is one of those culturally evolved, designed concepts that is far more important than anything our reason has ever invented, as Hayek writes. We may owe to these religions the preservation, admittedly for false reasons, of practices that were more important in enabling man to survive in large numbers than most of what has been accomplished through reason. These concepts' rules help enforce constraints on what for brevity's sake we'll refer to as our evolved, tribalistic small group, primate-like nature instincts, law of the jungle, which for millions of years were shaped by things like violence, cannibalism, rape, what today would be considered pedophilia, tribal warfare and other practices which are now generally seen as abhorrent and whose relatively recent suppression via culture, religion, law enabled the emergence of the social organism civilization. Growing up is about programming, molding our flexible brains into learning all of these rules and thus rewiring them to be as happy as possible, even though many of these restrictions go counter to our uncivilized instincts. We have tentacle porn. QED. Obviously the molding brainwashing fails quite often when we engage in rape, torture, militarism, war, sin and more. One can easily speculate about how the simplicity and pro-private property character of Judaism's 10 Commandments, thou shalt not steal, murder, commit adultery, covet neighbors, and monotheism helped it be more viral and thus be naturally selected over other beliefs, religions that might have been more complex, confusing, contradictory and also be less respectful of private property, thus inadvertently foregoing the emergence of the market process and corresponding social organism civilization. Due to numerous evolutionary pressures involved, megafauna extinction etc., agricultural grain-bread-based society, although inferior and suddenly out of sync with our evolved big-game hunter carnivorous biology in terms of nutrition at the individual level, was more conducive to trade, the resulting division of labor, information competition, and thus a large, more productive, powerful social order at the group level. Nomadic tribes can't carry around large buildings, granaries, increasingly complex tools, weapons etc. Instead of sharing things which was vital for tribal communist intuitive existence, privatization became more important, productive. The privatization of land, resources, others, slavery, women, children and accompanying enforcing myths, taboos, religions began to be naturally selected for. Our very concept of the self became more individualistic and less tied to a tribal communal identity. We went from animalistic promiscuity, gangbangs, women can have multiple orgasms and enjoy sex for longer uninterrupted periods than men due to sex with multiple males for millions of years, to a stricter and more privatized family structure with the necessary taboos, myths, software needed to enforce them. You shall eat bread. Genesis 3:19, 10 Commandments. Pre-agricultural man didn't even have a word or linguistic construct for a biological father. This cultural concept language arose due to the natural selection of agricultural and pastoral societies which benefited from such privatization, over the tribalistic hunter-gatherer communist groups that didn't. Egyptian civilization, although populated by relatively malnourished agrarian people, had an advanced division of labor commerce, could feed-equip large armies and thus ultimately became one of modernity's cultural great-grandparents. Rules relating to sex are crucial given the biological importance and potential turmoil relating to it. For example, at some point we developed strong taboos punishments for sex with animals. For example, the Hebrew Bible mentions, "Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death." Exodus 22:18. "And thou shalt not lie with any beast, to defile thyself therewith, neither shall any woman stand before a beast, to lie down thereto, it is perversion." Leviticus 18:23. For the Hittites we have, "If a man has sexual relations with a cow, it is an unpermitted sexual pairing, he will be put to death." However, if a man has sexual relations with either a horse or a mule, it is not an offense. Some form of marriage custom has evolved to help deal with sexual issues, and currently the one-man one-woman rule has been the winning selected strategy for most cultures, but it is impossible to predict that this arrangement is the best thing for mankind going forward. We certainly know that biologically we are polyamorous and much more like our primate cousins the chimpanzees and bonobos. Fake boobs, genetic engineering coming down the line, birth control, women's freedom, and who knows what else the future holds makes predicting what might emerge impossible. Thanks to the large amounts of wealth, safety, and tolerance that our modern societies now provide, even a single mother can easily provide for her children, helping reach a new level of individualism that can make breaking away from the traditional family structure possible. Not that we are encouraging this. Preferably it is the freedom of each person to evaluate what is in his/her best interest while taking into account the freedom of others that guides this evolution from the bottom up instead of various coercive controlling schemes the economically ignorant masses and their politicians increasingly fall for. Our ever-changing societies will lead to changes whose repercussions we will never be able to fully predict, as Hayek wrote. Man is not and never will be the master of his fate. His very reason always progresses by leading him into the unknown and unforeseen, where he learns new things. Morals have a lot to do with enforcing the sort of equality that leads to a stable social order. Traditional morals shun showing off and laying praise on qualities that cannot be shared or possessed by everyone. According to traditional morals, if you have beautiful daughters, you don't raise them to take advantage of their looks. On the contrary, it is considered virtuous to forego those advantages that most cannot have. Daddy's little princess is groomed to be more virtuous. Her beauty is like an extra special gift that should go to a man that has done great things for society, to the doctor, the respected member of the community, etc., and definitely not get knocked up by the local playboy who doesn't have a job but uses his charm and good looks, something that does not add value to society and might not be possessed by others, giving him an unfair advantage. By doing this sort of thing we create an environment that helps mold us into liking things that everyone can achieve and encourage productivity while disliking things that are not conducive to everyone's happiness and leads to potentially unproductive habits. If we put too much emphasis on looks, then there will be a small number of more beautiful people who set a standard for what is preferred that most cannot achieve, and given the way our minds work, how they are constantly making associations between traits, mannerisms, etc., and what is considered best, an increasing number of people fall into the pattern where they will be unhappy because they cannot associate themselves with that which the trendsetters are creating. This is the kind of thing that makes some fear genetic engineering and the legalization of steroids, prostitution, etc. We fear that suddenly many people will want to look a lot better, or some particular look becomes the ideal, and the rest of us will either have to go along or have our kids grow up in an environment where they are relatively uglier and less associated with those characteristics that are considered attractive, successful. Any setting where we are associated with qualities that are not as good as those of others naturally make us feel a little uncomfortable, especially if everyone around us considers those qualities to be important. We tend to measure our success relative to others, and for obvious reasons we tend to avoid such situations. A modern example of this is the online social sites like Facebook, where a sort of subconscious popularity contest seems to drive much of what goes on. We just want to be associated with that which is considered fun and cool or praised by our culture. As we age, we have even less incentive to show off our looks and have a culture that places so much emphasis on looks, etc., so older folks play a noticeable role in creating a cultural ambience that also shuns such inequalities. We also praise hard work, self-reliance, and professional achievement. These are things that everyone can achieve and lead to a more productive society. Religion greatly helps here as well. We are all equal under the eyes of God, at least the large Islam Christianity, so that too helps us associate great qualities that are held by everyone. We teach our children to try to put themselves in other people's shoes. This way we can perhaps feel some of the pain our actions might have on others, and hopefully this exercise will once again motivate us to act, live, and praise those things that everyone can excel at and have good consequences for society. These traditional morals, which are pretty universal and shared by grandparents of Americans, Chinese, Arabs, etc., have worked pretty well. For most of our evolution, life was not about how cool your partner was. You just looked forward to having one and having enough wealth, so that your children were well fed. People who deviated from these morals were quickly shunned and seen as selfish or sinners, etc. They can or will change, but what really matters is whether they lead to a competitive order that produces more than it consumes. Some people mistakenly believe that if certain traditions or social norms break down, society will suffer greatly, but this will likely not be the case if people understand basic economics. Theoretically and in all likelihood we can go back to having sex with animals and other practices today most consider barbaric. What we can't do is abandon, forget, abolish private property and resulting economic freedom. The above can help us understand some of the roots of the modern political left Darwinian scientists' irreligious versus right, religious tradition, divide. For example, to various degrees the left tolerates, encourages the human animal in his natural, intuitive, animalistic state, and thus attacks the culturally evolved gender roles, as the increasingly influential LGBT movement shows, increasingly allows sexual activity by youth at whatever age may arise naturally, and is far more tolerant of things like prostitution. While the right finds such things as sick or malicious perversions and injurious to society. This also helps us understand how the left-right mindsets or identities see the so-called Jeffrey Epstein scandal, where many famous people like Bill Gates and Bill Clinton took many flights to the property where Epstein organized sexual relations between young women and visitors. Today's intellectual and political leaders are not religious and tend to be Darwinians and see little wrong with having sex with 13-year-olds, as was the case just a few centuries ago and even more so 50,000 years ago. So little effort to apply the law exists, especially when so many of today's leading figures seem to have participated. This also helps us understand the Balenciaga clothing brand scandal, where ads by the brand implying a certain potential tolerance of sexual acts by minors created a storm of controversy. Again, an increasingly Darwinian mindset by an increasing number of thought policy intellectual leaders is moving in this direction, causing a cultural war, especially as each group uses government force to coerce each other with its views. Our cultural brainwashing also had to tame the feeling of envy and jealousy, which obviously plays such an ardent factor in fueling the economically ignorant anti-capitalist mentality. Hayek writes, "Envy and ignorance lead people to regard possessing more than one needs for current consumption as a matter for censure rather than merit. Yet the idea that such capital must be accumulated at the expense of others is a throwback to economic views that, however obvious they may seem to some, are actually groundless, and make an accurate understanding of economic development impossible. Just like natural selection modified solitary cells to have tumor-suppressing genes to control rapid cell division proliferation, cancer, in order to cooperate in a multicellular organism, so has cultural evolution likewise molded Homo sapiens to suppress these uncivilized animalistic barbaric tendencies, resulting in a far more prosperous order. As Hayek tells us, man has been civilized very much against his wishes. It was the price he had to pay for being able to raise a larger number of children. We especially dislike the economic disciplines. The indispensable rules of the free society require from us much that is unpleasant, such as suffering competition from others, seeing others being richer than ourselves, etc., etc. Constraints on the practices of the small group, it must be emphasized and repeated, are hated. For as we shall see, the individual following them, even though he depend on them for life, does not and usually cannot understand how they function or how they benefit him. Disliking these constraints so much, we hardly can be said to have selected them, rather, these constraints selected us, they enabled us to survive. Early cultural evolution, names, self, identity, language, and reason. How did we begin naming people which would bring a tremendous advantage for group cooperation? Associating ideas language with the concept of the self. And linking the self with group religious tribal identities, which was vital for group tribal cohesion in war, conquest, defense, survival. The farther back in time we go, the more ethnocentric tribalistic our ideologies' identities were. A tribe group that didn't have such strong as versus the mentality would be outcompeted in war, offense, defense, and be naturally selected out of existence. Thus what remained existed in our tribal past was strong ethnocentrism. These vital early cultural concepts software are neither in our genes, and also do not prove to be the result of an intention aimed at this purpose, i.e., the result of an agreement of members of society, Menger. They were designed refined by competition between groups. Most slightly smarter apes still place great emphasis on their identity as Jews, Christians, Muslims, etc., sometimes leading to understandable yet disastrous results, as will be discussed later. Obviously it only takes a few seconds to come to the realization that whatever identity religion one identifies with is purely based on luck, circumstance, and having grown up among fellow slightly smarter apes that raise us identifying as such. What about human reason? It too has far more to do with cultural evolution than most realize. Imagine the following cruel scenario. A baby is taken from his mother at birth and raised by plain-looking mechanical arms. No human being looks at him in the eyes, implying that there is a self behind them. He never sees his own reflection, is never spoken to, and thus never picks up a language which is crucial for thinking. For example, Mises writes, "Thought is bound up with speech. The thinker's conceptual edifice is built on the elements of language. The human mind works only in language. It is by the word that it first breaks through from the obscurity of uncertainty and the vagueness of instinct to such clarity as it can ever hope to attain. Thinking, and that which is thought, cannot be detached from the language to which they owe their origin." How would this unfortunate person think as an adult, regardless of how powerful the brain and what it gets purely from genetics? Hayek writes, "It may well be asked whether an individual who did not have the opportunity to tap such cultural tradition could be said even to have a mind." Hazlitt tells us, referring to man in general, he could not think at all or only at the level of a chimpanzee, if he did not inherit from the society and civilization in which he was born the priceless gift of an already created language. Without this he would not only be unable to reason logically, he would have nothing worthy to be called a concept. He could not frame a sentence, he could not even name things. We think in words, even in conversations. Our language, concepts, and logic are part of the social inheritance of all of us, as the great 19th-century philologist Max Muller put it, to think is to speak low. To speak is to think aloud. The corollary of this is tremendously important. A man with a scant vocabulary will almost certainly be a weak thinker. The richer and more copious one's vocabulary and the greater one's awareness of the fine distinctions and subtle nuances of meaning, the more fertile and precise is likely to be one's thinking. knowledge of things and knowledge of the words for them grow together. If you do not know the words, you can hardly know the thing. We are told that the Tasmanian method of counting is 1, 2, plenty. This points to a very significant truth. Man could not even count, certainly not beyond the number of fingers on his hands, until he had invented names and symbols for numbers. For in speaking of the need for language for thought, we must, of course, include symbols as an integral part of language. It is amazing how recent in human history are even the Arabic numerals, the denary system, and elementary signs for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. My guess is that a bonobo ape, raised among humans and taught some rudimentary sign language would act far more reasonably than this culture software-less person. And again, what is the process that designs those things like language, religions and the market process, which are indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design? Ferguson. Natural selection competition via Hayek's group selection. Knowing that private property is the simple concept institution that leads to a chain reaction of incentives which creates the social organism, we can easily see that those tribes orders whose customs religions inadvertently became more peaceful and thus less violent, extended peace, friendship, trade to those outside the tribe, etc., in other words, those who tended to respect private property and thus individual freedom more and more, would become more technologically advanced, powerful. And as they grew, they would inadvertently spread the very customs, increasing respect for private property, tolerance, and commercial culture that emerges from it, and evolving economic system, market process capitalism, that allowed them to reach such relative heights. Once again, the true sort of designer of the market process was our old friend natural selection competition, acting on groups' cultures, inadvertently selecting those customs, ideologies, concepts as if they were genes. An example of this process was the Protestant Reformation. For centuries the Catholic Church's traditions, myths held immense coercive monopoly, competitionless power which prevented retarded individual freedom and resulting competitive knowledge discovery. In the early 1500s Martin Luther preached that a person could be saved by believing in Christ without the Catholic Church's approval, and that the Bible itself, not the Pope Church's edicts interpretations, was what mattered. This helped eliminate the coercive monopoly power of the Church and spark a pro-freedom and thus emergent competitive knowledge discovery that would lead to skyrocketing rates of innovation, production, prosperity per graph below. Now, very important. Did Martin Luther reason that his religious interpretations would accelerate competitive knowledge discovery leading to our relatively advanced civilization? Of course not. Again, just like solitary cells millions of years ago inadvertently created the respiratory, circulatory, nervous, etc. systems that led to multicellular organisms without designing them, so is the market process capitalism indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. The market process capitalism is mankind's greatest invention, yet it was not the execution of any human design and emerged as unintended results of historical development. The evolution of money, Menger's flux-capacitor idea of the social sciences. In our earlier example showing the benefits of trade and resulting division of labor knowledge, what if Tom was not interested in Mark's pastries and wanted a blanket instead? Mark would have to find the blanket maker, hope he was interested in his pastries, make the trade, and finally trade the blanket for the basket. But what if the blanket maker was not interested in pastries either and wanted wine instead? One gets the point. This problem, of having to run around setting up intermediate trades to make the trade you really want, is commonly referred to as the double coincidence of wants problem, because for a trade to happen you need the coincidence that both parties are interested in the goods they have available for trade. We must always keep in mind that biological order life, whether it is the cells that make up a person, and therefore the person and therefore the social order, is in a constant cycle of production and consumption of wealth. Simply being alive has a cost, in other words, the amount of wealth that must be consumed in order to stay alive. The man who spends 3 hours setting up a trade is consuming food energy, his family and all that depends on his production will be consuming as well. The more time wealth you have to spend consume running around setting up the intermediate trades, the higher the cost of transaction becomes and the less time you have for production, and there will come a point where you will be more productive hunting and gathering and abandoning all the benefits of trade than spending all day setting up intermediate trades while you starve to death. So the great benefits of trade, like the division of labor and knowledge which is necessary for civilization, can only be realized if we solve the double coincidence of wants problem. This is where the evolution of money plays a vital role. Founder of the Austrian School of Economics Karl Menger's explanation of the emergence of money and its ramifications is the flux-capacitor idea of the social sciences. It is the idea that makes time travel understanding society possible and is in all likelihood the most important insight to have coalesced in the mind of a human being. As people traded, they realized that there were some goods that most people were willing to trade for, not necessarily because they wanted to consume them, but because they knew they could later use them to trade for the things they really wanted. For example, let's assume Mark is now a member of a 1,000-member market-oriented society where goats were very common. People could use them for their skin, fur, milk, and meat, and most households had at least a few. Because of this, even if Mark already had more goats than he needed for milk, skin, meat, he would still be willing to accept them as payment for his pastries because he knew that given the goats' popularity there was a high chance that he could later trade the goats for the other goods he really needed. Even if the basket maker Tom did not want Mark's pastries, there would be a good chance that he would accept one of his goats, and even if he didn't want the goat either and Mark had to contact the blanket maker, if he did accept the goat it would have saved Mark from having to see if the winemaker would trade with him. Essentially what happens is that by offering to trade a more popular good, Mark increases the chances that his attempt at trading will be successful, so the average number of intermediate trades goes down the more widely accepted the goats are. Once people started using a common medium of exchange, the goats, the double coincidence of wants problem went away and goats became the money in the society. The more people, say Adam, Biff, and Cindy, started accepting goats in exchange for their products, not just because they valued the goats due to their milk, fur, meat, but because they too realized that they could later trade them for what they wanted. In other words, the more people valued them as money, the more incentive others, say Dan, Ellen, and Frank, would have to also accept goats as a form of payment because they saw how Adam, Biff, and Cindy would later accept the goats as well. Goats now were valuable for 4 things: their skin, fur, milk, meat, and as money, as something people value because others will trade for it, therefore making the goats valuable and tradable with an even greater number of people. More people begin to accept goats as payment because they realize they can trade them with more people, leading to more people noticing that more people are accepting goats, and so on, until eventually the majority of people, if not all, would be using goats, and thus goats became the major source of money. Without money one trades 2 specific goods for each other, but a lot of unproductive time and effort must be wasted making intermediary trades to trade for what you really need. Using money 2 quick trades take place. First, one quickly trades a specific good for the generally accepted good, money, then one quickly trades the generally accepted money for what one really needs. Mark would sell a batch of his coconut pastries for money, a goat, and then quickly trade the goat for the basket or knife, assuming everyone accepts goats by now. Thanks to money, very little time, effort, and consumption needs to take place while one does the trading, leaving that time/wealth available for increased production and growth. In other words, the transaction costs have been greatly reduced. In the example above as well as in the real world, it is important to note that money was not a deliberate invention on the part of any individual or government. What eventually becomes money naturally arises as it is inadvertently selected by people following their own selfish interests. By inadvertently overcoming the double coincidence of wants problem, these societies inadvertently enjoyed the benefits that trade brings to a social order. As Menger tells us, As each economizing individual becomes increasingly more aware of his economic interest, he is led by this interest, without any agreement, without legislative compulsion, and even without regard to the public interest, to give his commodities in exchange for other, more saleable, commodities, even if he does not need them for any immediate consumption purpose. The easier it is to trade, the more fluid, and faster the previously mentioned benefits of trade occur, and the faster the society that benefits from them will be able to constantly rearrange its social order into increasingly more productive and technologically advanced states. Given that money greatly facilitates trade and therefore greatly increases the rate at which a society progresses, we have to now consider what qualities lead to the best money. For example, let's say a society uses elephants for money. Elephants are big and indivisible. You might be interested in trading some of your elephants for blankets, but you feel like one elephant for one blanket is way too much. Unfortunately, you can't offer a quarter of an elephant. Elephants can also run away, get sick and die, and can get very angry, and destroy property. So a society that used elephants for trading might miss out on many trading opportunities. So what are some of the qualities that make good money? 1. Wide acceptance as a medium of exchange. You want the money to be accepted by as many people as possible. This allows you to trade for the most amount of goods and services. Goods and services that now become available to your calculating brain. 2. It should be seen as valuable by itself, like gold for example. Gold can be used as money, yet it is valuable for ornaments and industrial purposes. This greatly helps meet quality number 1. If something is valuable by itself, more people are willing to trade for it, which means that you will be able to trade this money for a greater amount of goods and services. 3. You want money to be durable. You don't want your money to be burnt away, or die or run away from you like an elephant can. You want it to be a durable store of value. 4. Divisible and easily aggregated. You want to be able to divide the money into smaller units to enable trades for items of low value, and you also want to be able to combine your money into large quantities to facilitate expensive trades. 5. Convenience. Money should be convenient to carry and transfer. 6. Money should be relatively scarce or hard to manufacture. If the money is easy to manufacture, then people have more incentive to create money than to actually produce real wealth. If dirt is accepted as money, then people will just dig dirt and offer that in exchange for goods from fools. The economic pie is increased by dirt, while it is reduced as the dirt-making people consume the real wealth they were able to exchange the dirt for. A society that uses an abundant thing like dirt for money would have the products it produces brought into the possession of people that came up with the best way of creating money, dirt, as opposed to the people that added useful products or services. Once again, try to picture it from high above. When Alan started using money to build his castle, the most important things in society, the people and their brains, were drawn and directed away from productive activities that were good for the whole social order, activities which increased the economic pie of useful goods. The useless and damaging knowledge of counterfeiting was rewarded. Given that money can be used to restructure the actions of the social order, it is of vital importance to societies that those who obtain money do so by producing things of value to society, in other words, by increasing the economic pie of socially desirable goods, goods that people are willing to freely trade their money wealth for. If Alan would have produced many great things of value to society in exchange for money and then used his large savings, which came from previous socially beneficial production, to build his castle, although the effects would have been similar, prices would have first declined as Alan removed money from economy as he saved it, and later increased as Alan injected his savings back into the economy. Society would have benefited in the past from all the great things Alan produced, which would have strengthened it or improved it in some way. The destructive effects of inflation will plague societies that make the mistake of using money that can be easily manufactured or counterfeited. Their productive structures will be distorted, leading to a weaker and less productive social order. Good money forces every brain to think of a way to add something to the economic pie that society values and is willing to trade for. For most of us, we add our labor. It forces everyone to always take part in the endless pie-increasing cycle of production, trade, consumption. Good money can be trusted to show the optimal relationships between the values of goods in society and make efficient social calculation possible. Bad money will cause a society to have its structure distorted for the benefit of the people controlling the money supply, like Alan did in our simple example, or as is the case in real life, governments and their well-intended yet economically ignorant tribal politicians. Once ideologues, politicians, technocrats can just acquire wealth by creating money, whether malicious, or just economically clueless, they can bypass the will of citizens, and taxation without representation is bypassed. Cattle were the most commonly used form of money in early civilizations, Menger again. In the earliest periods of economic development, cattle seem to have been the most saleable commodity among most peoples of the ancient world. Domestic animals constituted the chief item of the wealth of every individual among nomads and peoples passing from a nomadic economy to agriculture. Their marketability extended literally to all economizing individuals, and the lack of artificial roads combined with the fact that cattle transported themselves almost without cost in the primitive stages of civilization, to make them saleable over a wider geographical area than most other commodities. The trade and commerce of the most cultured people of the ancient world, the Greeks, showed no trace of coined money even as late as the time of Homer. Barter still prevailed, and wealth consisted of herds of cattle. Payments were made in cattle. Prices were reckoned in cattle. And cattle were used for the payment of fines. Among the Arabs, the cattle standard existed as late as the time of Muhammad. Just like complex environmental factors create selective pressures that favor the spread emergence of certain genes information, the advantages of living in cities allowed for superior ideas to emerge and spread faster. So incentives pressures to select a more suitable money for city life arose, leading to a change from the animal standard to the metallic standard, and eventually by the early 20th century gold had been naturally selected as the best money. Let's briefly discuss why. It is widely accepted as money, everyone knows gold is valuable and willing to accept it as a form of payment. Gold does not rust or burn away, it can be stored and not decay for an eternity as far as people are concerned. It is durable. It can easily be melted and divided into smaller pieces of any size and also combined to make large purchases. It is easy to carry around. It is very heavy, but by the time it gets too heavy to carry, you are making very large and infrequent purchases. But most importantly, gold is relatively scarce or hard to acquire. If the money is easy to manufacture, then people have more incentive to create money than to actually produce real wealth, which would weaken the social order relative to others who had better money. By the early 20th century, gold had arisen as the best money. It met all the criteria previously described, helped people all over the world trade and therefore expand the division of labor and knowledge all over the world, bringing great benefits to those societies that embarked on trade. It is important to note that just like money was not consciously invented by people, neither was the gold standard. Mankind invented money and the gold standard as much as it invented us. Let us remind ourselves that since gold can't be printed, and thus easily increased, controlled by a single body which can then use it to warp the social order via central planning like Alan did, the gold standard inadvertently made it much harder for governments to grow, thus keeping more wealth in the pie, increasing innovating peaceful competitive private sector. A bad idea that requires directly taking wealth from people is much easier to correct than one which can acquire the wealth it needs by just creating money and sort of fooling the public itself. The gold standard made it much harder for the slightly smarter apes to go to war with each another, because the true costs consumption of war will easily reflect itself in painful higher taxes, and thus a proper cost-benefit analysis of the war by the public king will help the ideas of peace and mutual understanding compete with the tribal innate good as versus evil them. But with inflation money creation, such evolved constraints wisdom which helped prevent war and central planning are discarded. It should then come as no surprise that the most horrific disasters the slightly smarter apes get themselves into, massive world civil wars and the viral spread of central planning ideologies to various degrees, have coincided with the abandonment of the evolution-created international gold standard and a move towards the rationally constructed fiat paper electronic convoluted mess we have today. In the old days, rulers' kings would sometimes run out of gold with which to pay their troops and the wars would end. But this would not be the case as central banking began to emerge, giving great leaders a new way with which to sustain and prolong to even more severe levels the destruction that war and central planning brings. As Professor Salerno mentions in one of his many great lectures at the Ludwig von Mises Institute, wars have invariably been financed by printing money since the invention of paper money. Indeed, it might be said that paper fiat money and central banks were invented mainly to finance wars. The first irredeemable paper currency in the Western world was issued in 1690 by the British colony of Massachusetts in order to pay its soldiers in its sporadic wars of plunder against the French colony of Quebec. The first central bank in history, the Bank of England, was established in 1694 to finance the mercantilist and imperialist foreign policy of the Whig Party that had gained control of the British government. The monopolizing of the banking and financial institutions by governments and their experts and regulations has not only helped create all sorts of crises, it has also retarded the further evolution of financial institutions themselves, with Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies being the new exception competition. The following quote by Hayek captures all this beautifully. Like morality, law, language, and biological organisms, monetary institutions result from spontaneous order, and are similarly susceptible to variation and selection. Yet monetary institutions turn out to be the least satisfactorily developed of all spontaneously grown formations. Few will, for example, dare to claim that their functioning has improved during the last 70 years or so, since what had been an essentially automatic mechanism based on an international metallic standard was replaced, under the guidance of experts, by deliberate national monetary policies. Indeed, humankind's experiences with money have given good reason for distrusting it, but not for reasons commonly supposed. Rather, the selective processes are interfered with here more than anywhere else. Selection by evolution is prevented by government monopolies that make competitive experimentation impossible. And again, more concisely, the basic tools of civilization, language, morals, law and money, are all results of spontaneous growth and not of design, and of the last two organized power has got hold and thoroughly corrupted them. Consider the following: right now you are an incredibly complex order, yet going without oxygen for a few minutes will cause a sort of economic chaos in your body that will make it impossible to recover from even if oxygen becomes available again. The same thing will happen to the social organism if the worldwide division of labor and monetary system breaks down, perhaps even for just a few months or less, or if a few key cities or financial institutions' system are disabled in either a cyber attack or inevitable bug error, or as we are seeing due to the coronavirus because the apes scare themselves into totalitarian paralysis. Just imagine what would happen if the electronic systems that coordinate how the banks interact with the Federal Reserve breaks down for just a few weeks, and that for whatever reason credit cards and checks or transfers don't work during that time, thus leading to a complete breakdown of monetary profit-loss order sustaining calculations leading to a rapid decreasing chaos. Totally clueless bureaucrats, apes and great leaders might succeed in getting enough people behind them to carry out some master plan, but the apes would consume more wealth order than it actually produces as it succeeds in carrying it out, thus continuing the socio-economic destruction, because only freedom and privatization with a sound monetary system, and profit-loss calculation in the private sector can create socio-economic order. A modern gold standard where real physical gold is distributed throughout society might prevent against such disaster. But discussing hypothetical improvements to our eventual monetary chaos is beyond our scope. We just want to understand the potential fragility of the socioeconomic order, since it is something that has sort of evolved without hardly anyone really understanding how it works, and the slightly smarter apes can destroy it at any moment, like they did during Lenin's communist Bolshevik revolution, which we'll soon discuss. We have discussed how from the tradition of private property 1 emerges the freedom to trade 2, which leads to the emergence of the division of labor and information 3, competitive knowledge discovery 4, which helps civilize our morals and discover the truth, and economic calculation 5. The emergence of these 5 and other parts of the market process are as unplanned, undesigned as money, whose evolution was needed to enable the above to function in large numbers of people. This is key for understanding why we live in this complex society which hardly anyone understands, and with our reason we constantly attempt to destroy via central planning. Again, we are slightly smarter tribal apes that have been civilized and turned into members of Spencer's social organism by the same process that turned solitary cells into complex multicellular organisms. Processes of selective evolution. If every cell in our bodies suddenly had the same intelligence and ability to reason that we do, including our current understanding of biology, they would wake up to a bewildering complexity and attempt to use their reason to impose a supposedly superior plan order, and while doing so wrecking the far more intelligent systems that evolution competition had fine-tuned for billions of years. The reason of so many intelligent and well-educated intellectuals during the last couple of centuries led them to attack private property and the freedom that grows from it, because they erroneously thought it led to exploitative capitalism, social injustices, and thought that central planning regulation by well-intentioned educated experts and resulting competitionless monopolistic bureaucracies would lead to far more prosperity. They were wrong, of course. Their reason proved to be far less intelligent than the evolved traditions which protected invented private property and the market process that emerged from it, which hardly anyone at the time, or today, understood. Cultural, not biological evolution is the key. We must stress the fact that the cultural evolutionary process which has created the market process is much, much faster than the slow genetic biological evolution, thus rendering slight genetic differences between races populations largely irrelevant. As Hayek tells us, with respect to what we mean by cultural evolution in a narrower sense, that is, the fast and accelerating development of civilization, since it differs from genetic evolution by relying on the transmission of acquired properties, it is very fast, and once it dominates, it swamps genetic evolution. Also, biological evolution would have been far too slow to alter or replace man's innate responses in the course of the 10 or 20,000 years during which civilization has developed. Thus it hardly seems possible that civilization and culture are genetically determined and transmitted. They have to be learnt by all alike through tradition. Hayek's The Fatal Conceit, page 16. As numerous great free market thinkers like Mises, Robert Higgs, and Ralph Raico, just to name a few, have shown, during the last couple thousand years different groups of people in widely dispersed locations like the Middle East, Asia, and Europe, traded the sort of title for most socio-economically advanced places in the planet. Mises makes this point and criticizes people who focus on race. But it is by all means an unsatisfactory answer to say that a genius owes his greatness to his ancestry or to his race. The question is precisely why such a man differs from his brothers and from the other members of his race. It is a little bit less faulty to attribute the great achievements of the white race to racial superiority. Yet this is no more than vague hypothesis which is at variance with the fact that the early foundations of civilization were laid by peoples of other races. We cannot know whether or not at a later date other races will supplant Western civilization. With respect to the momentary lead in terms of civilization that China had, and the real reason why whites Europeans had a recent relative lead, Hayek writes, "The history of China provides many instances of government attempts to enforce so perfect an order that innovation became impossible. This country, technologically and scientifically developed so far ahead of Europe that, to give only one illustration, it had 10 oil wells operating on one stretch of the River Po already in the 12th century, certainly owed its later stagnation, but not its early progress, to the manipulatory power of its governments. What led the greatly advanced civilization of China to fall behind Europe was its governments clamping down so tightly as to leave no room for new developments, while, as remarked in the last chapter, Europe probably owes its extraordinary expansion in the Middle Ages to its political anarchy. Hayek's The Fatal Conceit, page 44. Private Governance, The Wisdom of the Anarcho-Capitalists, Friedman-Rothbard-Tannehills. The political anarchy Hayek referred to in earlier quote just means that there was no central authority preventing monopolizing legal, religious, moral, ethical knowledge, and thus preventing the superior knowledge discovery that cultural evolution competition brings about. Not only does government stamp out competition, which is the main selective competitive process that helps us discover what is best in terms of how to go about providing goods and services, but also what rules, laws, judicial, penal, transportation systems and more are best. As Hayek tells us, selection by evolution is prevented by government monopolies that make competitive experimentation impossible. Since freedom, decentralization, and the economic, legal, moral competition it creates is the best way to discover superior information and subsequent order, why not allow freedom competition in things we usually associate with monopolistic governments like the legal and penal systems and more? The cultural evolutionary competitive process that has shaped religions and more recently secular governments which provide such governmental functions has been happening blindly, and has been largely tied to the religious myth we inevitably see as absolutes, which explains why the legal penal systems are still draped in religious-like mysticism. Think of priestly judges and their costumes, robes, temple-like court buildings, etc., but once we understand the competitive process we can use it to our advantage. Imagine if people could own large chunks of land and have more sovereignty or freedom as to what laws, rules people should abide by in them. Today the knowledge of how to plan a city, what laws, rules we should follow, what should be the repercussions of breaking such rules, laws, how to design a transportation, legal, penal system, and so much more comes about the bureaucratic, monopolized, politicized process that shapes the inefficient public sector. By allowing people the freedom to create such cities, we introduce competition in these areas which will discover superior laws, rules, contracts, ways to build transportation systems, ways to deal with people who break the rules, and so on. If people wanted to move to such cities, they would just sign a contract saying that they would abide by its rules, which is no different than what we do today when we move to a new country state, which is just agreeing to abide by certain rules. This is similar to choosing product A over product B. In this case, people are selecting one set of laws, rules over the other, nourishing a better social order information while starving an inferior one. They vote for a better system with their feet. Think about a small country like the island nation of Grenada. Grenada has about 110,000 people living in an area of about 130 square miles, and its social order produced about $1.1 billion worth of wealth in 2007. Like all modern nations, its government has a monopoly on law enforcement, courts, defense, and many other services. Microsoft, Walmart, and IBM coordinate about 90,000, 2,100,000 and 400,000 employees respectively, and in the year 2008 had a combined productive output of about $500 billion worth of wealth. If allowed, isn't it obvious that the aforementioned companies or similar private sector orders, whose employees count among the world's hardest working and best educated minds, would be better able to manage a similarly sized social order city than the Grenada bureaucrats? Of course they would, and a similar line of thinking should apply to social orders or private cities of any size. Just like we have companies that help manage condominiums, so would companies arise that would build and/or manage entire cities. These companies would contract other companies that specialized in creating transportation, legal systems, etc. The obvious desire and benefit of allowing smooth integration with other cities would evolve standards of interoperability similar to how the IT software world has evolved so much interoperability and standards among so much international freedom and competition. Considerably more privatization, or a world without governments as we currently envision them might seem like a weird or shocking concept at first, but upon closer examination its tremendous benefits and feasibility should become obvious. Take the provision of law enforcement for example, or any municipal service. Police departments are citywide government monopolies, which like all monopolies, immune from competition due to government decree and economic ignorance, grow to become gigantic consumptive bureaucracies. For example, California prison guards can earn upwards of $300,000 per year due to lucrative overtime pay. A police commander in Delray Beach, Florida, was making $90,000 per year when he retired at the age of 42 after working for 21 years. He got a $65,000 per year pension that is guaranteed for life, adjusted for inflation, and includes medical care. If we assume he dies at 82 years old, he would have worked for only about a third of his adult life, and Florida taxpayers would have paid an additional $2.6 million plus medical expenses while getting nothing in protection services in return. There is nothing wrong with making a lot of money when one creates a lot of wealth and then trades such wealth in the free market, where competition ensures that the way such wealth was created is efficient, and is usually part of a profitable cycle that leaves the economic pie larger. But these people's wages are not reflective of superior knowledge and productivity, they are reflective of the evolution of a political system dominated by self-serving unions and ignorant or flat-out corrupt politicians who find cleverer and more subtle ways to tax the public and believe that no price is too high to pay for such vital services. So how can privatization and competition be introduced in law enforcement and other sectors which we are so used to associating with inherently inefficient government monopolies? A more privatized world should not seem so shocking when one realizes that our world as it currently works can already be seen as being privatized. By simply seeing each country's government as a private corporation that has a rightful monopoly in the provision of everything the government does, like courts, roads, law enforcement and national defense, we can already see the world as being 100% privatized. Each country's government can be seen as a complicated set of laws that apply over a territory, or as a company that has a monopoly of providing law courts defense services over the territory it owns. It is important to realize that a company is really just a contract between individuals, and the same can be said about a government. Just like corporations have their corporate bylaws where the people who create the company craft and agree to rules describing how various aspects of the company will be run, the US's government can be seen as a corporation whose corporate bylaws are described in the US Constitution and the thousands of pages of existing regulations, etc. So just like governments can be seen in a more privatized way by thinking of them as private corporations, laws can be seen as clauses in a contract. One of the most important things to realize is that the world currently works without a global government. For example, when someone commits a crime and flees the country, most countries have extradition agreements with other countries that dictate how they will coordinate the transfer of suspected or convicted criminals. And even when such formal agreements do not exist, as is the case with the US and China, it is in all nations' best interest to coordinate in such matters and be seen by other nations as acting ethically. For the most part this works pretty well, and we want things to be this way. We want criminals to have the option to flee to other countries because maybe they are not really criminals. What makes one a criminal is relative to existing laws or rules. We would not want people fleeing a tyrannical government to be extradited back to their country of origin because they broke a law which most of us would consider absurd or unjust. This is one of the ways in which cultural evolution has been selecting superior laws. People have moved from oppressive societies and their bad laws to freer societies and their better laws, starving the oppressive countries of manpower and intellect, while nourishing the freer nations like the United States, helping them grow stronger, which helps them spread their superior values and laws. We see this in COVID mania as people flee the more draconian lockdown states like California and New York for no lockdown Florida. We should once again remind ourselves of the unintended evils of coercive competitionless monopolies. Government, especially world government organizations like the World Health Organization. Their rules, regulations, laws are discovered via the usual mixture of human tribalism, economic ignorance, all kinds of special interests, corruption, and so much more. There is no competition, no voting with your feet once the laws, regulations apply to the entire world. When farmers use selective breeding to create a bigger cow or ear of corn, they can be said to consciously use their knowledge of evolution to their advantage. When they breed a bigger cow, they do not know what genes or groups of them led to the bigger cow, but by selecting the bigger cow, they got the right genes without having to tinker with them. Just like a cow, society is a large organism, and in many ways the laws, customs, rules, knowledge, and regulations that it contains can be seen as genes. The way all of these things interact can be very complex and lead to results that are impossible to predict. We cannot just pass some law, rule and predict all future outcomes. For example, things like drug prohibition, appropriate age or method used to label someone a minor, and similar rules have countless unintended consequences, which might depend on the interaction with other social rules, making it even harder to pinpoint how exactly each law or rule affects society. Just like changing a gene or two in an animal can lead to unexpected results, as that gene interacts with many biological processes leading to who knows what given the complexities of an animal, so can the rules, laws of society. Just like the breeders selected the whole cow level based on simple criteria, like how much milk it produces, without knowing about the genes that achieve this, free individuals can choose to move to societies whose rules might lead to overall better results based on simple criteria without having to know how all the laws, rules, etc. lead to such a superior social order. For example, a person did not have to understand how the United States laws and social institutions created a better society than communist Cuba in order to want to come to the US. They just looked at simple things like how much they could afford given the money they expected to earn in their jobs. By allowing more freedom and the ability to freely manage, create entire cities or anything else, we would consciously use cultural evolution to select for superior breeds of laws, rules and many other things, just like biologists, farmers, fishermen use their knowledge of biological evolution to grow better crops, fish. Understanding cultural evolution and the workings of the market process has been a little harder to see than biological evolution. Thanks to modern technology, we can almost see the genes and evolution happen under our microscopes, but cultural evolution, the evolution of the market process, language, law, various socio-economic institutions and so on are not tangible things that have led themselves to easier experimentation like the biological world. As in the case of international law and things like extradition, one can see how the global lawful superstructure that we can naively expect a global government to carry out, does not need a global government and naturally evolves from the bottom up as the various subunits/countries/individuals contract with each other. Private cities, kingdoms would create the same kinds of extradition contracts the way today's countries have evolved them. If some kind of cooperation is truly in the best interest of all potential cooperators, whether they'd be individuals, or large groups of them, the contractual bonds that would solidify such cooperation will naturally grow from their self-interests. Again, whenever we expect things to be done, it comes naturally for us to envision some visible and deliberately created man-made leader, coordinator, structure, bureaucracy to be the one that carries it out, and we tend to be unaware of how a contractual structure that evolves through time can lead to superior results and is in fact what sustains the modern world. The above should not be seen as some moralist crusade or desire to abolish governments. Like law, language, and the market process, governments have been crucial social institutions. We just want to understand their evolution and how to improve them to maximize prosperity. If the world's governments were run by people familiar with Mises, Hayek, etc., and were focused on maximizing freedom and competitive knowledge discovery, all would be great. The problem is that governments are usually run by economically clueless apes who want to centrally plan and/or do other less than ideal things. Cultural Evolution Review. Wherever there is complexity, mankind will fool itself via what is essentially mythology. A myth is a widely held but false belief or idea. If the slightly smarter apes were wise and humble, they would refer to the science as the current myths, but we are killer arrogant apes. Mankind is essentially a mythical ape. As his understanding of the world improves, he is able to shatter simpler myths and create new myths about increasingly complex stuff. The myths' ideologies are being naturally selected primarily based on how much respect for private property, freedom, they allowed for, which inadvertently led to the emergence of the market process and resulting global civilization social organism matrix. This process had less to do with mankind's reason than people imagine. Again, even though the respiratory, nervous, digestive, etc. systems that coordinate billions of cells to create an animal are the result of the actions of cells, the designer of such systems was not their reason, but natural selection. The same applies with our increasing respect for private property, freedom, the market process, and resulting social organism which was designed by natural selection via Hayekian group cultural evolution. Hayek explains, "We have never designed our economic system. We were not intelligent enough for that. We have stumbled into it and it has carried us to unforeseen heights and given rise to ambitions which may yet lead us to destroy it." With respect to private property, I am quite convinced nobody invented it for a known purpose, and to me the proof of this is that even now hardly anybody yet understands what the advantages of private property and the market society are. Hayek essay Individual and Collective Aims published in On Toleration ISBN 0-19827529-3. We are now in a position to understand Hayek, when he writes, "The ultimate decision about what is accepted as right and wrong will be made not by individual human wisdom but by the disappearance of the groups that have adhered to the wrong beliefs. Culture is neither natural nor artificial, neither genetically transmitted nor rationally designed. It is a tradition of learned rules of conduct which have never been invented and whose functions the acting individuals usually do not understand. To understand our civilization, one must appreciate that the extended order resulted not from human design or intention but spontaneously, it arose from unintentionally conforming to certain traditional, and largely moral practices, many of which men tend to dislike, whose significance they usually fail to understand, whose validity they cannot prove, and which have nonetheless fairly rapidly spread by means of an evolutionary selection - the comparative increase of population and wealth - of those groups that happened to follow them. The unwitting, reluctant, even painful adoption of these practices kept these groups together, increased their access to valuable information of all sorts, and enabled them to be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it." Genesis 1:28. This process is perhaps the least appreciated facet of human evolution. The curious task of economics is to demonstrate to men how little they really know about what they imagine they can design. The slightly smarter apes only look at the immediate effects of their central planning, and other interventions into the complex socioeconomic order without realizing most of the time they do far more harm. Henry Hazlitt's famous economic lesson sums it up nicely. The art of economics consists in looking not merely at the immediate but at the longer effects of any act or policy. It consists in tracing the consequences of that policy not merely for one group, but for all groups. It should now be easy to understand why we have complex microchips, cell phones, airplanes, internet, etc. and are parts of this amazing global social organism matrix, yet the public and elected leaders and even leading intellectuals remain mired in tribalistic economic ignorance and resulting militarism, which at any moment can explode into nuclear war, or economic paralysis chaos via central planning, as the 20th century communism, and now COVID mania are showing. Just like cells have no clue regarding how various natural selection evolved biological systems coordinate them to be parts of complex multicellular organisms, and sometimes turn cancerous by reverting to their primal states of rapid uncooperative cell replication expansion, Mankind too remains ignorant of the workings evolution of the natural selection evolved market process and constantly reverts to coercive competitionless central planning tribalism which destroys our order. It is important that we focus on this understandable worldwide economic ignorance by the public as the root of our problems, instead of which particular ideologues, politicians, groups end up acting in ways that lead to problems. Mises. If public opinion is ultimately responsible for the structure of government, it is also the agency that determines whether there is freedom or bondage. There is virtually only one factor that has the power to make people unfree: tyrannical public opinion. The struggle for freedom is ultimately not resistance to autocrats or oligarchs but resistance to the despotism of public opinion. It is not the struggle of the many against the few but of minorities, sometimes of a minority of but one man, against the majority. The worst and most dangerous form of absolutist rule is that of an intolerant majority. And Hayek helps us go one step further in understanding the root causes of such ignorance by explaining how we are tribalistic, dangerous, slightly smarter apes that have inadvertently become parts of the social organism, even though the freedom and tolerance it requires constantly goes against our instincts' ignorance. Mises showed us how the matrix works and Hayek showed us how it evolved. As things stand today in mid-2023, we'd be lucky if there are 1,000 people in the entire planet who have had the truly miraculous luck of stumbling upon the Austrians and understand the aforementioned concepts and thus how the world works. The fact that so few people and a few think tank scholars understand this, and how little relative influence in actual politics they have, is further proof of how little reason currently plays a factor in the workings of our socio-economic order. We are essentially flying blind. It is that simple. As we will soon discuss, we are lucky to have even lasted this long. Two Nobel laureates, James Buchanan, 1986, and Hayek, 1974, summarize our current situation in an interview that took place in 1978. Hayek: if the politicians do not destroy the world in the next 20 years, which is very likely, I think there is a hope for afterwards. Perhaps 20 years is too short, but one thing which gives me confidence is I've watched the United States for 50 years, and you seem to change your opinions fundamentally every 10. And Buchanan highlights how little economic understanding has had to do with our prosperity, and we essentially just got lucky that our government legal framework was created in a federalized, decentralized manner which helped slow down the inevitable trend towards disastrous monkey central planning. Buchanan: it seems to me that we in the United States have really never had much understanding of the principles of markets. The sort of interventionist collectivist socialist thrust has always been present, and really the only reason we had burgeoning markets and rapid growth and so forth was largely because the government was decentralized, federalized and so forth. In the next few sections we will discuss how the slightly smarter apes and their expert apes are as lost in mythology and resulting suffering as the theologians who orchestrated the Spanish Inquisition. We will discuss how the apes went wild in self-destruction via Vladimir Lenin's Bolshevik Revolution, which sparked central planning mythology communism throughout much of the world, and also discuss how the slightly smarter apes via the central planning and regulating of science has also led to disasters in nutrition, health, and when coupled with the usual economic ignorance, are the foundation of COVID mania, socioeconomic suicide via lockdowns and coerced bullshit vaccinations, and much more that is related. The myths are easy to refute, since myths are information, competition eventually destroys them, but the problem is that the slightly smarter apes inadvertently, via government force monopoly, retard such myth busting. As we do so, we always want to keep in mind four things. 1. An evolving echo chamber of ideas, myths that populations hold. 2. A certain cognitive dissonance or bias that understandably causes people to ignore competing new ideas. 3. The incentive structure that motivates people to act the way they do. 4. How the above concepts affect the profitability, competitiveness, stability, harmony of the socio-economic orders, while being very cognizant of how central banking money creation, inflation, can be used by the economically ignorant apes to fund governments to greatly harm, warp, distort the social order. The wisdom applied. From tradition to reason, French Revolution, Lenin and the Bolshevik Revolution. The slightly smarter apes have a good understanding of how to pee, shit, rape, and kill, but again, when it comes to anything related to the recently evolved market order, social organism, economics, like the aforementioned money equals wealth fallacy, or not understanding that war is the worst thing for mankind, the slightly smarter apes, including the experts Krugman's Keynes, are utterly clueless and easily susceptible to paralyzing and tyrannical central planning communism, and thus destroying the social order. It is important that we understand how this occurred in the former Soviet Union, because at its core the coronavirus-related socioeconomic destruction, chaos, tyranny, actually all man-made disasters past and future, are ultimately based on the same mass economic ignorance, tribalism. Let us discuss the state of man by around the 1700s. Newton's invention of calculus and his ability to use mathematics to discover his laws of motion and gravitation and general scientific progress gave humanity a consistent understanding of the mechanical workings of the world. The idea that the world could be explained with mathematics also began to tighten its grip on the minds of future scientists and social theorists, future economists. To Newton and many others this might have seemed like further proof of the genius of God, and that just like there are God's laws of nature there were also God's laws of justice, or what some people refer to as the natural law. God was still above everything, and man tried to discover his physical laws as well as his moral laws and therefore justice, but the idea of giving society a human rational order, which would have to violate or replace God's laws, would spread through our minds with every scientific discovery, especially those that clearly refuted scripture tradition. Science was doing away with God, and his laws and morals as a byproduct, and man began to create his own laws via legislation and representative governments. The scientists, experts and their reason began to replace the theologians, kings and their traditions, which had been crafted, designed by thousands of years of cultural evolution. If one had to pick a single point in recent history to pinpoint this changing of the guard from a society built around God's laws and naturally selected traditions to a society centrally planned by human reason experts, a good candidate would be the French Revolution 1789 to 1799, and the so-called Age of Reason. France at the time was structured into three classes: the King and Catholic Church First Estate, the nobles Second Estate, and the peasants, workers, merchants, traders, who were lumped into the Third Estate and paid all the taxes to support the first two. Inspired by the American Revolution, what people increasingly saw as their natural rights and other circumstances, the Third Estate rebelled, chopped the king's head off, confiscated the church's property and made the church subordinate to the state. All of this was great in a way. Supposedly we were bringing equality under the law to all men and curbing the power of oppressive governments, kings, religious entities, but at the same time something else was beginning to happen, something that would enslave men for a new purpose in a new way. Socialism, the idea that government could be used to plan and better orchestrate society. Now government and man-made laws were above the church, above natural law. The time came for human reason and good intentions to rewrite the laws, sometimes with disastrous results. As the French Revolution was getting rid of an evil ruling class, science was accelerating its breakthroughs and inspiring influential thinkers like Saint-Simon, the founder of French socialism. Saint-Simon wanted to organize a great council of Newton made up of 3 mathematicians, 3 physicists, 3 chemists, 3 physiologists, 3 authors, 3 painters and 3 musicians, who would then use their supposedly superior genius to tell everyone else what to do. Saint-Simon explains, "All men will work, they will regard themselves as laborers attached to one workshop, whose efforts will be directed to guide human intelligence according to my divine foresight. The Supreme Council of Newtown will direct their works." Hayek comments that Saint-Simon has no qualms about the means that will be employed to enforce the instructions of his central planning body. Anybody who does not obey the orders will be treated by the others as a quadruped. Saint-Simon's plan of rule by a monopoly of experts is obviously a recipe for complete government control, for socialism, for the inadvertent destruction of competitive knowledge discovery, the market process, and the entire social order, but with good intentions of course. Voltaire, who according to Hayek was the greatest representative of the so-called Age of Reason, captured the spirit of the movement by saying, if you want good laws, burn those you have and make yourself new ones. Just a couple of generations later, Charles Darwin's discovery of biological evolution would make it even easier for man to discard God and his natural law as an unfortunate byproduct. The growing complexity of the socio-economic order, the overall increase in man's ability to understand the physical world, the belief that science and technology would usher in a new way to socially engineer mankind for the better, and man's subsequent departure from God's justice, were amongst the key factors in transforming natural law, and its relatively strong respect for private property into positive law legislation with its anything-goes attitude towards private property and human life itself. The nature of government would slowly begin to change from an entity that was supposed to protect the individual God-given rights of its citizens and customs to an entity that could be used to engineer society for the better. But to engineer society, one inevitably has to curb the freedom of the individual in order to implement the social engineer government's plans. As Adam Smith said with respect to the social engineer leader politician, or what he refers to as the man of system. The man of system, on the contrary, is apt to be very wise in his own conceit, and is often so enamored with the supposed beauty of his own ideal plan of government, that he cannot suffer the smallest deviation from any part of it. He goes on to establish it completely and in all its parts, without any regard either to the great interests, or to the strong prejudices which may oppose it. He seems to imagine that he can arrange the different members of a great society with as much ease as the hand arranges the different pieces upon a chessboard. He does not consider that the pieces upon the chessboard have no other principle of motion besides that which the hand impresses upon them, but that, in the great chessboard of human society, every single piece has a principle of motion of its own, altogether different from that which the legislature might choose to impress upon it. If those two principles coincide and act in the same direction, the game of human society will go on easily and harmoniously, and is very likely to be happy and successful. If they are opposite or different, the game will go on miserably, and the society must be at all times in the highest degree of disorder. During the last 200 years, the rapid increases in technology and productivity have led to large perceived differences in wealth which have aggravated our sort of intuitive egalitarianism, tribalism. Instead of the Church, which was supposed to be a sort of representative from God who always had the best interest of everyone and the poor in mind, we began to see large concentrations of wealth in capitalists, investors, businessmen, who are out to seemingly hoard as much wealth as possible to themselves and obviously leave less for the rest. The idea that all this wealth was created by mankind's increased ability to transform that which was previously useless, was, and still is, not understood by people, which further aggravated our egalitarianism and anti-capitalist mentality, setting the stage for egalitarian socialist communist distributive policies. With the rise of mechanical power like steam engines and trains, our jobs have become less physically demanding. This too is something new. We saw a rise in new industries like finance, investing, banking, insurance, advertising, and a change in the proportion of people employed in manual labor compared to non-manual labor. For most of our evolution, wealth was directly related to our ability to physically transform nature. This involved hard physical labor and sweat. Many of us sort of intuitively consider jobs where we sweat and really have to physically exert ourselves to somehow be more real than jobs where you are not necessarily involved in the production of a tangible physical good with manual labor. In our tribal past, anyone who had wealth and did not sweat for it, there was a good chance he stole it, tricked someone to get it, or hoarded it when he should have shared it. It just seems unfair that someone can have a hard physical job yet get paid a quarter of what someone else in a comfortable office can. As freedom was increasing, so was competitive knowledge discovery and resulting superior order and complexity, which increasingly fooled Homo sapiens into a more fervent desire for monopoly government central planning. As the world was advancing technologically, so did the complexity associated with the production of most items. Until recently, the steps taken for the production of most items could be traced by a single mind. For example, your potatoes were grown by a farmer who used a plow made out of copper dug up by some miners from a nearby mine. The potatoes were brought to the market in a carriage made of wood chopped from a nearby forest. Things were complex but still somewhat possible to trace in small-town life. As societies grew in complexity thanks to the market process, the complexity of the interactions grew to an incomprehensible network of trades, which made it seem chaotic to most of us given our lack of an understanding of the market process. It became obvious that things like competition were wasteful. Why have different producers each doing things differently? Wouldn't it be better if they all shared their knowledge and gained the benefits of standardization? As we should know by now, competition is needed to discover the best ways of doing things, but unfortunately this is not the idea which seemed obvious to most. Our instinct to give order to, and plan our actions, naturally translated itself into believing that we could give society a better order than the seemingly chaotic and unfair mess that capitalism freedom was creating. And quite naturally we felt like it was the task of government planners to achieve this more perfect and just order, similarly to how in our tribal past an elder leader might orchestrate a large hunt or migration. The idea of natural selection via evolution creating the biological order is beginning to be adopted or accepted by the majority of the modern world, because here, it is obvious that we did not design the complex processes that maintain the biological order. We can also almost see the process via our advanced knowledge of DNA genetics. But the social order fools us into believing that we are responsible for it because it is our actions that are responsible for it. Yet we are not. It is the market process, natural selection's second child, which creates the social order, which requires individual freedom, decentralized calculation, and is destroyed by government's confiscation redistribution of wealth. We are also used to simple delegation and organizational thinking for everything we do in the world that immediately surrounds us. For example, we coordinate our households. Within companies, we delegate and can seemingly organize great accomplishments. New technologies and building-sized machinery allows us to create enormous orderly things, so we are fooled into believing that delegation and organizational thinking can accomplish anything. But our purely delegation-based organizing techniques are not what organize the tremendous complexity of the social order, it is the market process. As Hayek writes, today organizational thinking increasingly dominates the activities of many of the most powerful and influential figures of modern society, the organizers themselves. The modern improvements in the technique of organization, and the consequent increase of the range of particular tasks which can be performed by means of large-scale organization far beyond what was possible before, have created the belief that there are no limits to what organization can achieve. Most people are no longer aware of the extent to which the more comprehensive order of society on which depends the very success of the organizations within it is due to ordering forces of an altogether different kind. Until the last couple hundred years, most people produced their goods or services and directly traded them in the market. For example, most people made a living by farming and selling their food. Blacksmiths and carpenters directly traded their services or products with society. Trading exchange was a much more visible and clearly important activity compared to today, where most of us do not directly trade some tangible and finished good or service with the population at large. This older exchange society was sustained by certain morals customs which are now being inadvertently abandoned. Hayek explains, this exchange society and the guidance of the coordination of a far-ranging division of labor by variable market prices was made possible by the spreading of certain gradually evolved moral beliefs which, after they spread, most men in the Western world learned to accept. These rules were inevitably learned by all the members of a population consisting chiefly of independent farmers, artisans and merchants and their servants and apprentices who shared the daily experiences of their masters. At present, however, an ever-increasing part of the population of the Western world grow up as members of large organizations and thus strangers to those rules of the market which have made the great open society possible. To them the market economy is largely incomprehensible, they have never practiced the rules on which it rests, and its results seem to them irrational and immoral. They often see in it merely an arbitrary structure maintained by some sinister power. Who is that sinister power? Each group of Homo sapiens, depending on their history and numerous circumstances, mistakenly identifies a different boogeyman. As just briefly mentioned, since the recent and rapid evolution of the market process occurred in Europe, understandably so for much of the Third World and non-whites, it is the white man and his exploitative capitalism and/or racism. There is, of course, the evil corporations, the rich CEOs, greed, sexism, minorities, immigrants, the Jews, etc. It is as if we are fooled into believing that just because the social order is the result of human action, that our problems are likewise the result of conscious planning or design plotting by fellow slightly smarter apes. They are not. They are overwhelmingly the result of economic ignorance. The market process had given the whiter slightly smarter apes a relative technological advantage, so as Spencer angrily laments. Now that the white savages of Europe are overrunning the dark savages everywhere, now that the European nations are vying with one another in political burglaries, now that we have entered upon an era of social cannibalism in which the strong nations are devouring the weaker, it is useless to resist the wave of barbarism. There is a bad time coming, and civilized mankind will, morally, be uncivilized before civilization can again advance. 17th of July, 1898. And sure enough, 11 years after Spencer's death, 1903, as the churches we are all equal under God gave way to nationalistic tribalistic movements along linguistic ethnic lines, the apes reverted to their intuitive tribalism and went wild in 1914 with World War I and then the rapid spread of communism. So by the early 1900s, viral economic fallacies and their socialist statist central monopoly planning, ideological result had gripped much of the Western world's intellectuals and masses. Mises writes, by 1900 practically everyone in the German-speaking countries was either a statist, interventionist, or a state socialist. Capitalism was seen as a bad episode which fortunately had ended forever. The future belonged to the state. All enterprises suitable for expropriation were to be taken over by the state. All others were to be regulated in a way that would prevent businessmen from exploiting workers and consumers. When I entered the university, I, too, was a thorough statist. Again, the slightly smarter apes had realized that their moral values and laws had been grounded on religious myths. They accelerated replacing the evolved wisdom information laws espoused by religious mythology, private property and family, which had tamed brainwashed the savages into civilization, by the reason of expert scientist apes. Not having the slightest clue what the market process is and how civilization and the bewildering complexity of modern cities emerges from private property freedom, since this amazing mechanism's order had been designed, not by clever men, but by an evolutionary process we didn't even really understand at the time. They understandably fell for all the usual anti-capitalist fallacies and saw religion and its traditions of private property and family as something backward and a tool of the growing business capitalist bourgeoisie class. Just like complex environmental factors create selective pressures that favor the spread of certain genes, the environment was ripe for the emergence of a new religion mythology, socialism-communism, coercive competition, immune central planning by experts, statism. Eventually some slightly smarter ape would describe these increasingly popular fallacies myths in a manner that was bound to go viral, and that is what happened with Karl Marx and his bite-sized Communist Manifesto. The theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence: abolition of private property. Abolition of the family. We now fast forward to the end of World War I 1918-9, when Vladimir Lenin begins to take control of Russia, and attempts to bring about socialism-communism. The slightly smarter apes were about to go wild and revert to their intuitive egalitarianism communism. Natural selection was about to get a chance to select between the order created by human reason experts' instincts communism, and that of tradition religion. Given that our major faiths evolved customs centered around small farming trading communities, to significant degrees they centered around family life, not stealing, etc., which inadvertently played a key role in the emergence of the market order. It is true of course that the Catholic Church and Islamic caliphates at times held enormous power, but they certainly never intentioned to coordinate the entire socio-economic order as the scientific rational atheists were about to attempt via socialism-communism. Lenin was the man of system. As he tried hard to give a more just and equal order to the Russian people via government planning as opposed to letting the market process and individual economic freedom do so, he acknowledged and said the following, which seems like the perfect and unfortunate complement to Adam Smith's recent quote/wisdom. The machine refused to obey the hand that guided it. It was like a car that was going not in the direction the driver desired, but in the direction someone else desired, as if it were being driven by some mysterious, lawless hand, God knows whose, perhaps of a profiteer, or of a private capitalist, or of both. Be that as it may, the car is not going quite in the direction that the man at the wheel imagines, and often goes in an altogether different direction. Lenin, 1922. Lenin, as well as most people, believed that the key feature is people, the proper choice of people, and if we could just have the right people, experts, great leaders with the right values, government central management would work. But Lenin was wrong, of course. It is not so much the individual salespeople that matter, it is the system, it is freedom and its emergent competitive knowledge and socio-economic order spreading mechanisms. It makes perfect sense how a bunch of economically clueless apes would go wild looking for and pledging support to the ape they feel has the right personal qualities, courage, honesty, intelligence, toughness, etc., and coercing everyone to go along with the master plans while being totally ignorant of the need to discover the time and place information and incentives that can actually order mankind profitably, again, a manner cycle in which more order wealth is produced than consumed. The public not only believes that we need a benevolent dictator, the system naturally selects him for us. A confident fool will sway more minds than a doubtful and considerate genius. It is the man who thoroughly believes that he has the right master plan and great group of friends, that carries himself with the needed confidence to sway and inspire the public. As Bertrand Russell put it, the trouble with the world is that the stupid are cocksure and the intelligent are full of doubt. It is important that we see communism central planning and Lenin's Bolshevik Revolution, and other socialist communist uprisings which dominated the 20th century, as well as all of our socio-economic problems, since they are all caused or greatly exacerbated by competitionless coercive central planning, as an almost inevitable spread of viral self-reinforcing economic fallacies and incentives that were just bound to finally spark in truly sustainable reactions. A young idealistic Russian could worry about how to make a good living in the always uncertain and competitive private sector, or by joining Lenin and his socialist Bolsheviks government he could become a hero to mankind by just forcing farmers others to give up, share, their grain wealth to feed a bureaucracy monopoly of experts who would plan a superior order. Sign me up. Again, we must focus on how the ideas create intellectual echo chambers and incentive structures that lead the slightly smarter apes into either carnage or civilization. We should also highlight the fact that ideologues ultimately inadvertently stumble upon the fact that in order to carry out their wonderful plans, they must either coerce the public directly via edicts, force, direct taxes or regulations, or, even better, simply control the central banks. It becomes a lot easier to spread your ideology and create an incentive structure where most people go along with your wonderful ideas when you can create the money and assure the public that you can provide the money wealth they need. The money equals wealth mass fallacy myth easily causes the apes to self-destroy as one. It allows transfers of wealth from the productive private sector to the centrally planned inefficiently ordered bureaucracies which will consume more than they produce, thus destroying social order too, it easily motivates the masses to peacefully fool themselves and even clamor for such an ultimately disastrous rearrangement. Again, we just have to remember Alan and his castle. The masses go from fear and uncertainty to the comfort of working towards the master plan, and see how they are getting the money they foolishly equate with wealth. We can easily see the inadvertent evolution of this process in our modern world, where what increasingly matters to politicians, ideologues, masses is who will appoint or control the technocrats who run the central bank's Federal Reserve, and will thus be able to keep creating money stimulus to take wealth from the private sector to seemingly accomplish anything: Green New Deal, free education and healthcare, racial equality. Visit gatesnotes.com for an up-to-date list of all potential social problems and how Bill and Melinda Gates have a master plan to solve each. This is essentially what the latest monkey economics modern monetary theory is all about. It is just continuous money creation, taxation by central bank ideologues, technocrats. Regarding this disastrous myth of using money creation inflationism to manage society, something that the slightly smarter apes understandably repeatedly fall for, Hayek writes, "I do not think it is an exaggeration to say history is largely a history of inflation, usually inflations engineered by governments for the gain of governments. Inflation is probably the most important single factor in that vicious circle wherein one kind of government action makes more and more government control necessary. For this reason, all those who wish to stop the drift toward increasing government control should concentrate their effort on monetary policy." Mises. Inflation is the fiscal complement of statism and arbitrary government. It is a cog in the complex of policies and institutions which gradually lead toward totalitarianism. A gold standard, or crypto these days perhaps, makes inflationism impossible, thus helping keep wealth with the peaceful and productive private sector and away from tribalistic apes and their clueless socialism and militarism. Inflationism, however, is not an isolated phenomenon. It is only one piece in the total framework of politico-economic and socio-philosophical ideas of our time. Just as the sound money policy of gold standard advocates went hand in hand with liberalism, free trade, capitalism and peace, so is inflationism part and parcel of imperialism, militarism, protectionism, statism and socialism. Lenin was a great leader, who had the strength to carry out his vision. An example of one of the orders he was sending to various cities districts to deal with farmers, kulaks, who were rebelling against the grain requisitions went as follows. "Comrades, the kulak uprising in your 5 districts must be crushed without pity. The interests of the whole revolution demand such actions, for the final struggle with the kulaks has now begun. You must make an example of these people. 1. Hang publicly, so that people see it, at least 100 kulaks, rich bastards, and known bloodsuckers. 2. Publish their names. 3. Seize all their grain. 4. Single out the hostages per my instructions in yesterday's telegram. Do all this so that for miles around people see it all. Understand it, tremble, and tell themselves that we are killing the bloodthirsty kulaks and that we will continue to do so. Reply saying you have received and carried out these instructions. Yours, Lenin. P.S. Find tougher people." The unproductive chaos tyranny that Lenin was creating inevitably brought a gigantic famine that would claim about 5 million lives in 1921 and 1922. The majestic The Black Book of Communism, Crimes, Terror, Repression explains. Despite the bad harvest of 1920, all grain stocks, even the seed for the future harvest, had been seized. Numerous peasants had virtually nothing to eat since January 1921. The mortality rate had immediately increased in February. In the space of 2 to 3 months, riots and revolts against the regime had effectively stopped in the province of Samara. Today, Vivelin explained, there are no more revolts. We see new phenomena instead. Crowds of thousands of starving people gather around the executive committee or the party headquarters of the Soviet to wait, for days and days, for the miraculous appearance of the food they need. It is impossible to chase this crowd away, and every day more of them die. They are dropping like flies. I think there must be at least 900,000 starving people in this province. Though perfectly well informed of the inevitable consequences of the requisitioning policy, the government took no steps to combat these predicted effects. On the 30th of July 1921, while famine gripped a growing number of regions, Lenin and Molotov sent a telegram to all leaders of regional and provincial party committees asking them to bolster the mechanisms for food collection, step up the propaganda for the rural population, explaining the economic and political importance of the prompt payment of taxes, put at the disposal of the agencies for the collection of taxes in kind all the authority of the party, and allow them to use all the disciplinary measures that the state itself would use. Fortunately, other Bolshevik leaders helped Lenin accept relief from international organizations like the Red Cross, the Quakers, and future U.S. President Herbert Hoover's American Relief Association, whose combined efforts fed a whopping 11 million people each day. Lenin's anti-market, thus anti-production, and thus anti-life order government control measures were such a disaster that by 1921 Lenin scaled some of it back in what was called the NEP, New Economic Policy. The NEP essentially reintroduced some levels of private property enterprise, especially for farmers' kulaks, which immediately led to a better functioning of the market process and substantial increases in food production. Among the numerous things to learn from this and similar disasters is the fact that it is understandably difficult for ideologues like Lenin and his governmental structure, echo chamber of experts and incentive structure, since they are wholly dependent on wealth taken by force from the masses, to change their minds, since not only do they have to admit to error but also realize that they have caused unimaginable suffering. This is just the kind of stuff the slightly smarter apes don't do that often. The echo chambers just intensify and get more negligent. The incentives are to look the other way, or place the blame elsewhere. Even though Lenin was becoming aware of the chaos he was causing, he understandably had incentives to look for other causes, like saboteurs, the rich capitalist exploiters, not social distancing enough, the religious church who did not want to relinquish power, authority, etc. It was his economic policies that were intensifying the misery, but he would just double down further, intensifying it. The Soviet Union's rule by competition-immune monopoly of experts, scientists, had disastrous consequences for scientific research as well. We are fooled into believing that it is scientists that make our wonderful innovations, but it is not scientists per se, but competition, which requires freedom of course, something the Soviet Union lacked, leading to massive competition-immune bureaucracies that evolved to fight change discoveries and warp science research in political ideological ways. A particularly disastrous scientist who rose to the top in the 1930s was Trofim Lysenko, who led a campaign against the growing field of genetics, had many other scientists, critics persecuted, killed, and whose competition-immune theories related to farming led to millions of deaths via crop failures both in Russia, and later in China, helping lead to the Great Chinese Famine, which claimed 15 to 55 million lives. Being a favorite of Stalin and also on good terms with his successor Nikita Khrushchev, it wasn't until Khrushchev's downfall in 1963 that Lysenko was thoroughly discredited. From his wiki. In 1964, physicist Andrei Sakharov spoke out against Lysenko in the General Assembly of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. He is responsible for the shameful backwardness of Soviet biology and of genetics in particular, for the dissemination of pseudoscientific views, for adventurism, for the degradation of learning, and for the defamation, firing, arrest, even death, of many genuine scientists. Even though plenty of people knew communism would bring about unimaginable suffering, the rate at which the economic ignorance fallacies and perverse incentives appealed to the tribalistic smarter apes was much faster than the rate at which proper arguments against it could spread. One could say that the definitive knockout blow that proved the impossibility of central planning did not even exist until Ludwig von Mises wrote his economic calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth in 1920. Far away and in a foreign language. Without sound economic arguments which were also brief enough to be somewhat viral, much of mankind was doomed. The religious traditions of looking at the world's problems as the result of good versus evil did not work with the atheistic socialists communists who, thanks to scientific progress and Darwin, could easily discard deity-based arguments. In other words, mankind was stuck in what Mises referred to as the moral sphere. Although within the context of economics, the following quote from Mises applies to all of mankind's problems. In just 2 consecutive paragraphs Mises does away with the "they are evil" fallacy, and the "they are mad" fallacy. The problems involved are purely intellectual and must be dealt with as such. It is disastrous to shift them to the moral sphere and to dispose of supporters of opposite ideologies by calling them villains. It is vain to insist that what we are aiming at is good and what our adversaries want is bad. The question to be solved is precisely what is to be considered as good and what as bad. The rigid dogmatism peculiar to religious groups and to Marxism results only in irreconcilable conflict. It condemns beforehand all dissenters as evildoers, it calls into question their good faith, it asks them to surrender unconditionally. No social cooperation is possible where such an attitude prevails. No better is the propensity, very popular nowadays, to brand supporters of other ideologies as lunatics. Psychiatrists are vague in drawing a line between sanity and insanity. It would be preposterous for laymen to interfere with this fundamental issue of psychiatry. However, it is clear that if the mere fact that a man shares erroneous views and acts according to his errors qualifies him as mentally disabled, it would be very hard to discover an individual to which the epithet sane or normal could be attributed. Then we are bound to call the past generations lunatic because their ideas about the problems of the natural sciences and concomitantly their techniques differed from ours. Coming generations will call us lunatics for the same reason. Man is liable to error. If to err were the characteristic feature of mental disability, then everybody should be called mentally disabled. Mises. Thus the ideological battle between the atheistic scientific anti-religion tradition, central planning by experts, viral fallacies and inherited religious traditions continued, with religion, private property, and thus humanity, suffering immensely. In the period between 1927 and 1940, the number of Orthodox churches in the Soviet Union fell from 29,584 to less than 500. The Soviet Union's anti-religion purges were equal opportunity. In 1917 there were over 20,000 Islamic mosques in the Soviet Union, by 1935 there would be less than 60. Thousands of priests would stick to their faith and quickly be shot. The atheistic nature of the Soviet Union obviously played a role in making it so much easier to discard human life and thus tremendously deadlier. A family structure, as already mentioned, has been important for keeping the peace and other things, and obviously respect for private property is the foundation of our modern socio-economic order. Communism, socialism, good intentions and all, destroyed these two and inadvertently destroyed the order that emerged from them itself. As Hayek mentions, among the founders of religions over the last 2,000 years, many opposed property and the family. But the only religions that have survived are those which support property and the family. Thus the outlook for communism, which is both anti-property and anti-family and also anti-religion, is not promising. For it is, I believe, itself a religion which had its time, and which is now declining rapidly. In communist and socialist countries we are watching how the natural selection of religious beliefs disposes of the maladapted. Hayek F. A. 1989, p. 137. In February 25, 1956, Nikita Khrushchev shook the world by admitting that the Great Terror, a political witch hunt that Stalin carried out, 1936-38 and led to the execution of about 700,000 people had been based on lies, exaggerations, etc. He had to wait till Stalin's death, 1953, to admit this mistake. However, It was not till 1991 that enough doubt and dissent emerged within the political structure and public in the USSR to finally put an end to the more textbook communist socialist intellectual error and resulting perverse incentives and relative tyranny that ruled that area since 1918. Obviously, immense praise should be given to Mikhail Gorbachev for admitting that the communist ideology had been a massive failure error. But the challenge did not end there. How do you get millions of people who have spent generations looking at a single bureaucracy to manage the social order and at least keep them alive to abandon that order maker and trust freedom and competition? Soviet-style socialism and the perverse ideological myths and resulting incentive structure lasted over 70 years. And it still persists today in countries like Cuba, North Korea, and there are communist parties with significant support in many countries and increasingly so in the USA. Once you get the slightly smarter apes chasing their own tails via an ideological and incentive structure that grows government, and increasingly relies on central bank money creation to sustain the wealth transfers needed to keep the government's central plans going, one usually has to wait for it to self-destroy via economic collapse, at the country group level, per Hayek's earlier quote. The ultimate decision about what is accepted as right and wrong will be made not by individual human wisdom but by the disappearance of the groups that have adhered to the wrong beliefs. Good intentions and intelligence guided by economic ignorance leads to disaster. The case of Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein is perhaps the perfect example of a genius who with the best of intentions would use his reason to provide what is essentially a recipe for the destruction of civilization via his economically ignorant push for central planning socialism. In his 1949 article Why Socialism? He writes, "Technological progress frequently results in more unemployment rather than in an easing of the burden of work for all. The profit motive, in conjunction with competition among capitalists, is responsible for an instability in the accumulation and utilization of capital which leads to increasingly severe depressions. Unlimited competition leads to a huge waste of labor. I am convinced there is only one way to eliminate these grave evils, namely through the establishment of a socialist economy, accompanied by an educational system which would be oriented towards social goals. In such an economy, the means of production are owned by society itself and are utilized in a planned fashion. A planned economy, which adjusts production to the needs of the community, would distribute the work to be done among all those able to work and would guarantee a livelihood to every man, woman, and child." Numerous disastrous economic fallacies can be found above. Technological progress allows us to lower costs so more wealth can be created while consuming less, thus growing the economic pie. Technological progress has made it so that on average a single worker in the agricultural sector, thanks to increasingly automated tractors machinery, can create vast quantities of food, and competition between such farmers guarantees that they must innovate and copy each other's innovations and that they must sell their food cheaply competitively, so now the masses have more wealth to spend in other sectors helping them grow, like the IT sector and everything else we now have, since we don't have 80% of people working on farms like we did just a few centuries ago. The wealth that no longer sustains a job that has been lost to automation simply goes to sustain some other job, allowing us to easily afford more stuff, the stuff that got automated and is cheaper thanks to it, plus the new stuff we spend our newly saved extra money wealth on. Einstein is utterly clueless about the fact that the accumulation of wealth by savers and the rich just enters the banking finance sector, where interest rate coordination pairs such wealth with most profitable ideas. As painful as it might be to admit for some, if Einstein can be so clueless, we can hardly blame Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Hitler, Roosevelt and the countless others for the misery they caused. The Mythology of War. From 1337 to 1453 the 100 Years' War between England and France took place. Do you know who the good guys and evildoers were in this conflict? Was this war, and its destruction of life and property, necessary? Of course not. Since the truth is that wars are the worst thing man can do and that peaceful cooperation in the global free market is in everyone's best interest, all wars are essentially based on mythology, on a widely held but false belief or idea. Our current large national militaries are an obvious sign of how economically ignorant the masses and intellectual leaders are. When people join in the military, they are surrendering their freedom to do what some clueless tribal apes politicians like Biden or Trump feel we need to do, and also giving up on the ability to use reason and a thoughtful, compassionate, and nuanced understanding of the world to solve potential misunderstandings. It is an understandable fallacy made by slightly smarter apes that have zero clue how the socioeconomic order works and much less has evolved. Let us learn from history and see how, from the immense complexity arising out of the interaction of human nature, economic ignorance, and other factors, myths leading to war arise and their numerous continuing repercussions. The evil Huns-Germans of World War I. The inevitable emergence of wartime atrocity myths. We began the book by highlighting what is perhaps the best modern example of how totally clueless and tribalistic the slightly smarter apes are, the self-destruction of Europe via World War I 1914 to 1918, for reasons not 1 out of 100,000 people today knows. Freedom and the emerging worldwide division of labor and knowledge kept creating all this technology and amazing complexity. But the apes at the time had little clue how the market process works and much less how it had evolved largely independent of human reason, and sadly understandably they just used the technology to better organize the tribal slaughter. As they have been doing for generations, mythical concepts like evil quickly segregated the apes into their respective tribes. The apes in the US, Canada, England believed myths and propaganda that portrayed the Germans as the evil Huns, apes so barbaric and somehow possessed by some militaristic spirit that out of sheer malice they would sinisterly bayonet and chop off the hands of Belgian babies and crucify Canadian soldiers. Below are some World War I anti-German propaganda posters. This was such a big deal that US lawyer Clarence Darrow, who would eventually become known for defending John T. Scopes in the famous Scopes monkey trial about teaching evolution in schools, went to France in 1915 offering $1,000, $30,000 in today's money, to anyone who could bring him one of the Belgian children who supposedly had their arms amputated by the evil Germans. Obviously he found no such cases, and even if he had, it still would have been a gigantic error myth to label the Germans in such a manner that could continue to slaughter. The fact that those creating the propaganda felt it would help, and that the masses tolerated it and were roused by it, is just reflective of how the apes thought at the time. Just a couple hundred years earlier in 1693, Americans hung 19 people for witchcraft in the famed Salem witch trials. It just takes a while for the apes to properly see themselves as they really are. It is vitally important to keep in mind that labeling fellow Homo sapiens as some mythical monstrosity in war happens all the time in conflicts large enough simply due to pure probability and the still overwhelming religious mystical non-evolutionary mindset of most people. And that the formation of such myths, even if at times purposely designed by newspapermen or politicians, is something that should still be seen as an understandable and nearly inevitable myth formation and not a conspiracy. Consider the following. Among the thousands of violent encounters in a conflict as large as a war between nations, statistically you are bound to have many violent encounters from which eventually one or a few will lead to the formation of such myths. For example, a bomb will eventually damage a non-military target and kill a civilian. In retaliation, a civilian could understandably snipe at an occupying troop, which can then lead to a heightened state of fear alertness and a soldier mistakenly shooting a teenager, which will lead a mother or old lady to understandably scream about how evil and cold-blooded the occupiers are. Even just a regular soldier, being the killer slightly smarter apes that we are anyway, regardless of nationality, may just enjoy sniping or killing a civilian. This still would not make the soldier, much less his entire nation, some bestial Huns or similar mythical non-evolutionary creation. Then we have the media quickly spreading the atrocity, and then of course the politicians conveniently picking up the story to gain sympathy for their heroic war against the evildoers monsters. Given the increasing tribalism nationalism, the arms manufacturers, already likely to employ people who have a more naive good versus evil mindset that justifies military spending and also profits from war, will have an easier time getting government money, which also means more money for the campaigns of more simple-minded tribalistic good versus evil politicians, who spread more naive tribalism through the media in an intensifying cycle of tribalism which attracts more money and wealth with which to spread more tribalism. Once the conflicts start, the need for unity becomes even stronger, and those opposed to it are easily branded as traitors, especially when these courageous people expose the errors or criminality of leaders pushing for war. Clear and level-headed thinkers who know that the enemy are just fellow human beings whose actions are oftentimes very reasonable given how they see things and far from some evil monsters, are bound to be in the minority, and eventually branded as traitors, pro-Kaiser Hitler Putin, insert evil bad guy here. Once these voices are silenced, then the apes just intensify the slaughter until one side claims victory to the war. In any conflict, whether it is a family feud or a tribal slaughter, the apes have been naturally selected to attempt to persuade others to their cause group. And this obviously manifests itself in modernity via the use of the media and propaganda to rally the public in support of the great cause war. All action is based on knowledge, knowledge is expressed and described via language, and thus it is with language that we can see the formation of deep hatreds that can ultimately lead to wars. When World War I broke out, to most Americans the conflict was just a bigger version of one of the usual European scuffles which Americans wanted no part in and seemed so distant. If Germany had been some monstrous militaristic evil empire out to conquer the world, the US would have joined the Allies immediately, but obviously it wasn't, regardless of the diplomatic blunders committed by a few of its bureaucrats. In 1908, a survey of how Americans viewed immigrant groups had ranked the Germans as the most admirable. The British won the media war. On August 5, 1914, a day after the British declared war on Germany, the British cut most undersea transatlantic communication cables linking Germany with the rest of the world. Historian Thomas Fleming writes, "The New York Times reported the cutting of the main cables on August 6, 1914. The reporter dutifully noted that from now on, all word of happenings in Germany must pass through hostile countries, Russia on the east, France on the west, and England on the north. The Consul General of Germany's chief ally, Austria-Hungary, in one of the greatest understatements of the 20th century, told the Times, 'The cutting of that cable may do us great injury. If only one side of the case is given, prejudice will be created against us here.' On August 2, 1916, a group of American correspondents in Berlin signed a protest complaining that their dispatches were constantly suppressed, mutilated or delayed by the London censor. Americans were not getting the vital half of the most important events of the war. Thanks to British propaganda, by the time the US entered the war, to many Americans Germany was no longer the land of so many of its own immigrants or the land of Mozart, Bach, and Beethoven, it was the land of the evil Huns. As Professor Gordon mentions, at all costs, Germany and the Allies were not to be viewed as mere rivals in quest for mastery of Europe. Quite the contrary, the British propagandists claimed that German policy followed a long tradition of savage militarism unparalleled elsewhere. They attempted again and again to portray the Germans as being beyond the pale of civilized humanity. But how could the Germans best be pictured as bestial Huns? Atrocities real or imagined proved the best means of creating the desired image. The British propagandists even stooped so low as to manufacture evidence in pursuit of their goal. Thus it was widely alleged that German troops had mutilated babies during their occupation of Belgium. These stories lack any basis in fact, and the British government admitted that it could not supply adequate documentation for them. Fortunately for the British, German propaganda proved unequal to the task. German pamphlets tended to be stiffly legalistic, and they proved no match for British appeals to passion. The April 17, 1917 edition of The Times, a British newspaper owned by Lord Northcliffe, ran a bogus story about Germans using human fat to make oils and soap, the same lies would resurface after World War II when Nazi Germany was wrongly accused of making soap out of Jews. An angry German wrote an open letter to the hated propagandist Lord Northcliffe. German propaganda was in spirit the propaganda of scholars, privy councillors and professors. How could these honest and unworldly men cope with devils of journalism, experts in mass poisoning like yourself? German propaganda, what there was of it, was addressed to the reason, to the intelligence, the conscience. How could such dry stuff as facts cope with the gaudy yarns, the hate hypnotism, the crude sensations you dished up? The German steadfastly refused to descend to your level. The bottom line is that we must always keep our eye on how various myths, not conspiracies, evolve, and how this is just part of all slightly smarter apes. A few quotes about war by the great Ludwig von Mises. Society has arisen out of the works of peace, the essence of society is peacemaking. Peace and not war is the father of all things. Only economic action has created the wealth around us, labor, not the profession of arms, brings happiness. Peace builds, war destroys. Only one thing can conquer war, that liberal attitude of mind which can see nothing in war but destruction and annihilation, and which can never wish to bring about a war, because it regards war as injurious even to the victors. Modern war is not a war of royal armies. It is a war of the peoples, a total war. It is a war of states which do not leave to their subjects any private sphere, they consider the whole population a part of the armed forces. Whoever does not fight must work for the support and equipment of the army. Army and people are one and the same. The citizens passionately participate in the war. For it is their state, their God, who fights. Whoever wishes peace among peoples must fight statism. The evil Japanese who bombed Pearl Harbor. During the last few centuries, as with socialist myth, racist myths which attributed the technological superiority of Europeans to minute differences in Homo sapiens, race, or their religion were understandably very popular and shared by most political leaders at the time. For example, US President Theodore Roosevelt mentioned in February 1900, "I am a believer in the fact that it is for the good of the world that the English-speaking race in all its branches should hold as much of the world's surface as possible." Winston Churchill, who was the embodiment of British racist imperialism, mentions, "I do not admit that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America, or the black people of Australia, by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, has come in and taken its place." Churchill, Roosevelt, Hitler and countless leaders and intellectuals at the time had no idea that the emergence of the market process and free market capitalism in Europe, which took the white man to such relative heights, was not the result of biological or hardware differences between people, but what can be seen more as a change in the software, culture, laws, ideologies that ran society. Asians were understandably upset by the racism of Europeans and their own relative technological backwardness. Initially, Chinese rulers closed themselves from the Europeans, and it was the Japanese who took the lead in swallowing their pride and trying to learn from them. Fortunately for the Japanese, Herbert Spencer quickly became the most influential thinker among Japanese thought leaders, so much so that they would be in close correspondence with him while drafting their laws. Nagai writes in Herbert Spencer in early Meiji Japan, "Spencer has been called the most widely read and possibly the most influential Western social and political thinker in Japan during the 1880s. Between 1877 and 1900, at least 32 translations and one critical study of Spencer's works were published, besides many articles in journals and magazines. The writings of John Stuart Mill ranked next in popularity. Other Western thinkers, such as Rousseau, Montesquieu, Guizot, Haeckel, T. H. Huxley, Darwin, Bentham, and Bagehot, received much less public attention. The above and other factors led to a much faster transition from feudalism to a market economy and accompanying superior competitive knowledge discovery and technological advancement for the Japanese relative to others in the area. During the First Sino-Japanese War, 1894-5, the Japanese easily defeated the Chinese over control of Korea. Then in 1904-5 the Japanese crushed the Russians, dealing an embarrassing and shocking blow to white imperialists everywhere. At the end of World War I the winning powers agreed to let Japan maintain an army in northern China, Manchuria, primarily to protect the southern Manchurian Railway. Historian John Toland writes that Japan poured $1 billion into the bandit-infested, sparsely populated territory, and maintained such law and order along the railroads that hundreds of thousands of Japanese, Chinese and Korean traders and settlers flooded into the area. It was this mass influx that had inspired Ishihara and Itagaki, Japanese generals, to envision a Manchuria free of its Chinese warlord ruler. Ishihara dreamed of making it an autonomous state, a heaven for all of its ethnic groups, Japanese, Chinese, Manchurians, Koreans, and White Russians. Ishihara and Itagaki, initially without approval from higher-ups in the army, took it upon themselves to issue orders to quickly take over Manchuria. In 1932 the Japanese set up a pro-Japanese government headed by the Chinese Qing dynasty Emperor Puyi and thus created the state of Montecuo. Thanks to Japanese investment and oversight, besides Japan, Montecuo became the most economically prosperous area in the Far East. Kishi Nobusuke, who had once had a top administrative position in Montecuo and later became Prime Minister of Japan after World War II, noted in a memoir that, in the establishment of Montecuo, the ideals of ethnic harmony and peace and prosperity shone radiantly. A scientific, conscientious, bold experiment was carried out there. This was a truly unique modern state formation. The people directly involved devoted their energies to it, motivated by their sincere aspirations, and also the peoples of Japan and Manzaguo strongly supported it, and Mohandas Gandhi, the Indian holy man, offered encouragement from far away. At the time Manzaguo was the hope of East Asia. Today Pearl Harbor is in the U.S. state of Hawaii, yet at the time Hawaii was not even a U.S. state, and over time it became one against the wishes of its native population. I am sure many native Chinese detested the puppet Puyi administration just like many native Hawaiians detested the overthrow of their Queen Liliuokalani colony. In 1993 the Clinton administration issued a formal apology admitting that the U.S. had annexed Hawaii unlawfully. I am not making these points to justify what was undoubtedly Japanese aggression in the establishment of Montecuo. We just want to see the Japanese ideologues at the time similarly to how we see ours, and not as the brutal race of militaristic and evil conquerors bullshit that clouds prevents our understanding of history and ultimately allowed for the wanton murdering of the Japanese in the World War that ensued. On the 27th of September 1940, Japan signed the Tripartite Pact, joining Germany and Italy in an alliance. By this time Germany had already easily defeated France, and many were hoping the British and Germans would soon come to an agreeable peace. But this was not to be. Wartime tribalistic jingoisms, the understandable desire of Jews all over the world to crush Hitler's government, and the anti-Hitler psychosis they helped create, and Churchill's desire to win a glorious war among other factors, kept Churchill and US President FDR hoping to escalate in a manner that would eventually bring victory, which is eventually what happened. On June 22, 1941 Hitler invades the Soviet Union, thus accelerating the desire of Churchill and FDR to help Stalin. Since Japan is allied with Germany, the FDR administration does what it can to weaken Japan and also get involved in the war. Soon after, on July 26, 1941, U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt froze all Japanese assets in U.S. banks, massive theft, and outlawed all oil exports by U.S. companies to Japan. Japan would purchase about 80% of its oil from U.S. firms like Standard Oil, and now FDR was making it a criminal act for these firms to do business with Japan. On November 26 the US essentially told Japan that in order to remedy the situation, Japan would have to completely withdraw from China among other things, thus essentially giving up control of the areas to various warlords and a bunch of communist revolutionaries that would inevitably bring immense suffering and chaos. On December 7, 1941 the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, which officially brought the USA into World War II. A few months later, on March 30, 1942, U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt had thousands of Japanese Americans quickly gathered and sent to concentration camps. Below we see a Japanese American being escorted to an internment camp, SRC. Seattle Times. Via their treaty obligations with the Japanese, Germany also declared war on the US. By this time the US had been in a non-shooting war against Germany for a while by giving financial and material support to England, and the Soviet Union and much more. As Roosevelt had told Churchill, "I shall never declare war, I shall make war." If I were to ask Congress to declare war, they might argue about it for 3 months. The attack on Pearl Harbor was the inevitable and in many ways welcomed and precipitated result of Churchill and the Roosevelt administration's efforts to bring the US fully into the war. For example, according to Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson, on a meeting on November 25, 1941, President Roosevelt brought up the event that we were likely to be attacked perhaps, as soon as next Monday, for the Japanese are notorious for making an attack without warning, and the question was what we should do. The question was how we should maneuver them into the position of firing the first shot without allowing too much danger to ourselves. Why would Japan do this? The usual slightly smarter ape tribalistic thinking would paint the Japanese as some irrational militaristic race of evil brutal conquerors which had to be stopped by the forces of good, Roosevelt America. But any rational person with a basic understanding of biology and history knows that the Japanese were fellow Homo sapiens, that there is no such thing as evil, and that such a group of people who reached such heights in terms of scientific and cultural achievements would not attack Pearl Harbor without significant provocation. Some Japanese, just like the British, French, Germans and other white people, wanted to play a role in shaping their corner of the world. And also, very importantly, they wanted to somehow prevent the spread of Soviet communism, which thanks to the Soviet Union's great size and China's relative backwardness and rule by various warlords, was spreading throughout the region. According to the great Pulitzer Prize-winning historian John Toland, Yosuke Matsuoka, Japanese Minister of Foreign Affairs, 1940-41, declared that Japan was fighting for 2 goals, to prevent Asia from falling completely under the white man's domination, as in Africa, and to save China from communism. No treasure trove is in here eyes, only sacrifices upon sacrifices. No one realizes this more than she does. But her very life depends on it, as do those of her neighbors as well. The all-absorbing question before Japan today is, can she bear the cross? According to U.S. Ambassador to Japan Joseph Grew, Japan considers herself as the bulwark against the spread of communism southward and eastward. Given sufficient provocation, the Japanese could readily be aroused to enter Siberia with the intention of completely destroying a regime which it fears and detests. As the Stimson quote shows, FDR was well aware that Japan would now strike soon. The U.S. was able to intercept Japanese secret communications and knew of the impending Japanese attack. On December 4, Captain L.F. Safford, Chief of Navy Communications Intelligence, reported the interception of the Winds Execute message and that it meant war, and we knew it meant war, as Captain Oliver Littleton, British Minister of Supplies, mentioned on June 20, 1944. America provoked Japan to such an extent that the Japanese were forced to attack Pearl Harbor. It is a travesty on history to say that America was forced into war. As we all know, the war came, Japan was utterly destroyed and nuked twice, civil war and communism completely engulfed China, leading to unimaginable misery. On August 6 and 9, 1945, the nuclear bombs were dropped for political reasons that had nothing to do with saving American lives, not that this would have justified dropping the bombs anyways. The myth that the Japanese were some mindless ideologues that just would not surrender evolved to justify this tribalistic calamity. Months before the bombs were dropped, the Japanese had been trying to negotiate surrender in a way where they could keep their emperor, who according to their religion was a holy figure. Future President Dwight D. Eisenhower knew this and thus opposed the bomb. He said first, the Japanese were ready to surrender and it wasn't necessary to hit them with that awful thing. Second, I hated to see our country be the first to use such a weapon. As historian John V. Denson writes, since President Truman, in effect, accepted the conditional surrender offered by the Japanese as early as May of 1945, the question is posed, why then were the bombs dropped? Long before the bombs were dropped, Japan had already been completely devastated by RB-29 bombers. For example, on the single day of March 9, 1945, 279 B-29s incinerated Tokyo, killing over 185,000 Japanese. Mostly women and children for sure, at a cost of only 14 US planes. Our elected ideologues during the time wanted to intimidate the Russians by showing off their new weapon, justify their expenditures on the research to Congress, and another factor was the good old tribalism that makes us look at our human enemy as subhuman beasts. As President Truman mentions in a letter to Samuel McCrae Covert, General Secretary of the Churches of Christ in America, the only language they seem to understand is the one we have been using to bombard them. When you have to deal with a beast, you have to treat him as a beast. It is most regrettable but nevertheless true. Bottom line, only massive hordes of economically ignorant, and thus uncivilized slightly smarter apes, sadly most Americans at the time, could fool themselves into going along with such slaughter. On December 8, the day after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the slightly smarter apes that had absorbed an American identity declared war on the Japanese. Obviously the Homo sapiens residing in the US had to salute to the Homo sapiens in Japan. Only one truly wise and civilized Homo sapiens knew this was an unnecessary bad idea and voted against the declaration, Jeanette Rankin. She had also gotten it right by voting against US entry into World War I. As feared by the Japanese, the worst possible outcome occurred as communist mythology and resulting inevitable suffering via Mao Zedong's revolution led to the deaths and immense suffering of millions. Shit happens, there is really no one to blame, of course. Little by little, with enough freedom, the slightly smarter apes eventually learn. Deng Xiaoping, who was the leading pro-free market reformer after Mao's passing, tells us, these were not just Mao's mistakes, they were all our mistakes. We are a backward country and we need to learn from Japan. The environment. Why we are not running out of natural resources. Another side effect of our fundamental change from self-sufficient tribal world to market process coordinated world is the importance associated with land and natural resources. We are somewhat intuitively territorial because land and the food and animals that it contained was of vital importance in our tribal past, but this is not the case today. Wealth and material prosperity needs two things, one is matter, natural resources, and the second is a process that transforms this matter into human usable wealth. In our tribal past, nature provided both the matter and the transformation. Today nature provides the matter and we, the market process coordinated social organism, provide the transformation. With respect to matter, natural resources, they are abundant, we have an entire planet filled with them. Most people are worried that we are running out of natural resources, but this is not true. As the complexity and embodied knowledge of our productive structures increases, our ability and ease with which we can transform matter into wealth increases faster and faster. As George Reisman explains, there is no limit to the further advances that are possible. Hydrogen, the most abundant element in the universe, may turn out to be an economical source of fuel in the future. Atomic and hydrogen explosives, lasers, satellite detection systems, and, indeed, even space travel itself, open up limitless new possibilities for increasing the supply of economically usable mineral supplies. Advances in mining technology that would make it possible to mine economically at a depth of, say, 10,000 feet, instead of the present much more limited depths, or to mine beneath the oceans, would so increase the portion of the Earth's mass accessible to man that all previous supplies of accessible minerals would appear insignificant by comparison. And even at 10,000 feet, man would still, quite literally, just be scratching the surface, because the radius of the Earth extends to a depth of 4,000 miles. Our ability to find new sources of energy seems to be increasing faster than the rate at which we consume them. For example, by the end of 1944, crude oil known reserves were 51 billion barrels worldwide. After 58 years, by 2002 we produced 917 billion barrels, yet the known reserves had increased over 20 times to 1,266 billion barrels. From 1967 to 2003, 2,563 trillion cubic feet of natural gas were produced, yet during this time the known reserves increased sixfold from 1,041 in 1967 to 6,076 trillion cubic feet in 2003. In 1950 the world's known coal reserves were 256 billion short tons. From 1950 to 2002, 188 were consumed, and at the same time the known reserves increased more than fourfold from 256 to 1,089 billion short tons. It is true, of course, that at some point in the future, if the social organism does not find better ways of producing energy, these resources will eventually run out. But why make dire predictions about a future that is at least hundreds of years away based on today's inferior technology and knowledge? What are the chances that our ability to produce usable energy will not be greatly increased in the near future? Reality and history clearly show that our ability to produce energy is increasing faster than the rate at which we use it. 100 years ago, drilling miles deep into the earth and doing the transformations we are profitably capable of doing today were impossible, much less economically viable and profitable, and yet here we are, consuming more energy than ever and with more reserves as well. Today, many people who have no understanding whatsoever of how the market process works, dismiss countless sources of energy simply because they are currently too expensive or not economically viable, without realizing that just about every one of today's energy sources was too expensive in the near past. Our natural resource problems are the result of our basic problem, our inability to recognize the fundamental change from tribal world to market process coordinated social organism, again our unfortunate ignorance of economics. We have evolved with little to no changes in technology. For the last 2 million years our technology was limited to a few simple stone tools. We have not evolved to intuitively understand how technology evolves and increases the social organism's ability to transform the world for our benefit. When we think of technology, we think of individual gadgets or tools, but the word technology should have another meaning, or perhaps we need a new word to embody the concentration of productive ability that is embodied in entire productive structures, companies made up of many human minds and their tools, computers and so on, each constantly improving their efficiency and therefore improving the efficiency of the whole productive structure. Again, these productive structures and how the market process shapes them via competition, prices, investing, interest rates and all the things we discussed in the economics chapter are new to us, and unless we include their proper understanding as part of our weaning process, we will continue to destroy the very mechanisms that have led to our own existence. A perfect example of the social organism's ability to transform matter into wealth is the Japanese human ant farm. Japan has a total area a little smaller than the state of Montana, and it is spread over 4 large islands and many smaller ones totaling over 3,000 islands. The terrain is mountainous and volcanic, with relatively few and hard-to-get natural resources, yet the 130 million Japanese who live there make up the most complex productive order mankind has ever seen. Thousands of tons of matter are shipped to it daily and are transformed into wealth. The Japanese aren't running out of space either. they simply transform matter from some mine somewhere to flooring that they stack on layers as they build up. Africa is full of natural resources and matter, yet it lacks the most important ingredient for wealth, a complex human ant farm capable of transforming that matter into wealth. Or better said, at a more fundamental level, the African human ant farm does not have the laws, the simple respect for private property, which allows for a productive human ant farm to emerge. They do not have capitalism. Matter and natural resources are abundant. What really makes a difference in our modern world is the human ant farm's ability to transform this matter into human usable wealth as opposed to nature. What good does it do one to be standing on large deposits of crude oil or any other natural resource if you do not have a productive structure that can transform it into wealth? The planet has had petroleum and other natural resources long before we came to exist. It is thanks to the social organisms' combined intelligence and not to their mere existence that natural resources become of any use. Because the supply of resources provided by nature is one and the same with the supply of matter and energy, the supply of economically usable natural resources is virtually limitless. It increases as man expands his knowledge of and physical power over the world and universe. Once one understands economics and the workings of the market process, such zero-sum based fears should begin to go away. Dealing with pollution. Taking care of the environment is one of the easiest problems to solve. The key to protecting the environment is to privatize as much as possible, including rivers and oceans. If someone dumps garbage in your house, they are damaging your private property. If all land is privatized, all garbage and pollutants would have to be properly disposed of or stored or transformed into something people don't mind having around. It is that simple. There is no such thing as pollution or environmental problems in privately owned land. If rivers and streams were privately owned, the dumping of toxic chemicals in rivers and streams would be a violation of the river owner's property rights and bring about a justified lawsuit. Garbage disposal and storage companies would buy large tracts of cheap and undesirable land and use it to properly store and dispose of our garbage and pollutants, and they would always take the necessary precautions, so that such garbage and pollutants cannot make it to other people's property. If the pollutants happen to be dangerous chemicals that can get in water supplies and pollute surrounding private property, then they would have to be stored in containers, raising the cost associated with disposing of such pollutants. This increase in the price costs associated with disposing of certain pollutants is a signal that carries with it information, the fact that properly disposing of this chemical is hard to do and requires a lot of care, resources, costs, consumption. The companies which use these chemicals will then base their calculations as to whether to use the chemical or not based on this price, which embodies all the details, costs relevant to its proper disposal, and this would discourage the very use of such pollutants. For example, Larry owns a plastic making company, and as a byproduct of his plastic making process a very toxic pollutant is created which requires an expensive chemical process that breaks it down into things that aren't harmful. If Larry's plastic is great stuff that people are willing to pay a lot of money for, enough money to also cover the cost of the process of transforming the pollutant byproduct into a non-pollutant, then great, Larry is in business, his productive structure is self-sustaining and socially desirable. If not, then Larry needs to find something else to do or wait until a better way of dealing with his pollutant comes along. This example once again shows us how prices contain and propagate knowledge. The disposal of pollutants is just a transportation and/or transformation of matter, and this is something that market process coordinated human ant farms are getting better at faster and faster and faster. Every increase in the efficiency of transportation or automation improves our ability to move, store, dispose of garbage pollutants. And as our ability to transform matter improves, sometimes we can learn to use our old garbage for new things, like in the cases of profitable recycling. This is why the cleanest and most environmentally sound places in the world also happen to be the most economically advanced. Increasingly productive human ant farms find it easier and easier to clean up after themselves. All garbage is just matter that has been transformed from a state that is useful to us to one that is less useful or uneconomically usable at a certain time. But as time passes by and our ability to transform matter to our benefit increases, garbage will eventually become a usable natural resource. Soon sending pollutants to outer space will become an affordable possibility. But none of this makes sense to the economically slightly smarter apes. The conservation of species. Many people increasingly see human beings as a cancer that is growing and destroying the planet and selfishly and unfairly killing off other species. But this is not true, and the root of this mistake is due to our belief that we are somehow apart from nature, and also to extending our egalitarian tendencies to all living things, and of course, the usual culprit, our lack of an understanding of how the market process creates the social order. It is important to keep in mind how flexible our minds are. We can brainwash ourselves to love and care greatly about fellow human beings, but also things like our cars, favorite shirts, teddy bears, pets, and especially for some biologists and nature lovers, all living things like bugs, grasses and so on, some of which unfortunately go extinct due to our flourishing. We are a new life form, not just a new kind of big-brained ape. We are parts of the new social organism. And species growing and changing the environment, at the expense of others, is fair game as far as natural selection is concerned. Actually, everything is fair game for natural selection. Our transition from social animal in our tribal world to market process coordinated social organism is as significant in the evolution of life, and the continuous increase in complexity on this planet as the transition from single-celled to multicellular life which occurred about 1 billion years ago. Many people love the way beavers transform their environment when they build dams in rivers, yet they find our cities, skyscrapers, soaring planes, chemicals, and world of concrete and pavement to be an environmental disaster, and are completely unaware that these transformations of the world around us are precisely what create a better environment for human beings. One free of snakes, rotting and decaying animals, and the countless microbes which would be preying on us. It can be easy to relate to people who love insects and grasses almost as much as human beings. Natural selection has created every creature to be so unique, with such a wonderful evolutionary story to tell. I love biology. One can even feel like other species besides human beings are sort of innocent, because whatever seemingly evil things they need to do to survive are not done out of apparent malice like it might seem amongst us humans. Our wars and nuclear weapons can do so much damage. We could easily destroy the whole world and its amazing complexity which has taken natural selection billions of years to create. But even if this were the case, the evolutionary story of life has had many drastic extinctions and setbacks in the past, and perhaps 1 billion or 2 years in the future there will be big-brained roaches who reach our present level of civilization. It would just be an unfortunate change that I don't want to happen either. But preventing the continued economic progress of mankind is not the way to go about helping other species. Other species need us. We are the species that will take the life order complexity we have evolved here to other places like the nearby planets, and who knows what the future might hold. It is just a matter of time before some asteroid or other major natural disaster takes us out, and quite possibly all life in this planet. Assuming there are other planets with life out there, they too will all need a human being-like species that will also become a social organism, and be able to overcome inevitable cosmic disasters. Not only is it great that we are alive right now, but we are part of that special cosmological event where life consciously wakes up and is able to protect itself from cosmological disasters and continue to expand its order. We need to realize that when we work and trade and therefore integrate ourselves with the social organism, we are becoming something wonderful, much more unique than the species that will die off and weren't able to achieve our order. Amongst the many good things we will be doing for all life is that thanks to rapid increases in biotechnology, within a relatively short time we will be able to sequence the genomes of any species we stumble upon with ease, helping save each species' amazing evolutionary journey should they be displaced by our progress. Obviously, the environments where such creatures have evolved is in many ways as important as their genomes, but I think they'd still appreciate our effort. Perhaps someday in the future we could recreate the habitats of species that are dying now and bring them back to life. We are the saviors of all life in this planet, not the destroyers. We are natural selection's latest and greatest creation. As Spencer said, instead of civilization being artificial, it is a part of nature, all of a piece with the development of the embryo or the unfolding of a flower. The modifications mankind has undergone, and are still undergoing, result from a law underlying the whole organic creation. We really shouldn't get too worked up over species dying. Every time a species dies, you are giving a helping hand to whatever that species ate. Many times all that happens is that the balance of life order changes, that's all. Besides, if we slow down the progress of mankind, we will be denying the right of the many species that have adapted to leeching off of us to continue their evolution. By preventing the further expansion of human beings, we are also preventing the further evolution of things like roaches and the various diseases that prey on us. What about their rights and intrinsic value? The intellectual fallacies which shape the environmentalist movement are in some ways far more dangerous than socialism-communism. Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, as wrong and as brutal as they might have been, at least strived towards some socialist utopia where human beings would flourish. But for many in the environmentalist movement, who see human flourishing as more of a destructive cancer to life on this planet and thus something to be prevented, ultimately the death of billions and the prevention of future human life becomes their goal, and this mindset will eventually bubble up to politicians that will go along with some disastrous human depopulation scheme, or easily conclude that some seemingly inevitable world war might be good because it would lower human population, etc. The overpopulation myth is one the economically ignorant apes are inevitably falling for. The higher the population, the smarter and more productive the social organism becomes, which makes it easier to both understand and adapt the environment planet as the need might arise. However, as already mentioned, this social learning requires privatization to allow the billions of brains to discover and properly act and morph itself in a profitable way, again, a manner that coordinates the actions of billions of people in a way that is environmentally harmonious and keeps growing, nourishing, improving the social order, something the usual central plans of politicians and international environmental organizations have no familiarity with. Let's read what a few leading environmentalists have said. Jacques-Yves Cousteau, environmentalist and documentary maker: "It's terrible to have to say this. World population must be stabilized, and to do that we must eliminate 350,000 people per day. This is so horrible to contemplate that we shouldn't even say it. But the general situation in which we are involved is lamentable." John Davis, editor of Earth First Journal: "I suspect that eradicating smallpox was wrong. It played an important part in balancing ecosystems." Paul Ehrlich, Stanford University population biologist: "We're at 6 billion people on the Earth, and that's roughly 3 times what the planet should have. About 2 billion is optimal." David Foreman, founder of Earth First: "Phasing out the human race will solve every problem on Earth, social and environmental." David M. Graeber, research biologist for the National Park Service: "It is cosmically unlikely that the developed world will choose to end its orgy of fossil energy consumption, and the third world its suicidal consumption of landscape. Until such time as Homo sapiens should decide to rejoin nature, some of us can only hope for the right virus to come along." Alexander King, founder of the Malthusian Club of Rome: "My own doubts came when DDT was introduced. In Guyana, within 2 years, it had almost eliminated malaria. So my chief quarrel with DDT, in hindsight, is that it has greatly added to the population problem." Merton Lambert, former spokesman for the Rockefeller Foundation: "The world has a cancer, and that cancer is man." John Muir, founder of the Sierra Club: "Honorable representatives of the great saurians of older creation, may you long enjoy your lilies and rushes, and be blessed now and then with a mouthful of terror-stricken man by way of a dainty." Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, leader of the World Wildlife Fund: if I were reincarnated I would wish to be returned to Earth as a killer virus to lower human population levels. Maurice Strong, UN environmental leader, isn't the only hope for the planet that the industrialized civilizations collapse. Isn't it our responsibility to bring that about? Ted Turner, CNN founder, UN supporter, and environmentalist, a total population of 250 to 300 million people, a 95% decline from present levels, would be ideal. Paul Watson, a founder of Greenpeace, I got the impression that instead of going out to shoot birds, I should go out and shoot the kids who shoot birds. Bill Gates. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. When asked should we concern ourselves with feeding 8 billion people, or should we allow natural forces of carrying capacity to affect or limit population growth? Dr. Charles Anson, member of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences 1983 replies, has anybody seen Contagion? That's the answer. Go out and use genetic engineering to create a better virus. 25% of the world population is supposed to go out in Contagion. Not a single one of these experts has the slightest clue of what the market process is or how it works, and much less how it has been evolved by natural selection via Hayek's group selection, which means that they don't even really understand natural selection, although I'm sure all of them think they are experts at it. Economic ignorance will eventually lead to mankind's finest minds and top scientists, with the best of intentions from their own perspective, to wish for and sadly take concrete steps towards the eradication of Homo sapiens. Some feel like we may have already reached such a state. We certainly have when it comes to population control in certain countries. For example, in the 1970s the US government helped sterilize millions in India. Robert McNamara, former US Secretary of Defense, 1961 to 1968, and President of the World Bank, 1968 to 1981, visited the country in 1976 and congratulated it, at long last India is moving effectively to address its population problem. This desire by an increasing number of very smart people to see mankind greatly reduced or eliminated altogether should not be seen as some malicious plot. Just like with the rise spread of socialism and Zionism, it is the erroneous and disastrous conclusion that many smart and well-intentioned minds will eventually reach without the proper understanding of economics. Economic education can easily make them fall in love with the marvels of the market process, and thus fix their errors. Scientific complexity leads to the priesthood of scientism. Wherever there is complexity, Homo sapiens understandably fools himself with mythology and coercive competition-less government structures leading to the retardation of superior competitive knowledge discovery, tyranny for those who don't want to go along or fund the government-propagated myths, or also wars in the cases when via government coercion the slightly smarter apes attack each other. In the next major section we will discuss various myths that arise from the complexity of the biochemical order culminating in the spectacular COVID mania tyranny. Biochemical complexity and resulting myths. Introduction to Scientism. The Soviet Union and communism, socialism in general, could be seen as the perfect examples of scientism. The slightly smarter apes realized they were following religious myths and via their reason replaced the church tradition and its priests with their costumes for scientists' reason and their white lab coats costumes. Instead of scholars looking for meaning in religious scriptures, we now had economists, econometricians, scientists using the latest techniques and econometric models attempting to centrally plan, regulate, dictate the social order with disastrous results. US President Biden vowed that our administration will lead with science and scientists, with a CDC, an NIH, that will be free, totally free from political influence, a Surgeon General who is independent, an FDA whose decisions are based on science and science alone. And his chief of staff added that the president-elect will sign additional executive actions to address the climate crisis with the urgency the science demands and ensure that science guides the administration's decision-making. Thus a competition-immune Soviet Union-like pattern simply re-emerges to deal with complexity wherever we find it: medicine, economics, environment, history, etc. Scientific mythology arising out of biochemical and socioeconomic complexity. How so many experts can be so wrong? In the following sections we hope to make it obvious to the reader that much of mainstream science is nearly as mythical, misguided, and intolerant as the famed Spanish Inquisitors were. It is understandable how this can seem somewhat shocking. Can so many well-intentioned and very smart people, scientists, experts, be so blind to their errors, and continue to act in a manner that is doing immense harm? Seems so improbable, right? However, consider the following. Today organized religion like the Catholic Church employs thousands of priests, theologians who preach various ideas with various degrees of belief which are actually impossible to prove in a real tangible sense. We would assume that some priests really believe much of what the Church preaches, some might have some doubt to various degrees, and we can also expect some to be 100% charlatans who might be atheists and even pedophiles. Many of these people are very bright, highly educated, very well read in history and other subjects and speak many languages, yet the incentive and ideological structure still persists and does both much good and bad. We also just discussed how out of the complexity of the socio-economic order socialist-communist mythology arose, leading to oppressive competition-immune central planning governments all over the world, which are also populated by smart and caring people who believed the various economic fallacies to various degrees. Again, wherever there is complexity or doubt or lack of certainty, afterlife, complex social order, mind, biochemistry, there is bound to be mythology and resulting competitionless monopoly coercive governments to coordinate the mythical ideas, plans, solutions, making them much more difficult to change. Let us begin to prepare our minds for this rather difficult to swallow and dangerous idea by seeing just how utterly misguided mainstream science and the experts have been in the recent past. In 1847 Ignaz Semmelweis realized that by doctors just washing their hands, the mortality rate of mothers giving birth at the time could be reduced drastically, from about 16% to 1%. Regardless of his superb results, the medical establishment of the time, in other words, the experts and great minds, fought and ridiculed his advice, and he died a depressed man. Alfred Wegener was the originator of the theory of continental drift, later renamed revised as plate tectonics, by hypothesizing in 1912 that the continents are slowly drifting around the Earth. His ideas were also rejected by the scientific establishment, the experts, which even held a special symposium just to criticize them. In 1926 Johannes Fibiger was recognized by the experts of the day when he was given the Nobel Prize in Medicine for the wonderful discovery that a particular worm was the cause of cancer. The experts and Johannes were embarrassingly wrong. In 1935 Portuguese neurologist Egas Muniz performed the first lobotomy, removing/slicing parts of brain, and would win the Nobel Prize in 1949. Paul A. Offit writes. The New York Times hailed Muniz as a brave explorer of the human brain. Over the next 3 decades more than 40,000 lobotomies were performed across the globe, 20,000 in the United States alone. But lobotomies didn't cure anything. Rather they caused memory loss, seizures, and occasionally fatal uncontrollable bleeding. By the 1970s lobotomies were relegated to the dusty bin of discarded psychiatric therapies next to whips, chains and snake pits. Then there are the countless communist ideologues, scientists, experts and today's mainstream Keynesian economists, which we will revisit further below. Bottom line. As Henry H. Bauer writes, if the overwhelming consensus were always right, then combustion would still be regarded as a release of phlogiston, the splitting of atoms would still be regarded as impossible, and so on. Progress means discarding theories formerly held and defended by an overwhelming consensus. So how can so many experts be so wrong? Few things are as important as our health and our fears of death. When it comes to health and religion, there is a sort of tremendous selective pressure that ensures that both doctors and theologians carry themselves with additional certainty. A change in ideas here means the existing religion doctors were wrong in vitally important things, so it makes sense that these two bureaucracies evolve certain incentives which fight change even more. The great economist and historian Thomas Sowell tweeted April in 2020. People will forgive you for being wrong, but they will never forgive you for being right, especially if events prove you right while proving them wrong. And a related quote by famed physicist Max Planck. A new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die, and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. Upton Sinclair mentions, "It is difficult to get a man to understand something, when his salary depends on his not understanding it." Bottom line, there is an understandable echo chamber of negligence that causes new ideas to spread slowly as the always proudful apes have to admit to being wrong and also losing their paychecks. Since religion has historically been the state government which is not only immune from competition but can also sustain its views via force, threats, inquisitions, it becomes even easier to see how such ideas bureaucracies are more immune to change. Why should we think that today's scientists are somehow immune from similar attitudes of the past and also not currently making monumental errors? A tiny amount of reason and humility is all that is needed to realize that in all likelihood there are many ideas which currently dominate scientific consensus which are bound to be wrong, and by simply looking at today's dissenters we are looking at potential Galileos. Cell. The image above is the latest simulation, guess, that some NASA scientists have created of what a cell looks like. The tiniest dots you see are proteins which contain tens or hundreds of thousands of atoms. Each protein TRPK has 127, Titan has 539,022, linked together in a very precise order leading to structures of very specific shapes which can go from useful to useless or dangerous if just one atom is off or if the resulting structure itself simply bends the wrong way because it collided with a free radical or a heavy big mercury atom. Imagine a large auto-manufacturing plant that employs 2,000 men operating complex machinery and suddenly having a few laborers make a 45-degree turn or do the same with the complex robotics. You'd still have 2,000 men and robotics, but you'd have an unproductive chaos. Just doing this to one machine, or just one little part of one machine, will be enough to wreck the whole factory or assembly line for days, months, ever. Men, machines, things that are part of life don't just exist, they exist in a very specific or complex order which is maintained by very precise information and an existing and precise chain reaction of events. Everything in the private sector is owned and thus controlled or coordinated by a mind that is interested in reordering it in the most useful, productive, profitable way possible. Something similar has evolved in the biochemical order. Also, imagine if to study the factory, first you had to immerse it in water, thus killing all the workers and causing electrical malfunctions which stopped the plant, leading to various chaotic scenarios. Whenever a scientist shows you some fancy electron microscope image of what the biochemical world supposedly looks like, you are seeing a dead cell that had to be interfered with or prepared in numerous ways, making it nearly impossible for us to really predict how the living cell actually worked. Lester and Parker write. The nature of these procedures is described by Dr. Harold Hillman in his previously cited 2011 article entitled Cell Biology at the Beginning of the 21st Century is in Dire Straits, which bears repetition. When a tissue is prepared for histology, histochemistry, electron microscopy, or immunochemistry, an animal is killed, the tissue is excised, it is fixed or frozen, it is embedded, it is sectioned, it is rehydrated, it is stained, it is mounted, it is radiated by light, or bombarded by electron beams. Although this refers to the study of animal tissue, the same, or very similar, procedures are employed in the study of diseased tissue obtained from a human patient, but these procedures, as well as the chemicals used as stains and fixatives, directly affect the tissue samples, which are clearly no longer alive when observed. Furthermore, The laboratory apparatus, and the laboratory itself are sterile environments that bear no resemblance whatsoever to the natural environment of the tissue samples within the human body, from which they have been removed. Unfortunately, as discussed in Chapter 3, researchers are mostly oblivious of the extent to which their preparation procedures affect the samples they study. These are just some of the numerous complexities to keep in mind when trying to understand the mind-bogglingly complex biochemical order. There are many carrier proteins like the famous HDL and LDL whose job is to carefully, safely, orderly, purposely move stuff cholesterol around. The proteins themselves are manufactured in large megamolecules called ribosomes which read mRNA to determine the proper sequence of amino acids to stitch together to make the protein. Consider the following example. In 2005, aided by a supercomputer that had 768 processors and ran on task for 260 days, researchers came up with a computer simulation that guessed what a ribosome might look like and how it might work as it read some mRNA to create a protein. The task wasn't simple. Researchers had to model the physical interactions of each of 2.64 million atoms, about 250,000 in the ribosome itself, but most involving water molecules inside and outside it. The simulation resulted in a movie that is 20 million frames long, he said. In reality, however, the ribosome behavior that they simulated takes only 2 nanoseconds, or 2 billionths of a second, too short to even be labeled as fleeting. Shankland? Let that sink in. With our fanciest computers, electron microscopes, and other impressive-sounding technologies, as late as 2005 the best we could do is somewhat guess, for just 2 nanoseconds, what one ribosome might look like function. It took another 4 years, till 2009, for the Nobel Prize in Chemistry to be given to Venkatraman Ramakrishnan, Thomas A. Steitz and Ada E. Yonath, for studies of the structure and function of the ribosome. How did they achieve this? How did they gather the evidence for their amazing breakthroughs and future simulations? The Nobel Prize website summarizes. The story of the 2009 Nobel Prize in Chemistry begins in hot springs and in the Dead Sea. Ada Yonath used microorganisms from these extreme environments to isolate robust ribosomes. Her goal was to make the ribosomes crystallize, like salt in a solution crystallizes when the water evaporates. After many years of trial and error, Ada Yonath managed to generate well-organized crystals with millions of ribosomes assembled into regular patterns. Ada Yonath sent X-rays through ribosome crystals. When the rays hit the crystal's atoms, they are scattered, making millions of dots on a CCD detector. This method is called X-ray crystallography. By analyzing the pattern of the dots, researchers can determine the positions of the hundreds of thousands of atoms in the ribosome. However, scientists also needed to know the phase angle for each and every dot. This mathematical information is related to the location of the atoms in the crystal. In 1998, Thomas Steitz managed to solve the phase problem, and the first crystal structure of the ribosome's large subunit was published. Yonath. So, dead crystallized ribosomes, bombarded by X-rays, leaving a shadow, followed by numerous mathematical equations and other layers upon layers of assumptions, hypotheses, guesses, dealing with immense complexity, just to come up with a good enough guess to impress fellow apes of the scientific community and get the prize. Our ability to biochemically identify one of these proteins' molecules, structures, and alter it in a useful, predictable manner that also does not negatively affect other proteins' molecules' processes is currently inexistent. The simple truth is that how the biochemical world functions is still far too complex for the slightly smarter apes to have the technology means to interact with in ways that, when one properly accounts for all the potential side effects of our numerous drugs and vaccines, clearly proves to be an improvement in the long run for many things we are currently doing. We see this all the time as old drugs treatments, which were hyped as revolutionary at the time when the scientific community was focused on the drug's positive effects as they relate to the condition they want to improve, are found to do more harm than good once the complex side effects are better understood and eventually traced to the drug intervention. The seemingly positive effects are easy to see when that is what they are focused on and there is tremendous financial incentive for good news. The negative effects are much harder to see and there is no money to be made in doing so for the most part, especially if convoluted government regulations make companies immune from or more difficult to sue when things go wrong. As our ability to understand biochemistry increased, we kept focusing on how particular compounds medicines could affect the proximate symptoms of various diseases. Successes there and continued technological breakthroughs regarding our ability to understand such complex biochemistry just led to drugs poisons which got a little better at treating the symptoms. I mentioned poisons because that is exactly what drugs are. They are poisons which at certain doses superficially improve or block some symptoms we focus on, but given the mind-bogglingly complex biochemistry of the human body, they inevitably cause imbalances, chaos in other areas which go largely unnoticed. Eat all the meat you want and your body will properly make the most of it because that is what our biochemistry has been ideally evolved to process. Swallow the bottle of pills and the reality that they are poisons will quickly manifest itself. Consider the following. The U.S. General Accounting Office published a study which found that of the 198 drugs approved by the FDA between 1976 and 1985, 102, or 51.1%, had serious post-approval risks. Risks equals heart, kidney, liver failure, birth defects, etc. We have reached the point where the medical system itself via errors and side effects of drugs and many other factors is estimated to be the third leading cause of death. This should not be seen as an attack on the pharmaceutical industry. We just want to appreciate the immense complexity and still relative backwardness of our ability to properly understand, and much less interfere with, the biochemical world. Remember, it wasn't until 2009 that we even got a good enough guess of what a ribosome may look like, so it should be unsurprising that the better we understand the biochemical world, the better we realize that we had been doing much harm. Of special importance and toxicity are chemotherapy drugs. The theory behind chemotherapy drugs is that they are immensely toxic, but hopefully more so to the cancerous cells we want to kill than to our non-cancerous cells which we can hopefully replenish. None of the drugs we use cure anything, they just alleviate or delay certain symptoms whose root causes are usually related to nutrition and/or environmental toxins, etc. If a cure improvement information involves not doing anything or there is less money to be made in it, less money exists to advertise it and spread such information. But if the remedy information does involve big profits, then there is money wealth to motivate the spread of this idea, so the invasive remedy information is sort of naturally selected. And, once again, if the money wealth comes from a competitionless monopolistic government institution, then the potential fallacies are even harder to change. So the incentive structure that evolves is one that fools the slightly smarter apes into long-term, and hard to notice and change disasters. The politicians and masses only see the alleged benefits of a government coercive competitionless intervention into the socio-economic order economy complex phenomena, while being unaware of the fact that usually the cost will be greater than the perceived benefit. Something similar happens here. This has little to do with some conspiracy by the doctors or pharmaceutical industry to keep people away from superior ideas, although this certainly happens and is also a factor to various degrees. This is just the way things have inadvertently evolved to various degrees and is also indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. Again, we must always be focused on the root cause of our problems. It is the economic ignorance of the masses experts which calls for the creation of the paralyzing competitionless inefficient bureaucracies which get more incompetent, malicious, neglected with time, which then leads to some truly corrupt, incompetent, negligent, clueless apes Lysenko's 4C. This is a monumentally important fact. Again, just like in the Catholic Church, one can find pedophile priests who don't believe in God or at least many of the myths the Church preaches, especially today when we have so much science, genetics, etc. to at least cause doubt in some of the myths. it would be a monumental mistake to point to those examples and then label organized religion as some conspiracy of liars. If the incentive and ideological structure that maintains organized religion and its much easier to criticize potential myths can still be so prevalent, we should expect the same pattern repeating itself in areas involving far more difficult to understand complexity, biochemical order medicine, theoretical physics, the brain psychiatry, climate change, history, economy, etc. We should stress that in each of these complex fields like religion, nutrition, disease, economics, history, we get mythological structures which should not be confused with purposeful coordinated conspiracies. When one looks at the leading voices in the low-carb keto and more recently carnivore community, essentially people who have major disagreements with mainstream science when it comes to nutrition and diseases in this example, people like one, Dr. Timothy Noakes, who had to defend his low-carb views against the existing medical bureaucracy in a manner akin to Galileo defending himself versus the Church. 2. Dr. Jason Fung, whose books The Obesity Code and The Diabetes Code have dominated Amazon.com bestsellers lists for years and are helping thousands lose weight and easily reverse type 2 diabetes by simply fasting and thus cutting out sugar, carbohydrates and other potential troublemakers. And many other doctors. They once believed the mythology that diseases like diabetes, heart disease, cancer, obesity and many others were primarily due to genetics, eating too much, perhaps not enough exercise, etc. other causes except for diet. They were not part of some conspiracy or maliciously negligently avoiding superior information. They simply believed the current myths, and were parts of the echo chamber and incentive structure that sustains them. Dr. Noakes mentions how he was one of the respectable doctors who without much thought dismissed people like the famed low-carb proponent Dr. Atkins as some contrarian scammer, yet when other doctors he greatly respected defended Dr. Atkins, he finally decided to read Atkins' classic book Dr. Atkins' New Diet Revolution. Dr. Noakes mentions, "You must understand, for 33 years I've been saying that you must eat a high-carbohydrate diet, and Atkins was the devil. I mean literally, that's what we thought of him. I went down to the bookshop, bought the book, brought it back, and 2 hours later I was stunned, and I realized that I'd been wrong and that I'd been wrong for 33 years. During this period I've gone through a lot of trauma. I came out and said I am now a low-carbs, no-grain person, and immediately lost all my funding, my research funding. The Medical Research Council took their money away from me. Like that rare priest who might suddenly understand evolution and genetics and perhaps admit to losing faith and feel as though he had been espousing erroneous views, advice Noakes made a similar change. It is important to note that Noakes was part of the existing echo chamber that would dismiss Dr. Atkins, and that once he changed his views, he would also become an outcast to the existing bureaucracy church. When Dr. Noakes was ignoring vilifying Atkins, was he a bad guy who was part of some conspiracy? Of course not. There are charlatans and people who are willfully negligent to various degrees if it helps them make money, and this is obviously the case in every field, especially within the pharmaceutical industry and competitionless governments. Nearly the entire field of bariatric surgery, where people's stomachs are surgically shrunk, can be seen as mostly negligence by doctors, priests, since most people can easily be trained, taught how to simply fast, as Dr. Fung's books have done for many. Yet such relatively barbaric, dangerous, and expensive practice continues. I doubt the doctors who perform such surgeries are giving away copies of Fung's books. Back to Noakes. Noakes might have equated Atkins with one of those medical charlatans. The popular and somewhat nebulous term cognitive dissonance is at play here and plays an important role in the creation of the echo chambers that unites groups. People just have various understandable reasons which have little to do with pure malice or fraud for neglecting or holding contradictory ideas. Sometimes we neglect ideas because we already think we are doing things based on the best available information. Who has the time to properly consider every possible criticism? And then of course there is a bias that motivates us to ignore ideas that can greatly invalidate our views, sense of purpose, harm our finances, and when these factors are sort of layered on top of others, the resulting ideological differences can lead to dangerous extremes, fallacies, excommunications, burnings. This might lead many mainstream scientists, like Noakes had done, to mistakenly attack or neglect revolutionary scientists, Atkins on the one hand, and it could also lead to having people or revolutionary scientists label mainstream science as some conspiracy that purposely fights change, when that too would be a mischaracterization. And hopefully one gets the point. Just like we can expect more charlatans or non-believing priests in organized religion as the reasons to doubt become more and more numerous or obvious, so can we expect more medical professionals or scientists who purposely look the other way when superior ideas which go against entrenched dogmas become more noticeable. Those who are more intellectually rigorous and thus more willing to think independently instead of just uncritically accepting emerging trends and also willing to change their minds will do so sooner, and the more fraudulent and/or dangerously negligent or just intellectually lazier will do so slower, and much more so when they work in competition-immune governments and their regulatory bureaucracies like the CDC, FDA, NIAID. Again, Upton Sinclair mentions, it is difficult to get a man to understand something, when his salary depends on his not understanding it. The fact that simply aggressive fasting and eating a low-carbohydrate diet for just a few weeks can essentially reverse control type 2 diabetes for many, yet the mainstream medical establishment remains somewhat oblivious to this fact, is just further evidence of how ideological and incentive structures, especially when they are entrenched, sustained via competition-immune government monopolies like the American Medical Association, which essentially controls what is taught to doctors, are difficult and slow to change. Again, how many theologians are actively knocking on the doors of biology departments? Why did it take 70+ years for communism to be generally seen as a failure and still exists in Cuba? Again, this should be obvious. The emergence of superior ideas means that all the experts of the past were wrong. Once one understands how competition is what discovers superior information, all one has to do is look where competition and its required freedom exists to see where the real state-of-the-art information resides. It is in Amazon.com, its bestsellers lists of competing books, ideas, well-written reviews, and in YouTube Internet where various scientists, intellectuals are debating and thus competing intellectually, where one sees the emergence and spread of superior information. It is thus not surprising that the low-carb, keto, carnivore authors and personalities like Dr. Jason Fung dominate Amazon.com bestsellers lists, while mainstream scientists, theologians remain in their echo chambers in the government-regulated bureaucracies, church and related mythology of attempting to treat everything with a pill, vaccine, operation, intervention and increasingly technologically advanced treatments which only addresses the eventual breakdowns in complex biochemistry which are mostly the result of improper diets and environmental toxins. The story of Dr. Ancel Keys helps us further understand how out of the immense complexity of the biochemical order that creates the human body, coupled with human nature and perverse incentives, disastrous ideas can mislead the entire scientific community. In the 1950s, Dr. Ancel Keys had a pet theory that saturated fats, which are the fat abundantly found in animals, were the major culprit in heart disease and that we would be better off eating the polyunsaturated fats of vegetable oils. A Canadian Broadcasting Corporation documentary summarizes. But the theory needed proof. In one experiment, Keys and colleagues studied thousands of patients at mental hospitals in Minnesota, feeding one group a diet high in corn oil and another group got saturated fat. It was the largest clinical trial in history to test Ancel Keys' diet heart hypothesis, but after years of research they didn't publish what they found. Why did they sit on the data? Because nothing happened. The results showed no health benefit from the high corn oil diet. It completely contradicted Ancel Keys' theory. Years passed, people kept on eating corn oil, but the whole story of the Minnesota coronary experiment has never been told until today, now that a new team of scientists has recovered the data, re-evaluated it and discovered there was even evidence of harm from the high corn oil diet. Best-selling author-physicist Gary Taubes had discussed why the results had been hidden, ignored with Keys' colleague Ivan Frantz, and mentions He said that they were disappointed in the way the study had come out. And the implication was that there was primarily Ancel keys. Scientists, people, slightly smarter apes, looking for glory and overlooking information that contradicts their life's work or affects their finances is very much a part of human nature. Consider the following. One study of scientific misconduct estimates that about 2%, 1.97%, of scientists admitted to have fabricated, falsified or modified data or results at least once, a serious form of misconduct by any standard, and up to 33.7% admitted other questionable research practices. In surveys asking about the behavior of colleagues, admission rates were 14.12%, N equals 12, 95% C, 9.91 to 19.72, for falsification, and up to 72% for other questionable research practices. Considering that these surveys ask sensitive questions and have other limitations, it appears likely that this is a conservative estimate of the true prevalence of scientific misconduct. Finelli. Stop and read that again. So about 1 out of 50 scientists will admit to fabrications and falsifications at least once, a somewhat courageous admission we can expect few to make. But the less courageous admission regarding colleagues, which we can expect more to admit to, reveals that a whopping 14.12%, or 1 in 7 scientists, has purposely fabricated or falsified information. There are about 1 million doctors in the USA and 7 million scientists and engineers for a total of 8 million. 14.12% is a whopping 1.13 million scientists, docs, who are out there maliciously or extremely negligently looking to exaggerate, lie, etc. to get government grants, influence, fame, money and so on, and another 5.76 million, 72% of 8 million, who are aware of other scientists doing questionable research practices. So year after year 1.13 million potential charlatans and/or exaggerators, see Wikipedia list of scientific misconduct incidents, are out there recognizing and affiliating with other fraudsters to various degrees, statistically guaranteeing that eventually somebody is going to hit it big and potentially mislead a large portion of the scientific community, as in all likelihood happened with Ancel Keys and countless others. Are these statistics just applicable to scientists? Of course not. We can and should expect the same level of fraud and negligence across all industries, like in economics, history, foreign policy, etc. This helps us understand how echo chambers of fraud, negligence, and ignorance form, persist, and are so slow to change. Just one example of someone who got caught is Yoshitaka Fuji, Japan, an anesthesiologist, who was found to have fabricated data in at least 183 scientific papers, setting what is believed to be a record for the number of papers by a single author requiring retractions. A committee reviewing 212 papers published by Fuji over a span of 20 years found that 126 were entirely fabricated, with no scientific work done. Only 3 were found to be valid. He was also found to have forged the signatures of scientists he listed as co-authors without their knowledge. Diederik Stapel, professor of social psychology at Tilburg University and the University of Groningen, after getting busted, wrote about his numerous data forgeries. In the privacy of my office or my study at home, I did some things that were terrible, maybe even disgusting. I faked research data, and invented studies that had never happened. I worked alone, knowing exactly what I was doing, and my solitary drive to achieve led to my becoming ever more detached from myself and my emotions. I didn't feel anything, no disgust, no shame, no regrets. Vic. Consider the story of Frances Oldham Kelsey. She was an FDA reviewer who in 1960 refused to authorize thalidomide given what she considered was lack of evidence of safety. Her Wikipedia summarizes: even though it had already been approved in Canada, and more than 20 European and African countries, she withheld approval for the drug and requested further studies. Despite pressure from thalidomide's manufacturer, Kelsey persisted in requesting additional information to explain an English study that documented peripheral neuritis, a nervous system side effect. She also requested data showing the drug was not harmful to the fetus. Kelsey's insistence that the drug should be fully tested prior to approval was vindicated when the births of deformed infants in Europe were linked to thalidomide ingestion by their mothers during pregnancy. Researchers discovered that the thalidomide crossed the placental barrier and caused serious birth defects. She was hailed on the front page of the Washington Post as a heroine for averting a similar tragedy in the US. What if instead of her, one of the fraudulent negligent scientists had been in her position? What if in today's American CDC or FDA or National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases or in the World Health Organization we have such potential bad negligent apples Lysenkos? It is now widely discussed how the scientific community has a replication crisis because around half of published research is so plagued with errors that only about half can be reproduced. Kelsey Piper summarizes. One 2015 attempt to reproduce 100 psychology studies was able to replicate only 39 of them. A big international effort in 2018 to reproduce prominent studies found that 14 of the 28 replicated, and an attempt to replicate studies from top journals Nature and Science found that 13 of the 21 results looked at could be reproduced. It makes perfect sense that a field like psychology, which has to deal with the complexity of the mind and human behavior, is plagued by an even higher percentage of hypothetical bullshit. We really want to understand how these patterns repeat in all complex fields. In biochemistry, physics, economics, history, etc. we refocus on economics. The world of mainstream economics is similarly fooled by its misguided use of mathematical models. Math is good for physics, chemistry and relatively simple things. Per above, with enough computing power you can sorta guess how one ribosome might work for a few nanoseconds, but how 100 billion neurons in a human brain lead to actions based on prices and a global division of labor that has evolved over millennia, and coordinates the actions of 8 billion people, is way too complex for math to be of significant value when it comes to analyzing the fundamentals. Since money, law, religions, governments, the market process and resulting social organism, is the product of natural selection, they need to be studied more like biology than physics. As Menger explains. Now if social phenomena, natural organisms exhibit analogies with respect to their nature, their origin, and their function, it is at once clear that this fact cannot remain without influence on the method of research in the field of the social sciences in general, and economics in particular. Now if state, society, economy, etc., are conceived of as organisms, or as structures analogous to them, the notion of following directions of research in the realm of social phenomena similar to those followed in the realm of organic nature readily suggests itself. But the slightly smarter apes just love their impressive-looking useless mathematico-babble, and the sheer arrogance and sense of superiority that comes from being able to understand it helps evolve the priesthood of scientism. Menger, peace be upon him, again. I do not belong to the believers in the mathematical method as a way to deal with our science. I am of the opinion that mathematics is mainly a way to give an example or demonstration, but not to do the research itself. Mathematics is not a method for economic research. Mises sets those apes straight re-quoted. As a method of economic analysis, econometrics is a childish play with figures that does not contribute anything to the elucidation of the problems of economic reality. The econometricians have not the slightest notion of the issues involved. The distinction between micro and macroeconomics is another delusion or myth the apes have created because they don't understand how the economy or socioeconomic order, just like the biological one, must be understood as one intertwined, indivisible, and co-evolved system. Hayek perfectly describes the evolving priesthood of scientism and their math-based magic as he criticizes the delusion that macroeconomics is both viable and useful, a delusion encouraged by its extensive use of mathematics, which must always impress politicians lacking any mathematical education, and which is really the nearest thing to the practice of magic that occurs among professional economists. And in a more general sense, the great scientist Nikola Tesla Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation, and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. Understandably so, the world of economics too has its mixture of relatively clueless economists and also some charlatans, so the same applies. Here too, the naive thinkers portray central banks and the economists priests that mismanage our economies as a conspiracy by elites which is greatly mistaken. For example, former Federal Reserve economist Danielle DiMartino Booth describes in her book Fed Up, An Insider's Take on Why the Federal Reserve is Bad for America, how utterly clueless, incompetent, politicized, and disastrous the Federal Reserve and our mainstream economics establishment are. The important point here is that Danielle was herself a product of our mainstream economics establishment. She studied in our great universities, and one could say she grew up with faith in the mathematical models, courses, theories, mythologies she studied in college, but eventually realized that much of what she had learned was wrong, similarly to how perhaps a religious priest comes to abandon some previously held beliefs, myths. In the introduction she writes, "I witnessed the tunnel vision and arrogance of Fed academics who can't understand that their theoretical models bear little resemblance to real life. Every American must understand this extraordinary powerful institution, and how it affects his or her everyday life." Had Danielle been familiar with Mises, Hayek, Hazlitt, Rothbard and other members of the so-called Austrian school of economics, she would have had a superior understanding of economics and the inevitable disaster that the Federal Reserve is, but then her life would have been different and she would not have reached such heights at the Fed. That would have been akin to having an evolutionary biologist try to move up the ranks of the Catholic Church. Her Great Insider Tell-All book is not the first of its kind to expose the dangerous disaster that the Federal Reserve and our mainstream economics establishment is. For example, William E. Simon, former Secretary of the Treasury for Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, fills us in on the incompetence of the nation's most prominent economists during the financial crisis of the 70s. His statements apply just as well to recent, and future, economic troubles and government experts. The Wall Street Journal interviewed several dozen of the most prominent economists in the United States on the causes of the recession and on ways to prevent a recurrence. They disagreed about virtually everything save this, that there was much economists did not yet understand. The details of the economists' ignorance are of interest, but I stress here the overriding conclusion to be drawn from their statements: the economists who had been advising our president simply had not known what they were doing. Gerson Green, formerly of the Office of Economic Opportunity, summed up the attitude of many of his colleagues when he observed caustically, "The change I discern is that none of us knows what to do. In those days, we thought we did. The country has taught the social engineers a lesson, so who was running the store? The answer is, nobody. Not one human being in the whole vast realm of political control over the American economy has ever known what he was doing. Nobody could know." This is the precise phenomenon described by F.A. Hayek in his noble lecture called The Pretense of Knowledge. For 40 years the American ship of state has been lunging erratically toward economic disaster, with no awareness of its direction. A final and perhaps best example showing how our mainstream economics establishment Fed is essentially based on mythology and not on conspiracy is the fact that one of today's best Austrian economists, Robert Wenzel, editor and publisher of economicpolicyjournal.com, was invited to give a talk at the New York Fed. If the Fed had been run by some secret cabal, the last thing they would have done is invite Mr. Wenzel, who told them early in his speech to do what I believe should be done, which is to close down the entire Federal Reserve System. Reflecting on being invited to give the speech and his experience talking to Fed officials, Wenzel wrote, "Overall, I was simply amazed at the lack of knowledge of these economists about the Austrian school. It was very close to non-existent. My experience at the Fed points out the importance of intellectual debate and study. Clearly, the economists whom I met at the Fed were brought up in an intellectual tunnel, where they had no exposure to Austrian economic theory. They read and study within a limited range of writers. But they were very curious about my view. The so-called military-industrial complex is the same way, where you have plenty of good versus evil thinkers who genuinely believe we need to protect ourselves against the evildoers, and that the world has and will always be about who can display more power. There are also plenty of armaments industry CEOs, salesmen just looking to purposely exaggerate or even create threats to make a buck. So to briefly summarize, wherever there is complexity, doubt, nutrition, medicine, afterlife, economy, environment, climate, history, mind, psychiatry's popular chemical imbalance myth, which of course needs to be treated by mythical poisons, drugs is also myth bullshit, there is mythology. The economically clueless masses and politicians always believe that a coercive, competitionless monopoly of experts in the government should manage, oversee, regulate related research and action, since they have no clue how freedom and competition are best suited for all knowledge. And of course we also have that petri dish of deliberately fraudulent scientists, doctors, engineers, politicians, and how can one forget, the foreign policy experts that are constantly reminding us of all the evildoers trying to kill us, all inadvertently, negligently, maliciously creating hypothetically dangerous scenarios, which then create a sort of ideological chain reaction where government wealth and coercion spreads certain ideas which become more difficult to correct. Natural selection created a sort of algorithm to discover information, create superior social order, and also, very importantly, prevent the growth of falsehoods and incentive structures which lead to hard-to-change, paralyzing, dangerous, mythological, tyrannical orders, bureaucracies. Freedom, of course, which is the ultimate algorithm. We just need to understand it, that's all. The average citizen has no need to become an expert in nutrition, or economics, or history, or psychology, or whatever. What he needs to become an expert in, which fortunately is not hard at all, is ensuring that there is maximum freedom and thus competitive knowledge discovery everywhere. It does not look like we will be able to change the fact that we are simply slightly smarter apes, which I think is kind of cool anyways. However, we can easily go from wild to civilized slightly smarter apes by understanding how private property and emerging freedom and competitive knowledge discovery is what leads to civilization. By focusing on economic education, we really strike at the root of the ignorance and errors from which all other problems arise. When people who criticize mainstream bureaucracies like the medical, religious, economic, etc., on potential differences of opinion regarding diet, vaccines, handling of COVID, religious interpretation, economic policy and numerous other potential areas, it is a gigantic error to label such bureaucracies and whatever errors they might propagate as some sinister conspiracy. Unfortunately, this error happens all the time among naive thinkers who erroneously think everything is the result of some plotters, conspirators, when they are the result of more complex evolutionary factors, incentives, and are to a significant degree the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. These are the conspiracy theorists who then sort of mess it up for the rest of the critics of such bureaucracies. These conspiracy theorists sooner or later always end up in the same misguided conclusions, blaming the Jews, the Rockefellers, the devil, the Illuminati, etc., which then makes it easy and understandable for the misguided, malicious, negligent bureaucrats, experts to dismiss all criticism. However, just like we don't want to make the errors that the conspiracy theorists fall for, we also don't want to be ignorant of how human nature coupled with complexity, mythology, competition, less government monopolies and financial incentives create an incentive structure and sort of echo chamber which fights change, selects for ass-kissing, negligence, etc., thus virtually guaranteeing that oftentimes as you get to the upper layers of bureaucracies you have some real charlatans, truly malicious characters, and the dangerously misinformed and negligent. When truly malicious people are identified in such bureaucracies, then the conspiracy theorists will use that as evidence of some grand conspiracy which never really existed, which helps the pattern repeat. Anyway, you get the point. We just want a nuanced understanding of all factors. And most importantly, to understand how freedom and resulting competitive knowledge discovery, not science or whatever that means, is the key to both discovering superior information and preventing bad ideas from persisting thanks to massive government, regulatory, monopoly, coercive bureaucracies. Human evolution and nutrition. A brief look at human evolution and nutrition is not only important for improving our health, fitness, happiness, but also helps us solidify our complete evolutionary understanding of the world, and building on the above, we continue to see how the mainstream scientific community or priesthood can be so wrong. About 6.5 million years ago we shared a common ancestor with chimpanzees and bonobos and were herbivorous tree dwellers where it was relatively safer, but eventually certain environmental pressures forced us to come down from the trees and become the ultimate carnivorous predators. Unlike herbivores, which need more laborious complex digestive systems to create the necessary fats, proteins, calories from plants, carnivores move up in the food chain by eating and easily absorbing such nutrients from the bodies of other animals that have already done the work. What could possibly have the perfect combination of nutrients needed to build a human brain, kidney, liver, muscles, etc. than the brain, kidney, liver of a biologically similar mammal, animal or human? Cannibalism seems to have been popular in our past. Our guts changed in important ways from those of our closely related primates. The small intestine, which absorbs nutrients, grew while the large intestines, where bacteria helped break down, ferment, and create nutrients from plants, shrank. Bacteria that have evolved to feed or decompose plants are maladapted to doing the same on animals. This allows herbivores to have slightly acidic stomachs, pH around 4.0, but if you are a carnivore, pH 2 to 3, bacteria that have evolved the necessary biochemistry to decompose or feed on fellow animal cells can harm you, thus the need for a more acidic, lower pH, stomach. Scavenging and eating rotting animals with large quantities of such bacteria requires even more acidic stomachs, which is precisely what humans have, pH 1.1 to 1.5. Dr. Saladino writes, 2.5 million years ago, with the advent of stone tools and hunting, our ancestors' brains began to grow even more rapidly. In fact, they doubled in size over the next 1 million years. Based on the fossil record, it appears we reached a maximum brain size of 1,600 cc about 40,000 years ago, and that our brains have shrunk slightly since. A significant change in the rate of growth of our ancestors' brains coincided with stone tools and hunting. In order to determine the proportion of animal foods in the diets of our predecessors, we can examine the amount of delta-15 nitrogen in their fossilized bones. By looking at levels of this isotope, researchers are able to infer where in the food chain animals reside by identifying their protein sources. Herbivores generally have delta-15N levels of 3 to 7%, carnivores show levels of 6 to 12%, and omnivores display levels between these two. When samples from Neanderthal and early modern humans were analyzed, they demonstrated levels of 12% and 13.5%, respectively, even higher than that of other known carnivorous animals like hyena and wolves. The downward trend in brain size to about 1,400 cc at present coincided with the extinction of megafauna, and especially the rise of agriculture as previously discussed. Today we get about 70% of our calories from plants. We consume large quantities of highly refined carbohydrates like breads and pastas, which cause unnatural and frequent spikes in blood sugar glucose and also lack the numerous vitamins and minerals in bioavailable forms that our bodies can actually use. The gasoline that powers our cars has carbon, so does broccoli, yet nobody pumps broccoli into their gas tank. Similarly, just because plants have various vitamins and minerals we need, it does not mean that our bodies will be able to properly absorb them. For example, the phytic acid in seeds chelates binds with minerals and metals, such as calcium, magnesium, zinc, and iron, forming insoluble salts that are not readily absorbed by animals or humans. In particular, it can severely impair availability of zinc and iron. Phytate can also complex with proteins and may thereby reduce digestibility or enzyme activity. Not only do we lack the necessary digestive machinery to get the same nutrition from plants that we have evolved to easily get from animals, we also lack defenses against the numerous toxins plants have evolved to defend themselves against predators, herbivores, insects. Plants that did not evolve chemical defenses would have been naturally selected out of existence millions of years ago, thus all plants that exist today do so because they contain such defenses to various degrees. Lectins damage the gut, glycoalkaloids, neurotoxins, oxalates, create crystals which damage host in numerous ways, phytic acid binds to nutrients and prevents their absorption, and there are many more. The image below summarizes various types of toxins. The glycemic index is a measure of how quickly glucose levels in the blood rise after eating certain foods. Pre-agricultural man, with considerable risk, might find carbohydrate-rich honey from time to time which has an index score of 58, but he would never find, and much less eat several times per day throughout the year, something like a French baguette that has a score of 99, sugary drinks like Coke 63, Gatorade 78, spaghetti 58, white rice 89, cornflakes 93, and the plethora of processed, grain-based foods that make up most of our calories today. The average American consumes over 150 pounds of sugar per year, high-fructose corn syrup, and many other things like recently invented unnatural vegetable seed oils which contain high amounts of polyunsaturated fats whose chemical structure our body's mitochondria have simply not evolved to deal with in the abnormally high quantities being consumed, which when taken together creates a sort of biochemical chaos that eventually manifests itself in our various diseases and easily explains why humans have become the only obese and metabolically dysfunctional animal that is plagued by diseases of civilization like diabetes, heart disease, cancer, dental caries, etc. Animals in the wild who eat their species-appropriate diet are rarely ever seen with these diseases, and so were human beings prior to the emergence of our modern diets based on these man-made foods instead of the mostly animal-based diets that natural selection has crafted our biology to ideally use. The bottom line is that like a car that runs with contaminated improper gasoline and performs suboptimally, or without coolant and the heat eventually causes some early breakdown somewhere, improper nutrition is likewise the main source of our diseases and relative obesity. The complex biochemical order that took natural selection billions of years to ideally craft, is breaking down prematurely in countless ways due to bad raw materials, diet and environmental toxins. Mankind is beginning to catch up to men like dentist Weston Price and anthropologist Vilhjalmur Stefansson, who in the early 20th century wrote about how cultures that had not adopted the civilized Western world's agriculture, grain-based sugary seed oils, processed diets were relatively healthier. To examine the result of highly complex systems like the economy, you do not have to get lost in little details and hypotheticals. Just like the nighttime pictures of North-South Korea and a few simple comparisons show which order is superior, the same applies to the biochemical order. In his seminal book Nutrition and Physical Degeneration, Weston Price easily notices how tribal societies that had not adopted the white man's diets with our sugars, seed oils, etc., were relatively free, immune of cavities, affections and obesity, etc. He summarizes. A critical examination of these groups revealed a high immunity to many of our serious affections, so long as they were sufficiently isolated from our modern civilization and living in accordance with the nutritional programs which were directed by the accumulated wisdom of the group. In every instance where individuals of the same racial stocks who had lost this isolation and who had adopted the foods and food habits of our modern civilization were examined, there was an early loss of the high immunity characteristics of the isolated group. These studies have included a chemical analysis of foods of the isolated groups and also of the displacing foods of our modern civilization. He noticed that not just tooth decay was a result of the white man's diet but also other ailments. There have been many important unexpected developments in these investigations. While a primary quest was to find the cause of tooth decay, which was established quite readily as being controlled directly by nutrition, it rapidly became apparent that a chain of disturbances developed in these various primitive racial stocks, starting even in the first generation after the adoption of the modernized diet, and rapidly increased in severity with expressions quite constantly like the characteristic degenerative processes of our modern civilization of America and Europe. While tooth decay has proved to be almost entirely a matter of the nutrition of the individual at the time and prior to the activity of that disease, a group of affections have expressed themselves in physical form. It was easy to see over and over that soon after the wrong gasoline food was given to people, they soon began having cavities and other breakdowns diseases. The arrogance of the civilized white man would ignore the dietary wisdom that such tribal societies contained. Wisdom that by now we can easily recognize was not the result of a superior understanding of biochemistry by tribal peoples, but arose via cultural Hayekian evolution. Price writes, "Much ancient wisdom, however, has been rejected because of prejudice against the wisdom of so-called savages. Some readers may experience this reaction to the primitive wisdom recorded in these chapters. Since our orthodox theories have not saved us, we may have to readjust them to bring them into harmony with nature's laws. Nature must be obeyed, not orthodoxy." Apparently many primitive races have understood her language better than have our modernized groups. Stephenson spent years living with Eskimos who hardly ever ate any plants or carbohydrates or vegetable oils like our pre-agriculture ancestors, and were in excellent health, free of cavities or various deficiencies we are supposed to be susceptible to by not eating plants. Stephenson succinctly describes human evolution and how the relatively sudden change to grain-based diets brought about by agriculture is a potential main source of our troubles. We also pay him homage by quoting him at length. Practically the whole world is now agricultural in its diet. If the speculative study of our forebears is begun at the stage when they first deserve the name of anthropoid, or ape human, their dietetic history will fall into three main stages: gathering, hunting, and farming. According to the geologists, the gathering stage, or ape-man period, lasted several million years. During this time man ate roots and tubers, shoots and succulent leaves, fruits and yams and nuts, worms and snails and rodents, eggs and fledgling birds. This period was long enough for us to become well adapted to digesting and assimilating the diet, to be healthy on it. After the largely vegetarian gathering stage came the hunting stage, during which the ape turned definitely human. This will have lasted between 1 and 3 million years. The period was long enough to enable digestion and assimilation to adapt themselves to a largely carnivorous diet. The third or agricultural stage of diet marks a profound change from either of the two previous diets, those of the gathering ape and of the hunting or herding man. For hitherto, as exclusive gatherers in the anthropoid stage and as occasional gatherers in the hunting stage, men cannot have had any high percentage of cereal food. A little gathering of wild rice or wild wheat now and then, by small groups here and there, cannot have given the people of 10 or 20,000 years ago much evolutionary preparation for the drastic change that came in when our recent ancestors, in some such place as Egypt, India or China, discovered that they could support great numbers on small areas by planting crops, which, in practice, were chiefly cereals, at least over great stretches of several continents. 10 or even 20,000 years is a short spell, in terms of biologic evolution. So the human mechanism for digesting and assimilating must still be much like what it was when agriculture thrust upon the human race a change in diet that was nearly as profound as the one which had been forced on the anthropoid long ago when he faced the choice of hunting or perishing. It is practically the anthropologists alone, the students of prehistory and of modern primitives, who seem aware that broad conditions of health, as influenced by food, were ever fundamentally different from what they now are. For most branches of the sciences which deal with health never have been jolted from a nearly unquestioning acceptance of the predominantly agricultural civilization into which we were born and in which we and our neighbors, and nearly all the people we ever heard of, have lived. On the agricultural diets now taken for granted, this nation, like most or all other civilized nations, is having a deal of trouble with malnutrition. Such troubles have been with us since agriculture began. He rightly criticizes the dental establishment experts of his day, 1946, and even more so ours. A clean tooth never decays. Brush your teeth after every meal, and visit your dentist twice a year. These slogans carry the faith of our people. It is said and believed that we have the best dentists in the world, that we have more toothbrushes, and use them more, than any other people. Many agencies, from kindergarten to university, from town council to and through the governments of city, state, and nation, strive for the spread of dental knowledge and the enforcement of its discipline. During the same time the ether was filled and the magazine pages were crowded with advertising which told that mouth chemistry is altered by a paste, a powder, or a gargle so as to prevent decay, that a special kind of toothbrush reaches all the crevices, that a particular brand of fruit, milk, or bread is rich in elements for tooth health. There were toothbrush drills in the schools. Mothers throughout the land were scolding, coaxing, and bribing to get children to use the preparations, eat the foods, and follow the rules that were said to guarantee perfect oral hygiene. There was endless repetition of the slogan, "A clean tooth never decays." Meantime there appeared a statement from Dr. Adelbert Fernald, curator of the Museum of the Dental School, Harvard University, that he had been collecting mouth casts of living North Americans of all racial derivations from blonde to black, from the most northerly Eskimos through Canada, and the states south to Yucatan. The best teeth and the healthiest mouths were found among people who never drank milk since they ceased to be suckling babes and who never in their lives tasted or tested any of the other things which we usually recommend for sound teeth. These people, Eskimos not as yet influenced by white men, never used toothpaste, tooth powder, toothbrushes, mouthwash, or gargle. They never took any pains to cleanse their teeth or mouths. They did not visit their dentists twice a year or even once in a lifetime. Their food was exclusively meat. Meat, be it noted, is not mentioned as good for the teeth in the advertisement sponsored by the Commissioner of Health of the City of New York. Teeth superior on the average to those of the presidents of our largest toothpaste companies are found in the world today, and have existed during past ages, among people who violate every precept of current dentifrice advertising. But there was just no way that the arrogant white man's slightly smarter apes could swallow the fact that these seemingly backward people, following inherited traditions that had been crafted by trial-error evolution, could be wiser than their science. Again, just like organized religion is not necessarily motivated to constantly discuss its myths ideas with Richard Dawkins, neither is the scientific medical community motivated to look at the aforementioned, since most of its source of funding prestige would disappear if most of our diseases could be prevented just eating better. Yet, again, this civilization-wide error is not a conspiracy hoax. It is indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. Just like we are hopefully realizing that the best we can do for our health is to ensure that the food we eat and surrounding environment is as biologically ideal to match our complex biochemistry, we also want to understand how we are damaging the environment via our pesticides, large monocrops, etc. Before we started clearing land and filling it with pesticides to unnaturally grow a bunch of corn and other crops, the natural world was full of animals whose grazing, pooping, peeing, was an integral part of the ecosystem we are destroying. We should aim to restore this delicate balance, which would be better for our health and that of the biosphere as well. The book Sacred Cow does a great job showing this. It is unfortunate yet understandable to see how mankind, in other words, slightly smarter apes, are using their reason and technology to create fake meats foods that will not come close to matching the immensely complex biochemistry needed to properly match what our biochemistry enzymes have evolved to deal with over millions of years. The apes with electron microscopes are going wild, destroying the social order via their monkey central plans, and via disastrous interventions into the biochemical order and environment as well. Vaccination mythology versus reality. How the apes spread the myth with violence without a conspiracy. The alleged benefits of vaccination is another myth. As the market process was quickly reordering mankind, incentivizing more and more people to move to cities, for a brief period people lived in horrible conditions. Human animal feces and urine in the streets, no running water or sanitation, no refrigeration, the emergence of a scientific chemical industry that filled cities with all kinds of substances we now know are very toxic, like lead, arsenic, and many more. Malnutrition via caloric, vitamin and mineral deficiencies further contributed to numerous biochemical breakdowns which manifested themselves as various diseases like scarlet fever, rheumatic fever, typhus, cholera, yellow fever, whooping cough, pertussis, polio and many others. As to be expected and eventually happened, as the clever apes began to understand and appreciate the importance of sanitation, remember, the monopoly experts ridiculed Semmelweis, as their understanding of biochemistry increased and they began to understand how vitamin-mineral deficiencies could affect health and susceptibility to disease, lack of vitamin B1 beriberi, B12 anemia, C scurvy, D rickets, as they restricted the use of dangerous chemicals. As it became cheaper and cheaper to live in a more nutritious and sanitary world, the diseases went away on their own. A society-wide breakdown in biochemistry led to the disease's disorder, and as the proper biochemical order was restored thanks to better nutrition and reduction in environmental toxins, the imbalances diseases began to go away. The diseases were going away thanks to the market process, you could say, but the apes gave credit to the vaccines, virgin sacrifices and their emerging great scientists, priests, planners. It was an understandable error myth arising out of biochemical complexity. The graphs below show how diseases for which we vaccinate were going away on their own, just like diseases like scarlet fever for which a vaccine was never widely used. DissolvingIllusions.com. Vaccines, are they really safe and effective? Same with COVID vaccines, by the time they were introduced, cases had already been going down. Just like with Ancel Keys and Karl Marx, Edward Jenner was another ignorant, negligent scientist who ignored much early criticism from other doctors regarding his hypothesis that inoculating people with a cowpox concoction would then make them immune to smallpox. We quote the majestic book Dissolving Illusions. When Jenner published his paper in 1798 claiming lifelong immunity to smallpox and promoting his technique, many doctors who had seen smallpox follow cowpox challenged his doctrine at a meeting of the Medico-Convivial Society. But he, Jenner, no sooner mentioned it than they laughed at it. The cow doctors could have told him of hundreds of cases where smallpox had followed cowpox. In 1799 Dr. Drake, a surgeon from Stroud, England, conducted an experiment to test Jenner's new preventive using vaccine obtained directly from Edward Jenner. The children were then challenged with a smallpox inoculation to see if the cowpox procedure had been effective. In 3 of them, a lad aged 17 and 2 of the Colborne children, one 4 years, the other 15 months, the cowpox vesicles came to early maturity and were scabbed under the usual time. The lad was inoculated with smallpox on the 20th December, being the 8th day from his vaccination, and the 2 children on the 21st, being again the 8th day. They all developed smallpox, both the local pustules and the general eruption with fever. Dr. Hughes, another doctor from Stroud, reported that the children subsequently developed smallpox and suggested that the vaccination technique failed. Jenner received the report but decided to ignore the results. Humphreys. The harm of vaccination, especially the U.S. schedule, is in all likelihood one of the numerous areas where mainstream experts are essentially as wrong as they were when they vilified Semmelweis. And much of the increasingly important debates around the COVID vaccine and vaccination in general is simply a reflection of this fact. The apes are essentially going through the growing pains of overcoming a certain mythology. Let's look deeper. If it wasn't until 2009 that the slightly smarter apes congratulated each other over what they think a ribosome looks like and how it functions, they have no fucking clue what the near-term, much less long-term, and even less what the combined long-term effects of routinely injecting children with numerous substances that make up vaccines like live viruses, foreign proteins, toxic chemical adjuvants, antibiotics, detergents, acid and alkaline buffers, a variety of animal cells, and foreign DNA, and proteins and more. We quote Dissolving Illusions again. Instead of acknowledging the true cause for this extraordinary mortality decline before vaccination took hold, the medical profession embraced vaccination as a profitable and core medical tool. The problems with vaccines were consigned to oblivion or ensconced, and ultimately replaced with myth. Few ever bother to investigate or consider that anything else happened besides what they've been told. Vaccination is not a simple, straightforward cut and dry issue. It is complicated. The diseases are complicated and, moreover, the immune system is very superficially understood by even the most accomplished immunologists today. The immune system remains a black box, says Gary Fatman, MD, a professor of immunology and rheumatology and associate director of the Institute for Immunology, Transplantation and Infection. Right now we're still doing the same tests I did when I was a medical student in the late 1960s. It's staggeringly complex, comprising at least 15 different interacting cell types that spew dozens of different molecules into the blood to communicate with one another and to do battle. Within each of those cells sit tens of thousands of genes whose activity can be altered by age, exercise, infection, vaccination status, diet, stress, you name it. That's an awful lot of moving parts. And we don't really know what the vast majority of them do, or should be doing. Humphreys. The science is definitely settled when it comes to the fact that as the number of vaccines given to kids has skyrocketed since the 1980s, so have various illnesses and disabilities. Children's Health Defense. Nanoct.org. The American Academy of Pediatrics website mentions. In the first 6 months of life, the total amount of aluminium contained in all routinely recommended vaccines is about 4 mg, mg. This is about 1/2 the amount of aluminium received from breast milk and less than 1/10 the amount of aluminium received from regular infant formula during the first 6 months of life. In over 70 years of use, aluminium salts have proven to be safe and effective. This means that through various injections an infant has 89,280,948,851,741,289 atoms of aluminium, a known neurotoxin, injected directly into the bloodstream during the first 6 months of life. If he were to drink these 4 mg, a highly evolved digestive system would keep most of them out, since there are currently no known needs for aluminium in the body, and should it need to enter the bloodstream it would do so in the manner 4 billion plus years of natural selection have crafted, perhaps bound to some carrier molecule or protein in a manner that sustains the delicate order that life is all about. But this filtering ordering process is bypassed, leading to a molecular chaos, disorder, damage. It is absurd to compare the direct injection of trillions upon trillions of atoms to the careful filtering ordering that digestion would provide. And 70 years ago, in 1951, we didn't even know what DNA looked like. Below is a sample of a few vaccines, trade name, and some of their ingredients. Quadrillions upon quadrillions of foreign molecules injected into the mind-bogglingly complex biochemical order of a child. An order which in its millions of years of evolution has not evolved to prevent these things from causing harm or safely remove them. 1. Adenovirus vaccine, monosodium glutamate, sucrose, D-mannose, D-fructose, dextrose, human serum albumin, potassium phosphate, plasdun C, anhydrous lactose, microcrystalline cellulose, polacrylin potassium, magnesium stearate, cellulose acetate phthalate, alcohol, acetone, castor oil, FD and C yellow number 6 aluminium lake dye. 2. Hep B, Heplisav B, yeast protein, yeast DNA, deoxycholate, phosphorothioate linked oligodeoxynucleotide, sodium phosphate, dibasic dodecahydrate, sodium chloride, monobasic dehydrate, polysorbate 80. 3. Influenza, afluria, sodium chloride, monobasic sodium phosphate, dibasic sodium phosphate, monobasic potassium phosphate, potassium chloride, calcium chloride, sodium taurodeoxycholate, of albumin, sucrose, neomycin sulfate, polymyxin B, beta-propylactone, hydrocortisone, thimerosal, multidose vials. 4. MMRV, ProQuad, MRC5 cells including DNA and protein, sucrose, hydrolyzed gelatin, sodium chloride, sorbitol, monosodium L-glutamate, sodium phosphate dibasic, recombinant human albumin, sodium bicarbonate, potassium phosphate monobasic, potassium chloride, potassium phosphate dibasic, neomycin, bovine calf serum, other buffer and media ingredients. But the priesthood of Scientism allegedly understands all the complexity, so they are safe and effective. As everyone knows or intuitively senses and already mentioned, Amazon.com and its reviews and bestsellers lists have evolved to be superior sources of information given the real competition among authors' ideas compared to the competition-less monopoly AMA CDC etc. If you visit Amazon.com and do a search for vaccines, by far the best-selling and best-reviewed books will be highly critical of vaccines to various degrees. For example, The Vaccine-Friendly Plan by Paul Thomas MD and Jennifer Margulis PhD suggest less vaccines and not giving out so many at once. This already implies that our priesthood monopoly of experts may be giving wrong advice, so this is sacrilege as it is. It has over 2,000 nearly all 5-star reviews. Paul also published research, showing that from amongst the thousands of children his practice saw, those who were unvaccinated were the healthiest. And soon after had his medical license suspended. Journalist Jeremy Hammond has a superb article about Paul's ordeal and much that is related. Miller's Review of Critical Vaccine Studies, 400 important scientific papers summarized for parents and researchers by Neil Z. Miller, over 1,000 reviews, solid 5-star average. As the title implies, it succinctly summarizes 400 scientific papers documenting vaccine-related harms. It is also an eyesore to the priesthood establishment, since it is often the #1 bestseller in health policy category. Dissolving Illusions, Disease, Vaccines, and the Forgotten History by Suzanne Humphreys MD and Roman Bystrionic provides a wonderful history of the vaccination mythology and its battles to coerce people. Roman created a superb 2-hour video here. Suzanne has many excellent presentations easily found online: smallpox, polio. The image below shows the results as of the 29th of May 2021. With the exception of the movie that got in there, except for one book, which appears to be an expensive textbook which happens to have a description that mentions described by Bill Gates as an indispensable guide to the enhancement of the well-being of our world, only 34 reviews. All other books range from being highly critical of the current USA vaccination schedule, to being 100% against vaccines period. They have a whopping combined 11,038 mostly passionate, and many well-written 5-star reviews. Are these authors and the thousands upon thousands of parents and curious educated people who actually bother to read technical books on Amazon, and totally dominate in terms of sales and passionate and well-written reviews, part of some conspiracy of charlatans? Or again, is this simply a sign that mankind is in the middle of overcoming a myth in this particular area arising out of biochemical complexity? Given the immense complexity, are the vaccine critics simply wrong, misguided instead of quacks? How do we discover this? Via freedom, and its competitive knowledge discovery, of course. Again, Upton Sinclair, it is difficult to get a man to understand something, when his salary depends on his not understanding it. The priesthood of Scientism, and its vaccination talismans create an immense easy profit that, per quote above, understandably creates tremendous ignorance, negligence, and sadly for those who do know that vaccines do more harm than good, malice for financial gain. In an excellent article by Dr. Joseph Mercola discussing the financial incentives of vaccination for doctors, he writes, "The math from there is pretty straightforward, although keep in mind that we're dealing with presumed averages and aged statistics here. Just multiply the number of patients under age 2 times $400. Using the average statistics from 1999, if a pediatrician has 1,000 patients, 264 can be expected to be 2 years old or younger. If all are fully vaccinated, the pediatrician would be eligible for a $105,600 year-end bonus. While $400 per fully vaccinated child might seem incentivizing enough, there's an added pressure here, because Blue Cross Blue Shield also has, or at least had, in 2016, a target level of 63%. This means that if the pediatrician fails to vaccinate 63% of his eligible patients, he or she gets nothing. So, the pediatrician has a very high incentive to get as many toddlers fully vaccinated as possible, so as not to miss that target. Again, financial incentives kept religious mythology going when it had coercive monopoly power. The same applies to the massive socialist bureaucracy's priesthoods, and we clearly see the same incentive structure with vaccinations and much of what the priesthood of scientism does. As with Noakes Nutrition and Danielle Economics, Dr. Suzanne Humphreys was once a believer in the mainstream view's myths that the current ways we use vaccines are safe and effective. She often recalls how she got interested in the subject after having patients whose severe kidney problems occurred after vaccination. She was rightly concerned when she learned that patients in the hospital she worked would get vaccinated with little regard for their medical condition, she mentions. The policy was to offer every patient that was conscious no matter what their disease these vaccines. I think that should stand out to everybody as problematic. Would you want to give a flu shot and a pneumococcal vaccine to a man that has cancer and is on chemotherapy that moment? I saw vaccines given to people who are having heart attacks while they were having the heart attacks, while they had active sepsis, while they had new-onset kidney problems, and numerous other ailments that there was no scientific literature to support vaccinating. But the ethos was vaccines are safe and effective and they need to be given. Once again it is monumentally important that we see our problems as rooted in economic ignorance, human tribalism nature, and resulting mythology, not ill intent or conspiracy even if it is easy to find malicious people in the evolving structures myths. It is the economic ignorance myths and resulting violence of the masses which will throw a man in prison for not paying taxes to sustain public education, or trade his labor for less than the minimum wage, etc. Little needs to be said about anti-capitalist violence like Lenin's Bolshevik Revolution. Atkins was vilified and one would assume had his life threatened many times, and it is even more dangerous for vaccination critics like Suzanne. Let us re-quote Hayek, people often see in it merely an arbitrary structure maintained by some sinister power. Take the pharmaceutical industry, and vaccination as an example. Many people who are critical of vaccination to various degrees, the much vilified anti-vaxxers, will make the error of believing that Big Pharma, as they like to call it, is the result of some malicious evil people wanting to get rich at the expense of others. Most doctors experts blindly religiously pushing vaccination as one of the greatest medical achievements of modern civilization will see the anti-vaxxers as wrong malicious nutty the very religious ones, because they know deep down inside that they are pushing the vaccines out of what they considers to be good science and not some malicious profiteering at the expense of the health of others. If every time a doctor stumbles upon someone questioning the efficacy and safety of the USA vaccine schedule he sees some very religious person accusing him and the medical industry of malice, it is totally understandable how the vaccine freedom and anti-vax movement is seen as dangerous, irresponsible, naive people. Consider the following tirade against our disastrous medical establishment and resulting COVID mania by a well-known and courageous activist. This is evil. Evil spelled backwards is live. If you want to live then you gotta get evil out of your life. Do you people know what evil looks like? Seriously, do you really know what evil looks like? Do you really get it that it's among us? When you see the chaos, when you see the dysfunction, evil's in the room. It's real easy. I've covered 3 wars and I've seen it in a war zone. Sometimes you don't see it when you're in civilization, but it's there institutionally. Have respect for evil. Evil is mercurial, it pivots, it changes, it lies to you and it does it consciously without a conscience. As great as the contributions in terms of exposing neglect and corruption in the medical industry by the above activist, one can see how the above quasi-religious language understandably causes the priesthood of scientism to neglect criticism and create an even more adversarial relationship. As with the atheistic communism, the same pattern repeats. Mostly well-intentioned myth-following people in an echo chamber and incentive structure that ultimately causes much harm, are misidentified as evil. Again, this erroneous pattern repeats in other complex fields. In economics you have naive thinkers believing the Federal Reserve and government is run by some secret cabal of elites, Jews, Rockefellers, etc., when it is actually run by totally clueless apes regardless of the fact that one can identify truly corrupt people. Suzanne, like Noakes and Danielle, wisely realize that their misguided co-professionals in medicine, nutrition, and economics respectively are not part of some conspiracy of bad guys, but just caught in a complex web of fallacies, incentives, errors, myths, etc. Given the understandable complexity of the subject matter, vaccine critics like Suzanne would seem to be the ones in most danger, but the following logic applies to all courageous independent thinkers and how myths are sustained via violence. Assume 1 million people learn about her views, perhaps 999,000 will immediately just dismiss her as some quack for understandable reasons, 1,000 may immediately think she has to be some malicious charlatan who is carelessly spreading ideas that can put millions of lives at risk. 100 of these may go as far as harassing her online, and perhaps statistically 10 or so will be heroic enough to want to take concrete steps to harm her. A similar line of thought can apply to the existing companies, scientists, and bureaucrats that stand to lose financially if the vaccine nutrition economic critics are correct. Most will be normal civilized people and say, wow, we've been inadvertently doing considerable harm, time to do something else or differently. But statistically there will be a group that might want to physically harm the dissenters. During the class action lawsuit against Merck for its harmful drug Vioxx, it was uncovered how Merck employees had a hit list of drug critics to discredit. One email mentioned, "We may need to seek them out and destroy them where they live." The same applies in other fields like religious mythology, obviously, as in the killing of writers in the French satirical weekly newspaper Charlie Hebdo for having published material offensive to Muslims. Also take for example nationalism, militarism, tribalism. It is obvious that everyone who died in World War I died for absolutely nothing. And the same could be said about most military conflicts. But such an opinion will eventually offend many veterans heroes, from which a group will resort to violence, intimidation and silence, kill the mythbusters dissenters. Thus we can see how statistically when one considers the violence of the myth believers against the doubters, as well as those who are financially dependent on the myths, violence or fraud towards the dissenters, Galileo's truth seekers, is almost inevitable. This is how the myth's fallacies are spread by the slightly smarter dangerous apes in a manner that is not the result of grand conspiracies but is indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. The coronavirus ape self-mutilation, and the similarity to HIV greater than AIDS greater than death mythology. Much of what is related to the coronavirus, from the science to the resulting lockdowns and socio-economic chaos, is essentially mythology that arises due to the complexity of biochemistry and perverse incentives leading to central planning like communism, and should be analyzed similarly. Again, in just the last 300 years mankind has been mired in religious slaughters, 2 massive world wars, the rise of communism, etc. that are ultimately rooted in myth, religious myths, economic myths, etc. all backed by the experts of their day. Myths that inadvertently motivate the slightly smarter apes into creating competitionless coercive bureaucracies that paralyze, destroy the social order in various ways. None of the previous disasters would have occurred if people had not been coerced into the ideologies and government central plans of the times. Once again, freedom shields people from doing something they don't want to do, and also leads to competitive knowledge discovery, which is the ultimate way to discover the best information with which to create superior products, order mankind, and discover the truth, which obviously includes the science. And the more complex the subject matter is, like medicine, the more freedom and competition is needed. Regarding COVID mania, we have the opposite of competitive knowledge discovery in both the biochemical order as massive competition, immune coercive government regulatory bodies like the AMA, CDC and WHO dictate what is the science, as well as disastrous interventions, destruction of the socioeconomic order via lockdowns, travel restrictions, coerced vaccinations, etc., leading to the nearly Bolshevik revolution-like tyranny that gripped the world for 3 years. Let us see how the slightly smarter apes with electron microscopes have let the complexity of the biological order further motivate them into the disastrous coercive central planning they always fall for. Although plenty of people knew that the mortality due to COVID-19 was going to be on par with that of a regular strong flu from the minute the mania and lockdowns started, just like plenty of people knew that communism was bound to be an unworkable disaster, by mid-2020 enough data and related research had been done to make this obvious to anyone curious enough and able to trust his reason more than what clueless politicians and Anthony Fauci was saying. In March 2020, even Anthony Fauci had published a paper at the New England Journal of Medicine stating that the overall clinical consequences of COVID-19 may ultimately be more akin to those of a severe seasonal influenza, which has a case fatality rate of approximately 0.1%. Great free market think tanks like the American Institute for Economic Research were able to coordinate intellectual opposition to the COVID mania lockdown restrictions via their Great Barrington Declaration, where thousands of highly accredited and respected scientists from all over the world lent their names to such criticisms. A simple comparison between Sweden, which did relatively little compared to the USA, and other countries easily showed how masks and lockdowns were counterproductive or hardly any better at best. But just like with communism and the nighttime North-South Korea comparison, even though for decades one could easily see how the non-communist countries were doing much better, once the ideological and incentive structure began to take shape, simple reason could do little to get in its way. For decades communist ideologues, theologians and their evolved echo chambers had their various explanations as to why they remained behind the freer capitalist countries, just like the pro-mask lockdown COVID vaccine ideologues justify their fallacies. We are also just dealing with largely uneducated masses who are understandingly scared, and many who also just refuse to admit they were wrong. COVID mania is essentially what is being called a case-epidemic, botched science at numerous levels leading to false positive tests, fueling a hysteria, and very important, an incentive structure, that just like with Lenin's Bolshevik communist revolution, motivates many people to join central planning, regulating, paralyzing bureaucracies, especially when government began to pay more money for COVID-19 treatments, tests, vaccines, drugs, etc. And started sending people checks money so they could take a vacation and continue to consume wealth without having to work produced due to lockdowns. Remember that the medical sector has gone from about 4% of economy in 1960s to about 20% now, and it is incentivized to grow in revenue in order to heroically protect us from the killer pandemic. Public sector bureaucracies like public education and college professors, experts, also don't have any skin in the game and are not affected by lockdowns since they get their wealth from coercive taxation. So one has a massive amount of the population with a pro-lockdown incentive structure. COVID mania could also be seen as a repeat of the 1976 swine flu scare, where, as wonderfully summarized by this 15-minute 60 Minutes TV segment, a similar combination of botched science, perverse financial incentives, and the ever-present competition, immune government coercion which enables all the inferior decision-making led to a swine flu scare where millions of Americans, 25%, got what was eventually clearly understood as a poisonous vaccine. The vaccination program was stopped after just 25 deaths from Guillain-Barré syndrome were tied to the vaccine. In 1976, a far smaller percentage of the US population worked in the medical bureaucracy. Americans at the time were also far more religious and more likely to have a stronger outrage give fewer deaths, and also newspapers were more independent and really interested in exposing inappropriate behavior, unlike today, where most are significantly dependent on pharmaceutical industry revenue. U.S. Centers for Disease Control, CDC, Personnel knew early on that the COVID tests were faulty and would lead to many false positives, but they kept quiet. Again, this does not have to be seen as some massive conspiracy. It could have been negligence by a few bad apple scientists who knew the coming panic would bring them additional funds business. It could have also been what is referred to as a noble lie, where people with good intentions commit a fraud or go along with a little white lie or exaggeration if they feel like it will help people in general, and also happens to improve your finance. Perhaps some felt like the eventual exaggeration of the danger would motivate people to be extra careful and help save more lives. There is no need to even lie a bit. Why not make it clear to the government and public that this could potentially be very bad, and just out of caution we need more money for research. Just like the firefighter that daydreams of being a hero and valiantly running into danger to save people needs a fire, and a soldier who daydreams of courageously killing the enemy while saving his fellow countrymen needs a war, so do some disease experts and numerous economically ignorant ideologues look forward to some calamity so they can be heroes and also blame everything on the capitalism, freedom, selfishness they don't understand, and want an opportunity to socially engineer society for the greater good. There is the petri dish of scientists with various levels of honesty leading to honest errors, charlatans, and negligence, and eventually the statistical certainty that exaggerations will explode into a government-funded chain reaction of mania and government growth. Again, it is vitally important that we see the formation of disastrous central planning structures as complex ideological factors, incentives, instead of a conspiracy, hoax. This and numerous other factors led people who obviously died of old age and other comorbidities to be labeled as having died due to COVID, helping fuel the mania. For example, in Italy, which was a hotbed of hysteria, the average age of people who died and had the virus was 78 years old, and on average people had almost 3 other diseases. It is also important to notice how many were taking all kinds of drugs whose side effects are oftentimes what kills them, especially more dangerous antiviral drugs, etc. In England figures have been similar. 98% were elderly with other medical conditions. Their experts and their mythical models quickly had to revise predictions from about 500,000 deaths to only 20,000 out of a total population of 56 million people, yet they also wisely estimated that 2/3 of those people would have died anyway from some other cause, leading to an estimate of about 610,000 deaths due to virus for the year. Random testing for antibodies which show up after people have been infected with the potential pathogen, have shown that the pathogen has already affected way more people than originally thought, and that the rate of mortality is closer to 0.12 to 0.2%, which makes it similar to regular flu, 0.1%. The PCR-based test that is being used to identify cases comes back positive if it finds a piece of the virus that came from an antibody of someone who already dealt with the pathogen, thus helping fuel the COVID mania. Yet with all of this evidence, Fauci and his counterparts in much of the world continued to preach that we must have lockdowns and eventual vaccines in order to be better off. In other words, they are pushing a widely held but false belief or idea, a myth. A myth far more dangerous than praying to some likely inexistent deity. What we really want is for the immune system that natural selection has been perfecting for over 1 billion years and our experts still hardly really understand, to work optimally, which it can only do in a body that is free from disease and has been fed the optimal diet fuel, which helps explain why truly healthy people, even among the relatively old, rarely succumb to the coronavirus pathogen. According to alleged Immunology 101 mythology, viruses infect us and attempt to use our own cells to make copies of themselves. Eventually our defenses fight off the infection and remember the genetic sequence of the virus, so they can no longer attack us in the future. A new novel virus initially has a large population to infect, but as an increasing amount of members have fought off the infection, we develop herd immunity and the virus has less potential hosts to infect and use for replication, so it tends to disappear. This is more or less the common understanding of what millions of years of natural selection has crafted in ways we are just beginning to understand, which given the complexity may be erroneous, as we will soon discuss. The whole idea behind vaccines is that by injecting ourselves with a dead or somehow less potentially dangerous virulent version of the pathogen, we can sort of trick the body into creating the antibodies which will then properly prevent the live or more dangerous version of the pathogen, which as already discussed may actually do more harm than good and be unnecessarily detrimental. The aforementioned Great Barrington Declaration, which was signed by thousands of top scientists, helps us maximize our highly evolved immune system while using scientific interventions when needed useful. It is very short and most of its recommendations are. Fortunately, our understanding of the virus is growing. We know that vulnerability to death from COVID-19 is more than 1,000-fold higher in the old and infirm than the young. Indeed, for children, COVID-19 is less dangerous than many other harms, including influenza. As immunity builds in the population, the risk of infection to all, including the vulnerable, falls. We know that all populations will eventually reach herd immunity, i.e. the point at which the rate of new infections is stable, and that this can be assisted by, but is not dependent upon, a vaccine. Our goal should therefore be to minimize mortality and social harm until we reach herd immunity. The most compassionate approach that balances the risks and benefits of reaching herd immunity is to allow those who are at minimal risk of death to live their lives normally, to build up immunity to the virus through natural infection, while better protecting those who are at highest risk. We call this focused protection. Those who are not vulnerable should immediately be allowed to resume life as normal. Simple hygiene measures, such as hand washing and staying home when sick, should be practiced by everyone to reduce the herd immunity threshold. Schools and universities should be open for in-person teaching. Extracurricular activities, such as sports, should be resumed. Young low-risk adults should work normally, rather than from home. Restaurants and other businesses should open. Arts, music, sport and other cultural activities should resume. People who are more at risk may participate if they wish, while society as a whole enjoys the protection conferred upon the vulnerable by those who have built up herd immunity. Again, using our understanding of the science, we want to let the herd immunity, that has been crafted by natural selection for millions of years, to do its thing. It is totally unnatural and against the acquired wisdom and disease-fighting ability of millions or years of natural selection to go against this by locking away all human beings, including the young who have virtually zero chance of dying from COVID, and making people depressed prisoners eating garbage food, and ultimately getting sicker in countless ways and creating an economic damage none of the bureaucrats or even mainstream economists can understand, since they are clueless money-creating Keynesians. Just like in the Soviet Union people like Trofim Lysenko would rise to the top, we see the same thing in national monopolies like in the USA with Anthony Fauci, more about this soon, and in the World Health Organization via its top bureaucrat Tedros Ghebreyesus, who said the following absurdity regarding herd immunity. Herd immunity is a concept used for vaccination, in which a population can be protected from a certain virus if a threshold of vaccination is reached. Herd immunity is achieved by protecting people from a virus, not by exposing them to it. The above shows complete ignorance of herd immunity and basic immunology. It is by being exposed to a virus and building natural immunity to it via the creation of antibodies etc., which is what vaccines attempt to replicate, that we supposedly attempt to create herd immunity. Tedros' new statement definition of the science has now been adopted by the WHO, and replaces the older and more correct meaning which rightly incorporated natural infection, as can be seen in image below. Anthony Fauci did not recognize or try to engage the thousands of leading scientists who signed the Great Barrington Declaration (GBD) in good tribal political ape manner, just like communist ideologues, as well as church when it had all the power, tend to do. He simply called the declaration ridiculous, total nonsense and very dangerous, saying that it would lead to a large number of avoidable deaths. Dismissing so many world-renowned scientists in such a manner without curious and welcoming dialogue, is really all one needs to know in order to realize that Fauci has Lysenko-like cognitive dissonance. Communists, in their self-reinforcing echo chamber, would simply see free marketeers as callous people who wanted to exploit the masses and so on, unscientific religious people who blindly followed supposedly absurd religious concepts, etc. And we similarly see mainstream press and scientists smear the GBD as some right-wing political creation. However, it is once again vitally important that we see these phenomena not as the result of 100% purposeful malice, but out of a certain cognitive dissonance bias or understandable lack of care for different views or the true extent of harm caused by potentially looking the other way. For example, Fauci and the scientific experts can always point to some very religious persons talking about wild conspiracies by the devil or some carefully orchestrated hoax, conspiracy trying to defend their freedom to not go along the plans of the Fauci scientists experts as some nuts that need to be ignored or coerced for their own good or the good of society. So we can easily see how the various echo chambers can form, spread, intensify their polarization. Again, complex ideological factors and incentive structures can lead to concerted action which should not be confused with a conspiracy or hoax. We want to focus on how the ideas, the echo chambers and the incentive structures evolve, instead of on particular individuals. In such structures, since there are so many people involved, it would be easy to find people with all sorts of motives, from truly well-intentioned concerned, to 100% malicious charlatans, and it would be a gigantic error to label all of COVID mania based on one few individuals. Again, just like religious wars of the past, you had plenty of truly faithful and you had some focused on pure territorial gain, etc. And complex mixtures in between. As the medical monopoly Soviet Union-like echo chamber and perverse incentive structure materializes, there is a competitive selective process that selects for the most negligent or ruthless apes who are more and more likely to dismiss dissent and push the government to suppress competing critical opinions. A good and early example of this was the banning by YouTube of a video that in just a few days had reached over 5 million views by Drs. Dan Erickson and Artin Massey of Bakersfield, California, where they explained the relative harmlessness of the CV compared to what Fauci, Tedros, CDC, WHO were preaching. In an interview about the matter, YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki mentioned that they took the video down because anything that would go against World Health Organization recommendations would be a violation of our policy. Again, economic ignorance of how superior information can only be discovered by competition and thus freedom, always leads to a central plan that eventually necessitates coercion and the suppression, and eventual vilification of dissenting views. Right-winger, science denier. It is no longer freedom and competition what determines the truth information, it is the monopoly competition immune ideologues at the World Health Organization and national competition immune national bureaucracies. This is not the result of some malice by Susan, she is simply the particular slightly smarter ape that inevitably rises to her position, just like Goebbels inevitably emerged to fill a similar role in Nazi Germany. What can mistakenly seem like a conspiracy by Susan, Fauci, Gates, etc. is not, it is indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. So you have polarizing echo chambers and increasingly conflicting groups, A, the central planners who have to increasingly conspire to continue their ideology plans even if it was never conspired from the beginning, and, B, doubters, critics, many of whom mistakenly label the central planners in general as one massive cabal of bad guys. The central planners clearly find such insults misguided and nutty, so they easily use that to justify ignoring and persecuting dissenting views and so on, intensifying the polarization, persecution, hatreds. During the early days of the Bolshevik Revolution, many communists were fiercely for principled freedom of speech. Many had experienced severe censorship and jail time under the Tsar for expressing their views. But again, bad complex ideas eventually show cracks and inevitable dissent and differing competing opinions. If they are to persist and require unity for their execution, they must be carried out by force and dissenting views increasingly suppressed. Hayek summarizes our comments applied to communism. The creation and enforcement of the common creed, lockdowns, masks, vaccine, and of the belief in the supreme wisdom of the ruler, Fauci, Tedros, politicians, becomes an indispensable instrument for the success of the planned system. The ruthless use of all potential instruments of propaganda, and the suppression of every expression of dissent is not an accidental accompaniment of a centrally directed system, it is an essential part of it. Nor can moral coercion be confined to the acceptance of the ethical code underlying the whole plan. It is in the nature of things that many parts of this code, many parts of the scale of values underlying the plan, can never be explicitly stated. They exist only implicitly in the plan. But this means that every part of the plan, in fact, every action of the government or its agencies, becomes sacrosanct and exempt from criticism. If you don't social distance, wear masks, ignore the heroic self-sacrificing experts like Fauci, you are an immoral, selfish, negligent killer. It is, however, only the expression of criticism that can be forcibly suppressed. But doubts that are never uttered and hesitation that is never voiced have equally insidious effects, even if they dwell only in the minds of the people. Everything which might induce discontent must therefore be kept from them. The basis for comparison with conditions elsewhere, no lockdown Sweden, Florida, etc., the knowledge of possible alternatives to the course taken, information which might suggest failure on the part of the government to live up to its promises or to take advantage of opportunities to improve the lot of the people, all these must be suppressed. Regardless of what exactly the CV pathogen is and all the technical scientific details about it, the initial scare and lockdowns were based on a quickly revised and later totally discredited epidemiological model which grossly overestimated the lethality of the coronavirus by British Professor Neil Ferguson, who had made numerous totally bogus and exaggerated predictions before, like 1. That up to 50,000 people would likely die from exposure to mad cow disease in beef in the UK, only 177 died. 2. That up to 150 million people could be killed from bird flu. Only 282 died worldwide between 2003 and 2009. 3. That swine flu could lead to 65,000 deaths in the UK. Only 457 died. 4. That up to 150,000 people could die from a foot and mouth disease scare. There were fewer than 200 deaths. All of these so-called diseases which led to such ultimately overhyped and totally unnecessary fears and restrictions like mad cow, bird flu, swine flu, foot and mouth and ultimately the COVID-19 disease all seem to involve what we commonly refer to as viruses, which are so small, that once again even with our best electron microscopes, their alleged functioning and interactions with the complex immune system, remain the subject of much research and competing opinions. Again, wherever there is complexity, there is bound to be uncertainty and eventual mythology, and if these mythologies are sustained by competitionless government coercion regulation, the intellectual errors myths are harder to change. What if our low-level understanding of the biochemistry relating to viruses, vaccines and the immune system, was nowhere near as precise as mainstream scientists believe? What if the entire scientific establishment is as misguided as it was just a few decades ago when it went along with lobotomies, worms as the cause of cancer, and ridiculed people like Ignaz Semmelweis and Alfred Wegener? This brings us to the HIV causes AIDS and eventual death hypothesis, which could be one of these massive errors myths of modern science and its surprising relevance application to current COVID mania, and government, monopoly, scientism in general. Even if it is not a mistake, there is still a tremendous amount to be learned by examining this subject. Before delving deeper into this controversial and dangerous subject, we can divide its protagonists into two camps. The mainstream and government, monopoly force huge money-backed thinkers who believe that the HIV virus eventually weakens people's immune systems and they die of some opportunistic disease, and those who disagree with this hypothesis to various degrees, or are highly skeptical at least. There is a pro-standard view that HIV greater than AIDS greater than death website https://www.aidstruth.org/ which defends the standard narrative, and there are also sites like https://rethinkingaids.com/ which back the doubters' views. Given the immense complexity of the subject and human nature, there are tremendous extremes, From seemingly nutty religious people who will say the whole thing is a massive conspiracy, hoax inspired by devil evildoers, to scientists who at various points have peddled or exaggerated ridiculous scaremongering scenarios for financial gain, and honest researchers. And then there are also smaller disagreements even within their respective camps. Consider the story of molecular biologist Dr. Peter Duesberg. Peter was a brilliant researcher who was awarded tenure at UC Berkeley at just 36 years of age and was considered for a Nobel Prize. Some of his early awards are 1969, Merck Award, recognizes outstanding contributions to research in biochemistry and molecular biology. 1971, California Scientist of the Year Award. 1981, First Annual American Medical Center Oncology Award. 1986, Outstanding Investigator Award, National Institutes of Health. 1986, elected to National Academy of Sciences. When AIDS became the pandemic that was supposed to wipe out millions in the 1980s, Duesberg took an interest in the subject and concluded that the HIV virus was likely to be harmless and thus not what was eventually killing these people, and hypothesized that the weakened immune systems of people who would be diagnosed as having AIDS had more to do with damage due primarily to certain heavy drug use, particularly so-called poppers, nitrite inhalants, which were very popular among homosexuals. Also other factors like intravenous drug use, which is known to damage the immune system, as well as other potential factors unknowns. His book Inventing the AIDS Virus, 4.75 stars with over 100 reviews on Amazon, seemed like a masterpiece to me, as further evidenced by the many glowing and well-written reviews. Peter would be one of the first big-time scientists to question the evolving mainstream narrative that HIV was the virus that caused AIDS-like symptoms and eventually death. Just like with COVID, and the Great Barrington Declaration, many other scientists would also lend their names to various documents of dissent doubt. For example, Charles Thomas Ph.D. was a former professor of biochemistry at Harvard and Johns Hopkins universities who organized the Group for the Scientific Reappraisal of the HIV-AIDS Hypothesis. Another brilliant scientist, Carey B. Mullis, the 1993 Nobel Prize winner in chemistry and inventor of the polymerase chain reaction PCR, was also highly critical of the HIV greater than AIDS greater than death hypothesis and a defender of Duesberg's criticisms. Just like Fauci would dismiss the GBD signed by world-renowned infectious disease experts as ridiculous, total nonsense and very dangerous without debating them, so would he avoid going to conferences if Duesberg was also to attend. In the years since Mr. Duesberg first advanced his theories in a paper in Cancer Research, leading AIDS investigators have been unanimous in their refusal to rebut him, despite requests from universities and press forums like the McNeil/Lehrer News Hour. They have been willing, however, to justify their silence at length. Anthony Fauci, coordinator of AIDS research at the National Institutes of Health, recently explained on National Public Radio, critiquing a dubious theory would take time away from more productive efforts. Fauci also mentioned, many people consider what is in the media to be true by definition. One striking example is Peter Duesberg's theory that HIV is not the cause of AIDS. I laughed at that for a while, but it led to a lot of public concern that maybe HIV was a hoax. The theory has extraordinary credibility just on the basis of news coverage. Perhaps this last statement helps us understand why Fauci would dismiss Duesberg without necessarily doing so purely out of malice or negligence. Perhaps the following is at play: 1. Duesberg voices his criticisms. 2. Then naive thinkers or very religious types go around saying the whole thing is a conspiracy or a hoax. 3. Fauci learns that it is Duesberg's work which led to the labels of hoax and conspiracy theories which he clearly knows are not true. 4. So he dismisses Duesberg. Or maybe not, maybe he plays the role of a modern pope who is not very motivated to discuss theology with Richard Dawkins. Or perhaps some complex combination of numerous other factors. Maybe he is right and Duesberg wrong. Again, a very complex subject which requires freedom and resulting competitive knowledge discovery instead of coercive government monopoly. Today there is little doubt that many of the people who were supposedly dying of AIDS in the late early 1980s were dying due to the immense toxicity of the early drugs like AZT. How can a compound discovered in 1964, when we knew way less about the immensely complex biochemical pathways that sustain our order, and was deemed too dangerous and ineffective then, suddenly be given to people now for years, and not expected to be doing immense harm? We quote Celia Farber's classic article on Spin magazine, AIDS and the AZT Scandal, Spin's 1989 feature, Sins of Omission. See a critique of her article by prominent HIV researchers here. AZT had actually been developed a quarter of a century earlier as a cancer chemotherapy, but was shelved and forgotten because it was so toxic, very expensive to produce, and totally ineffective against cancer. Powerful, but unspecific, the drug was not selective in its cell destruction. Dr. Harvey Bialy, scientific editor of the journal Biotechnology, is stunned by the low quality of science surrounding AIDS research. When asked if he had seen any evidence of the claims made for AZT, that it prolongs life in AIDS patients, Bialy said, "No, I have not seen a published study that is rigorously done, analyzed, and objectively reported." Bialy, who is also a molecular biologist, is horrified by the widespread use of AZT, not just because it is toxic, but because, he insists, the claims its widespread use are based upon are false. "I can't see how this drug could be doing anything other than making people very sick," he says. Most ironically, the drug has been found to accelerate the very process it was said to prevent, the loss of T4 cells. Undeniably, AZT kills T4 cells, white blood cells vital to the immune system, says Bialy. No one can argue with that. AZT is a chain-terminating nucleotide, which means that it stops DNA replication. It seeks out any cell that is engaged in DNA replication and kills it. The place where most of this replication is taking place is in the bone marrow. That's why the most common and severe side effect of the drug is bone marrow toxicity. That is why patients, need blood transfusions. AZT has been aggressively and repeatedly marketed as a drug that prolongs survival in AIDS patients because it stops the HIV virus from replicating and spreading to healthy cells. But, says Bialy, there is no good evidence that HIV actively replicates in a person with AIDS, and if there isn't much HIV replication to stop, it's mostly killing healthy cells. As a chemotherapeutic drug, explained Duesberg, AZT kills dividing blood cells and other cells, and is thus directly immunosuppressive. The cell is almost a million-fold bigger target than the virus, so the cell will be much, much more sensitive, says Duesberg. Only very few cells, about 1 in 10,000, are actively making the virus-containing DNA, so you must kill incredibly large numbers of cells to inhibit the virus. This kind of treatment could only theoretically help if you have a massive infection, which is not the case with AIDS. Meanwhile, they're giving this drug that ends up killing millions of lymphocytes, white blood cells. It's beyond me how that could possibly be beneficial. Again. The immense complexity of the biochemical order can eventually lead to differences in opinion, and an environment where flat-out lies, extreme negligence and honest intellectual error can easily arise from all sides. In the passage below we see how Dr. Sandra Lehrman, a scientist working for the AZT manufacturer Burroughs Wellcome, which was making a fortune $10,000 per year per patient in 1987, $22,000 in today's dollars, with AZT, saw things. When specific questions about the alleged mechanisms of AZT are asked, the answers are long, contradictory, and riddled with unknowns. Every scientific point raised about the drug is eventually answered with the blanket response, the drug is not perfect, but it's all we have right now. About the depletion of T4 cells and other white cells, Lehrman says, we don't know why T4 cells go up at first, and then go down. That is one of the drug mechanisms that we are trying to understand. In his book Poison by Prescription, The AZT Story, John Lauritsen, who obtained data about the trial which the FDA was forced to release via the Freedom of Information Act, writes: the FDA analyst who reviewed the pharmacology data, Harvey I. Chernow, recommended that AZT should not be approved. Chernow documented many serious side effects of AZT, and summarized its effect on the blood as follows. Thus, although the dose varied, anemia was noted in all species, including man, in which the drug has been tested. Chernow concluded his review of the pharmacology data by recommending that AZT should not be approved. In conclusion, the full preclinical toxicological profile, if far from complete with 6-month data available, but not yet submitted, 1-year studies to begin shortly, etc. The available data are insufficient to support FDA approval, Lauritsen. As the immense toxicity became increasingly apparent, the FDA, the science, cut the dose in half. Prior to this change, anyone saying that AZT at old dose was doing immense harm was of course what in today's climate would be called a science denier, someone giving dangerous advice that could cost lives and should perhaps be jailed. Lauritsen again. The Food and Drug Administration, FDA, announced on the 17th of January 1990 that the recommended dose of AZT, the only federally approved drug for AIDS, would be cut in half. The old dose was 1,200 mg per day. The new dose will be only half that, 600 mg per day after 1 month at the old dose of 1,200 mg. The FDA has ordered changes in the labels on AZT, also known as Zidovudine or Retrovir, to represent the new recommendation. For some time prior to the FDA's announcement, doctors who treat AIDS patients had been experimenting with lower doses, in an effort to avoid the side effects of the drug. At the old dose of 1,200 mg, about half of all AIDS patients had been unable to tolerate AZT's extreme toxicity, which caused severe anemia, as well as muscular pain and atrophy, wasting away, and damage to the kidneys, liver, and nerves. Health and Human Services Secretary Louis Sullivan said in a statement that the change means that fewer patients may have to discontinue AZT therapy because of serious side effects. The new dose recommendation was based on government press releases from last summer, which allegedly showed that the lower dose was just as effective as the higher, while causing fewer serious side effects. Beloved stars like singer Freddie Mercury and tennis legend Arthur Ashe were AZT victims. Basketball star Magic Johnson seems to have saved himself by stopping AZT before it was too late. Engelbrecht, Claus, Bailey, Scolio write in their superb book Virus Mania. Mercury was terrified and took his doctor's advice to begin taking AZT. Mercury belonged to the first generation of patients, who received the full AZT load, 1,500 mg a day. At the end, he looked like a bone rack, and he died in London on the 24th of November 1991 at the age of 45. Arthur Ashe met his maker at the age of 36, after he had been declared HIV positive in 1988, and his doctor prescribed for him an extremely high AZT dose. At some point, Ashe discussed AZT's toxicity. In October 1992, he wrote a column for the Washington Post. The confusion for AIDS patients like me is that there is a growing school of thought that HIV may not be the sole cause of AIDS, and that standard treatments such as AZT actually make matters worse, Ashe acknowledged, adding, there may very well be unknown cofactors, but that the medical establishment is too rigid to change the direction of basic research and/or clinical trials. Ashe wanted to stop taking AZT, but he didn't dare. What will I tell my doctors? He asked the New York Daily News. What Ashe didn't have the heart to do resist the pressure of prevailing AIDS medicine and decide against AZT intake apparently saved the life of basketball megastar Earvin Magic Johnson. At the end of 1991, Magic shocked the world with the news he had tested HIV positive. It can happen to anybody, even Magic Johnson, said Time magazine on the 18th of November 1991. A few days later, Time wrote that the basketball player had put the risk of heterosexual transmission squarely in center court. But what was the basis of this assumption? Nothing at all, for the American magazine, just like the rest of the media world, simply referred to Johnson's mere conjecture that he had picked up the AIDS virus heterosexually, that is to say through sex with a woman. Evidence to support this statement is not available. Magic Johnson had tested positive, but at the same time, he was the picture of health until AIDS ruler Anthony Fauci and his personal doctor, the New York AIDS researcher David Ho, insistently advised him to take AZT. Johnson followed their advice. But Magic's health rapidly deteriorated, so much, in fact, that he felt like vomiting almost every day. According to a 1991 National Enquirer story, Magic reeling as worst nightmare comes true, he's getting sicker. But virus mania was by then so dominant that nobody thought that the extremely toxic medications could have caused Magic's serious health problems. Years later, in 1995, he admitted in a personal conversation in Florida that he had only taken AZT for a very short time. The medications were connected with far too severe side effects. And so came the saying, there is no magic in AZT, and no AZT in magic. Coneline. Near the height of the hive mania, HIV dissenter Michael Callan writes regarding the toxicity and survivability of AIDS patients. I have been pretty prominent in my opposition to the use of AZT. And I didn't expect to find similar opposition among the long-term survivors, but I did. It was pleasantly surprising. Of the 4 dozen, only 4 had ever used it at all, and 3 are dead and 1 is dying of AZT-induced lymphoma. The overwhelming majority of long-term survivors had somehow managed to resist the enormous pressure to take AZT. This was very much a distinguishing characteristic of long-term survivors, by which I mean a skepticism about experimental medications. Long-term survivors, for what it's worth, take a very skeptical wait-and-see approach. 9 out of 10 drugs that ever enter any phase of human testing fail, as either too toxic or non-effective. Well, that to me is quite startling if true. If the odds are stacked against you 9 to 1, then I do not understand the current drugs into body frenzy. My AIDS activist friends who are in the forefront of this drugs into body frenzy, I feel are very misleading to people with AIDS who are frightened and desperate. They only seem to talk about 2 possible outcomes to taking experimental drugs. One is that it works and one that it doesn't. There is a third, apparently much more common possibility, which is that you will be worse off than if you did nothing at all. And nobody likes to talk about that because it's so unpleasant, but from my reading of the literature, sometimes doing nothing is much better than doing the wrong thing. And it would seem, on the record of government-sponsored clinical trials, that most people are actually worse off taking these toxic drugs than if they hadn't started at all. Interestingly enough, Anthony Fauci was also one of the early proponents of AZT and has been the main ideologue, diverting the vast resources of the US government towards the HIV greater than AIDS hypothesis and away from its criticisms. In the early 80s, when scientists were trying to make sense out of why so many of these overwhelmingly drug-using gay men were having very weak immune systems and dying, based on early hypotheticals and a paper he appears to not have gotten the opportunity to read in its entirety, Fauci wrote things in a manner that led to hysteria when he wrote, "We are witnessing at the present time the evolution of a new disease process of unknown etiology with a mortality of at least 50% and possibly as high as 75% to 100%, with a doubling of the number of patients afflicted every 6 months. The finding of AIDS in infants and children who are household contacts of patients with AIDS or persons with risks for AIDS has enormous implications with regard to ultimate transmissibility of this syndrome. If routine close contact can spread the disease, AIDS takes on an entirely new dimension." Suddenly a respected official government expert, Priest, was mentioning how we could have a highly infectious and deadly disease on our hands that could potentially quickly wipe out millions. The AIDS hysteria exploded. With the best of intentions, many demanded the government immediately increase AIDS-related funding, not doing so and easily pointing to some religious leaders, who were themselves spreading AIDS hysteria by saying that AIDS was God's punishment for homosexuality, would make the conservative Reagan administration look like that standard evil selfish white man who uses capitalism to exploit and doesn't care, and the money for AIDS research exploded. A year later Fauci became director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Schultz writes in his book And the Band Played On, Politics, People, and the AIDS Epidemic. Fauci quickly cast blame on a hysterical media for taking his comments out of context. After all, he had said only that the possibility of household transition might raise all these scientific implications. The lay public did not understand the language of science, he pleaded. Science always dealt with hypotheticals. The chief villain, he would accurately note, was the press office of the American Medical Association. Again, to the immense biochemical complexity we add various layers of human nature, ignorance, errors, incentives, etc. An ideological pattern or algorithm emerges. The more rightly concerned for gays and the suffering of potential AIDS victims people are, and the more prudent, the more could potentially type scenarios arise, the more incentive, both out of genuine concern and out of potential profit and scientific glory, arises and warps government spending in a way that accelerates both funding and more hypothetically dangerous scenarios. Again, this is not the result of some well-orchestrated plot, it is indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. These are just the economically ignorant human dodos doing their thing. Robert Redfield, the current director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, who has been another main ideologue in COVID mania, was a wild exaggerator of the potential transmissibility of HIV. For example, researcher Michael Fumento, who has written extensively on HIV/AIDS and has challenged Peter Duesberg to willingly infect himself with HIV if he is so sure that it is as harmless as Duesberg says, writes in his book The Myth of Heterosexual AIDS, how a tragedy has been distorted by the media and partisan politics. Dr. Redfield, amazingly, has declared male-to-female vaginal HIV transmission to be 50% per contact, in an interview with Anguidus I. Fetnet. He referred to a letter published in Lancet in which it was reported that, of 8 Australian women inseminated artificially with sperm, 4 seroconverted. Redfield asserted, the bottom line for women is that half of them get infected in spouse studies and, very few viruses are effectively transmitted even 50% of the time. It's a very efficient virus, Fumento. Redfield willfully neglected to mention or properly take into account that this was due to specifics of artificial insemination which would not apply to regular intercourse. Redfield was way off. Today's consensus is that HIV transmission is about 1 out of 1,000 sexual acts, 0.1% not 50%, with an HIV-positive partner. Redfield has also admitted to making data up used in graphs. But the ideological pattern algorithm easily overcomes all prior wild hypotheticals, no matter how off they were with the at the time we didn't know, we learned, we are trying to understand. Remember Gerson Green, formerly of the Office of Economic Opportunity, discussing the economic crisis of the 1970s when he said, "The change I discern is that none of us knows what to do. In those days, we thought we did. The country has taught the social engineers a lesson." Again, the immense complexity of the biological and socio-economic orders, coupled with various incentives, etc. easily allows the experts priests to spew any myth error, and the slightly smarter apes just go along with it because the faith in the omnipotence of government and its experts planners is our sort of religion. Just like COVID is being blamed as the cause of death for people who are very old and with multiple comorbidities and likely to soon die anyway, so was a positive HIV test used to heighten AIDS hysteria, and possibly kill thousands via AZT poisoning. Nobel laureate Mullis writes in his biography, "The CDC has defined AIDS as one of more than 30 diseases accompanied by a positive result on a test that detects antibodies to HIV. But those same diseases are not defined as AIDS cases when the antibodies are not detected. If an HIV-positive woman develops uterine cancer, for example, she is considered to have AIDS. If she is not HIV-positive, she simply has uterine cancer. An HIV-positive man with tuberculosis has AIDS. If he tests negative, he simply has tuberculosis. If he lives in Kenya or Colombia, where the test for HIV antibodies is too expensive, he is simply presumed to have the antibodies and therefore AIDS, and therefore he can be treated in the World Health Organization's clinic. It's the only medical help available in some places. And it's free, because the countries that support the WHO are worried about AIDS. From the point of view of spreading medical facilities into areas where poor people live, AIDS has been a boon. We don't poison them with AZT like we do our own people because it's too expensive. We supply dressings for the machete cut on their left knee and call it AIDS. In 1634 Galileo was sentenced to house arrest for the last 8 years of his life for writing that the Earth is not the center of the universe but rather moves around the sun. Because he insisted that scientific statements should not be a matter of religious faith, he was accused of heresy. Years from now, people looking back at us will find our acceptance of the HIV theory of AIDS as silly as we find the leaders who excommunicated Galileo. Science as it is practiced today in the world is largely not science at all. What people call science is probably very similar to what was called science in 1634. Galileo was told to recant his beliefs or be excommunicated. People who refuse to accept the commandments of the AIDS establishment are basically told the same thing. If you don't accept what we say, you're out. It has been disappointing that so many scientists have absolutely refused to examine the available evidence in a neutral, dispassionate way. Several respected scientific journals have refused to print a statement issued by the Group for the Scientific Reappraisal of the HIV-AIDS Hypothesis, simply requesting a thorough reappraisal of the existing evidence for and against this hypothesis. I spoke publicly about this issue for the first time at a meeting of the American Association for Clinical Chemists in San Diego. I knew I would be among friends there. It was a small part of a much longer speech. At most I spoke for 15 minutes about AIDS. I told the audience how my inability to find a simple reference had sparked my curiosity. The more I learned, the more outspoken I became. As a responsible scientist convinced that people were being killed by useless drugs, I could not remain silent. The responses I received from my colleagues ranged from moderate acceptance to outright venom. When I was invited to speak about PCR at the European Federation of Clinical Investigation in Toledo, Spain, I told them that I would like to speak about HIV and AIDS instead. I don't think they understood exactly what they were getting into when they agreed. Halfway through my speech, the president of the society cut me off. He suggested I answer some questions from the audience. I thought it was incredibly rude and totally out of line that he cut me off, but what the hell, I would answer questions. He opened the floor to questions and then decided that he would ask the first one. Did I understand that I was being irresponsible? That people who listened to me might stop using condoms? I replied that fairly reliable statistics from the CDC showed that in the United States, at least, the number of reported cases of every known venereal disease was increasing, meaning people were not using condoms, while using the initial definition of AIDS, the number of reported cases of AIDS was decreasing. So, no. I didn't understand that I was being irresponsible. He decided that that was enough questions and ended the meeting abruptly. Regarding Anthony Fauci, Mullis mentioned. Guys like Fauci get up there and start talking, you know he doesn't know anything about anything, and I'd say that to his face. Nothing, he should not be in a position like he is in. Most of those guys up there on the top are just total administrative people who don't know anything about what is going on at the bottom. They make up their own rules as they go, they change them when they want to. You can't expect the sheep to really respect the best and the brightest. They don't know the difference really. The vast majority of them do not possess the ability to judge who is and who isn't a really good scientist. That's the main problem actually with science, I'd say, in this century, because the science is being judged by people, funding is being done by people who don't understand it. Okay, who do we trust? Fauci. Fauci doesn't know enough to, if Fauci wants to get on television with somebody who knows a little bit about this stuff and debate them, he could easily do it because he's been asked. I mean, I've had a lot of people, President of the University of South Carolina, ask Fauci if he'd come there and debate me on the stage in front of the student body. Once again, Fauci's now double refusal to meaningfully engage top scientists who disagree with his views should not be seen as some purely malicious neglect. Again, perhaps most of the times when Fauci hears about an HIV greater than AIDS doubter critic, or someone who is highly critical of his COVID recommendations, he usually hears from some overtly religious person who thinks Fauci is some agent of the devil or part of some secret cabal who just wants to make money while he does not see himself that way. Or civilization might have another Lysenko-like individual. The Pope must be aware of many critics with various arguments, yet he has his reasons ideology to continue justify his views without, once again, be shown to be 100% malicious. Or perhaps Duesberg and Mullis and the mainstream doubters are wrong, and those whose minds were swayed by their arguments have been misled or have fraudulent motives, perhaps in selling quack cures, etc. From the perspective of the HIV greater than AIDS greater than death doubters, it is the mainstream whose cognitive dissonance and financial incentives has evolved an echo chamber and incentive structure that has misled them. Yet similarly, some Duesberg critics mention that he is a sort of contrarian with an immense ego, who has simply doggedly refused to properly admit to error. In 2019, the US Gov. spent $34.8 billion on HIV-related causes. That is more wealth than the entire countries of Iceland, GDP $24.5 billion, and Chad, $9.87, produce in a year combined. Since Duesberg and the doubters felt like HIV was not the cause of AIDS death, it is not surprising to them that after nearly 40 years of HIV research no vaccine has or will ever be found. We are done bringing up this subject, which, just like the fields of nutrition and economics, focuses our attention on complex phenomena where the mainstream is likely to be wrong, and as the slightly smarter apes always fall for, coercive monopoly governments give rise to misguided, perverse and ultimately mythological structures which oppress potential heroic Galileos, Noakes, Duesberg, etc., dissent and once again threaten civilization. Hardly any of what has been mentioned above, from who is right or wrong, who has been malicious or negligent or well-intentioned, should matter much to a citizenry that has a basic understanding of economics. How do we discover the truth when the subject matter can be so complex and we are dealing with dangerous, slightly smarter apes who have spent most of their evolution fervently believing numerous myths, lying, raping, easily segregating themselves into us versus them and slaughtering each other? What is really needed is a basic understanding of how competition, unhampered by government coercive competitionless influence, which requires freedom, is the key to discover information. Civilization does not need the right answers or experts, we just need competitive knowledge discovery, we need freedom. The moment the government coerces someone, it is not only threatening to beat, imprison, kill people and preventing them from acting on other information they deem best, the government is attempting to implement monopoly competitionless plans that are inferior, especially when it comes to medicine and things like mandatory anything vaccinations. The infectious myth. This section is dedicated to the memory of the great independent researchers David Crow and John Lauritsen. The spectacular and obvious COVID mania nonsense and resulting tyranny is understandably causing many to doubt the current priesthood of scientism, and its numerous potential myths, which goes hand in hand with potentially stumbling upon modern-day Galileos who may ultimately be right when they question the entire paradigm of infectious diseases and thus the very existence of pathogenic viruses. We have already discussed how diseases are due to biochemical breakdowns which can be caused by numerous things like improper nutrition and toxins, but what about harmful germs and viruses? The myth that there is some contagious agent is one that the slightly smarter apes understandably fall for over and over. For example, for many centuries miasma theory was the leading medical myth. People believed that a sort of foul air spread disease. Since many diseases cause people to get sick at around the same time, some infectious agent would make sense. They had no idea how shared lack of nutrients or filth and unsanitary conditions could also be a cause. Once the slightly smarter apes stumbled upon microscopes and discovered bacteria, especially when similar-looking bacteria appeared in diseased tissue, voila! It is the bacteria. It is totally understandable how slightly smarter apes with a new scientific toy could make such errors. It would be foolish to say that firemen who usually appear when a home is on fire are the cause of the fire. Firemen are the result, not the cause, of the fire. Similarly, the overgrowth of certain bacteria is the result of the disease or biochemical breakdown but not the cause. For example, many people can be found with Streptococcus bacteria which is blamed for strep throat, yet they don't get the disease. Animals like human beings have co-evolved, and are dependent on bacteria for their very existence. In experiments where mice are kept as sterile as possible, they quickly die. We are just beginning to understand that vital role that the microbiome plays. Bacteria are not conscious, and much less choosing predation as a way to prosper. Natural selection selects for order and cooperation because that is what leads to the most order relative to less cooperation. Let's assume a purely pathogenic bacteria exits which preys on a healthy animal tissue. This would cause the animal to be outcompeted by other animals that didn't have such a dangerous bacteria, causing the bacteria itself to be naturally selected against. Thus the bacteria that exist because they are part of the complex environments that sustain the various organisms that ultimately provide the nutrients wealth they need to sustain their order. It is true that sometimes an overgrowth of bacteria can lead to death and thus make antibiotics life-saving drugs, but this does not change the fundamental fact that the bacteria were not the root cause of the disease. Bacteria become overabundant in dead or diseased tissue not because they have overcome our defenses implying some constant battle, but because the diseased tissue essentially changes in a manner where it becomes natural or easy for the bacteria to now decompose it. Animals do not have immune systems that are fighting defensive battles. We have order-restoring systems which of course oftentimes have to deal with bacteria which inadvertently find themselves munching on the wrong stuff. Natural selection selects for order, for incorporating inanimate matter into life order, and the best way to do this is through the selection of cooperation, not predation. Predation of course is also an evolved strategy which leads to order, but when cooperation and symbiosis is possible and can lead to more order, then that is what is naturally selected, as we have seen in our planet. The very emergence of the market process and social organism is yet another example. Another and superior mechanism for creating order has arisen, and instead of predation war we are being naturally selected when we have peace and cooperation. As crazy as this may sound, no one has been able to prove the transmissibility of disease via bacteria or viruses, which we turn to next. Let us bring attention to the famed Rosenau Spanish flu experiments, 1918. We quote from The State of Science, Microbiology, and Vaccines, circa 1918 by John M. Ayler, Ph.D., which we found in Mike Stone's awesome website Virology.com. Perhaps the most interesting epidemiological studies conducted during the 1918 to 1919 pandemic were the human experiments conducted by the Public Health Service and the U.S. Navy under the supervision of Milton Rosenau on Gallops Island, the quarantine station in Boston Harbor, and on Angel Island, its counterpart in San Francisco. The experiment began with 100 volunteers from the Navy who had no history of influenza. Rosenau was the first to report on the experiments conducted at Gallops Island in November and December 1918. His first volunteers received first one strain and then several strains of Pfeiffer's bacillus by spray and swab into their noses and throats and then into their eyes. When that procedure failed to produce disease, Others were inoculated with mixtures of other organisms isolated from the throats and noses of influenza patients. Next, some volunteers received injections of blood from influenza patients. Finally, 13 of the volunteers were taken into an influenza ward and exposed to 10 influenza patients each. Each volunteer was to shake hands with each patient, to talk with him at close range, and to permit him to cough directly into his face. None of the volunteers in these experiments developed influenza. Rossenow was clearly puzzled, and he cautioned against drawing conclusions from negative results. He ended his article in JAMA with a telling acknowledgement: "We entered the outbreak with the notion that we knew the cause of the disease, and were quite sure we knew how it was transmitted from person to person. Perhaps, if we have learned anything, it is that we are not quite sure what we know about the disease." The research conducted at Angel Island and that continued in early 1919 in Boston broadened this research by inoculating with the Mathers streptococcus and by including a search for filter-passing agents, but it produced similar negative results. It seemed that what was acknowledged to be one of the most contagious of communicable diseases could not be transferred under experimental conditions. What about transmission of regular flu in modern times? Our review found no human experimental studies published in the English language literature delineating person-to-person transmission of influenza. Rhinovirus. Extensive human rhinovirus transmission experiments have not led to a widely accepted view on the transmission route. Coronavirus. Unfortunately, there is very little data to corroborate on the CoV229E, CoV-NL63 and CoV-OC43 transmission routes. MERS. To date, there is little data on the human-to-human MERS-CoV transmission route. Over and over and over, when good science and reason is applied, no concrete evidence of transmission of alleged viral or bacterial diseases can be proven. As the apes with microscopes and newly discovered bacteria were inadvertently growing their priesthood of scientism and scientists were becoming the new all-powerful priests, they realized many people were sick but they could not find bacteria to associate with the sickness, so they cleverly assumed something smaller than a bacteria must be the contagious agents. Those clever apes. Thus, before having the ability to filter and much less see them, the mythical pathogenic virus expanded in the minds of scientists. For a while they thought viruses were proteins, but then, drumroll please, the apes got a new toy, the electron microscope, which allowed them to notice smaller things, which of course, had to be the pathogenic critters. As science in general was growing at the expense of religion, the public understandably saw bright and accomplished scientists as the new wise leaders, and it became increasingly desirable for the public faithful and thus politicians to give more money to this growing priesthood of scientism. Government investing in science, in other words, coercively redistributing wealth from the free and competitive private sector to a competition-immune priesthood of slightly smarter apes, became an increasingly popular belief which still haunts us today. Once again the slightly smarter apes gave credit to some apes' great scientists or growing bureaucracy priesthood instead of freedom's emerging competitive knowledge discovery or the market process, which is what was actually creating and spreading all the technology, information, and wealth necessary make rapid progress. As government investment grows the priesthood of scientism, young scientists are more motivated to inadvertently join it, which is of course always one breakthrough away from amazing cures, than they are in debunking bad science at their own expense. Who joins the Catholic Church to criticize its myths? Who wants to be the scientist priest that puts an end to the comfortable scientist priest life by getting government to shut down the nearly $35 billion spent yearly in HIV research? This is a job for the Galileos and dissenters, which brings us to the story of the Perth Group and people like Dr. Stefan Lanka. The virology priesthood goes to court and loses, twice. The evolved wisdom of the legal system. Let us look deeper at the evolution of the HIV greater than death myth. As already discussed, lifestyle and environmental factors were causing massive biochemical breakdowns in gay men, leading some to die. Factors leading to the evolution of the myth were: 1. Scientists looking for answers, cures, and big bucks and glory. 2. Remember that petri dish of 2% who are 100% charlatans, liars, exaggerators, fearmongers, and many others who show various degrees of negligence, and how they can create these growing echo chambers and social structures with various degrees of ignorance, negligence, malice, especially when looking the other way, will bring a massive government contract. 2. A gay community using their illness to criticize the conservative religious Reagan administration for not doing enough to help the culturally oppressed gay community find a cure. 3. Politicians and government bureaucrats like Fauci with an opportunity to be heroes and justify their bureaucracies. 4. Pharmaceutical companies looking for that massive government contract as they partner with the government. As factors 1 to 4 are evolving in the early 1980s and spreading the ideas and incentive structure that would eventually coalesce in the HIV-death myth, virologist Dr. Robert Gallo, who would eventually be found guilty of research misconduct, claims that what he sees in some electron microscope images is the virus that is making people sick. Gallo had claimed in 1975 to have discovered the first human retrovirus, HL23, but which turned out to be nothing more than pieces of DNA from 3 different sources of contamination. Lanka? This time Gallo's errors, negligence, or malice would provide the spark that ignited the myth. Before Gallo had even published his findings in peer-reviewed journals, on April 23, 1984 he and Secretary of Health and Human Services Margaret Heckler gave a press conference where Margaret mentions: first, the probable cause of AIDS has been found, a variant of a known human cancer virus. Second, not only has the agent been identified, but a new process has been developed to mass-produce this virus. Thirdly, with the discovery of both the virus and this new process, we now have a blood test for AIDS. With a blood test, we can identify AIDS victims with essentially 100% certainty. As with Saddam Hussein's mythical weapons of mass destruction and all the negligence, lies, and exaggerations that led to them, we have another example of mythical, hypothetical, and ultimately fictitious bullshit leading to the expansion, at taxpayer expense obviously, of government priesthood and related myths. We already touched upon one of those Galileos who stood up to the growing HIV priesthood in the form of Dr. Peter Duesberg, but there was another group of scientists who, unlike Duesberg, who believed HIV was a real virus but harmless, believed that there was no evidence of a pathogenic virus at all. Enter the Perth Group, originally founded in 1981 in Perth, Western Australia. The 3 original members were the leader, biophysicist Eleni Papadopoulos-Eliopoulos, physician Valinder F. Turner, and professor of pathology John Papadimitriou. Later they were augmented with physicists Bruce Headland Thomas, David Causa, and Barry Page, and others. They really got to the root cause of the complexity from which the potential myth of virology arose. They essentially showed how the countless interferences with cells and complexities relating to electron microscopy and the methods used in their experiments made it impossible for virologists to prove their claims, and resulting hypothetical intellectual edifice known as virology. Stumbling upon the wisdom of the Perth Group, and thus the vaccination myth and the HIV-death myth, and alarmed by a mandatory measles vaccination program in Germany, Professor Stefan Lanka offered a €100,000 reward to anyone who could prove the existence of the measles virus. Lanka explains ordeal. German Dr. David Bardens submitted 6 papers to the courts to force Lanka to pay, including John Ender's seminal paper upon which much of the virology myth stands and eventually got him the Nobel Prize, 1954. The lower German court accepted the submissions as sort of gospel without the need to actually apply sound scientific principles in their examination, and ruled in favor of Bardens. Lanka appealed the decision to a higher court where real examination of the papers would take place, and the court rightly concluded that none of the papers, including Ender's, could prove the existence of a virus. Bardens appealed, but the courts saw no need to re-examine. Notice how the entire priesthood of scientism, especially in a country as technologically advanced as Germany, could have used all of its fancy technology to easily show that the virus exists, especially when you consider how much science and more is ultimately dependent on it. But the priesthood just remained silent, looking the other way, some priests, scientists, spreading fear about the faithful unvaccinated dying due to heretical ideas. COVID mania made it obvious to many honest scientists how they were themselves part of a coercive priesthood following various myths. One of the biggest names to sort of wake up from such myths and thus become a heretic to the priesthood of scientism is Dr. Michael Yeadon, who was at one time the vice president and head of allergy and respiratory research in Pfizer. This one-time high priest, when reached by no pathogenic virus proponents like Dr. Andrew Kaufman, and Dr. Thomas Cowan, and further researching, came to the conclusion that there was in fact no great evidence of pathogenic respiratory viruses. In interview he mentions, "I realized over time I could no longer maintain my understanding of respiratory viruses as I thought I knew them, and then I learned a new bit of information recently and it was just, it collapsed the possibility that respiratory viruses exist at all. They don't." It is important to realize how the myths Homo sapiens follow are very easy to debunk. They just need what should be obvious: freedom of speech, freedom from coercion, and the emerging competitive knowledge discovery. Here we once again have to remind ourselves that things like a modern legal system and its rules of evidence, which provide a good framework or algorithm for discovering the truth, free of human tribal influence and coercion, and incentives that prevent people from lying or committing fraud, is something that evolved independent and usually in spite of man's reason. Man's reason usually leads to a great leader who must abolish legal constraints to accomplish the great monkey plan, the great war against the evil-doers others, central economic planning, etc. The courts thus provide a far better environment for discovering the truth in science than the regulatory priesthoods like the AMA, FDA, and various government and thus competition-immune bureaucracies' priesthoods. It is the lawsuits in sound legal environments, not the AMA, FDA and various government priesthoods which really protect customers and help discover the truth. There would have been no witch burnings, slavery, world wars, or any of the countless myths the apes have fallen for which require coercing each other for some purpose, if such reasons myths had to prove their efficacy or validity in a relatively modern court of law. The existing medical priesthood tried to silence Professor Timothy Noakes, but fortunately South Africa's existing legal framework defended freedom from the existing priesthood myths, and we saw the same with Lanka and related myths. On May 2023, another courageous German, engineer Marvin Haberland also went to court by challenging COVID mania mask mandates by not wearing a mask and getting fined. As with Lanka, he was actually hoping that the court case would once again allow the science to be properly cross-examined, evaluated, etc. Once again, the entire priesthood of scientism could have exposed a charlatan or naive person. But unlike with Lanka, this time the priesthood didn't even try. All cases were dropped. COVID-19 and the inevitable economically ignorant push for disastrous global central planning. Why did mankind fall for this COVID mania, the lockdowns and related disastrous economic policies we will continue to see? How did this totally unnecessary World War I-like Lenin-like calamity fool so many experts, leaders, including some of our brightest minds into such needless socio-economic chaos and misery? Is it the result of some conspiracy by people like Bill Gates and Fauci, etc.? Mostly no. Was religious oppression the result of some conspiracy? No. How about slavery? Of course not as well. What about the spread of socialism throughout much of the world? Was that too a conspiracy by Lenin, Mao, Hitler, Roosevelt, etc.? No. All of these disasters and the emergence of the very personalities which executed them are indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design. The spread of socialism and Lenin's Bolshevik central planning revolution and what, for lack of a better word, are referred to as communism have important similarities. A brief 15-minute 60 Minutes TV segment summarized how similar to COVID mania, in 1976 a combination of botched science, perverse financial incentives, and the ever-present competition-immune government coercion which enables all the inferior decision-making led to a swine flu scare where millions of Americans, 25%, got what was eventually clearly understood as a poisonous vaccine. The vaccination program was stopped after just 25 deaths from Guillain-Barré syndrome were tied to the vaccine. How come nothing was learned, leading to a repeat via COVID mania? Why does Homo sapiens always fall for coercive monopolistic governmental self-mutilation via wars? Again, remember the dodo bird. Homo sapiens, utterly clueless of how freedom, not coercion by experts, is what creates and grows the social order, continuously falls for expert and great leader-led government coercive slaughters. In a tribal world where we did the same things for millions of years, there was little need to learn from history. History was remembering where you found food, or who lied to you, etc. But socioeconomic disasters involving governments, money, finance, etc., things that didn't exist for most of our evolution, are just totally foreign to our instincts and much less learning from their history. As the great historian John Toland writes, "It is human nature that repeats itself, not history." Let's next discuss some of the factors that led to the emergence and current execution of communism. Since the world is becoming increasingly interconnected complex, it is understandable how some hypothetical potential pathogen, which in a smaller tribal world might hypothetically have wiped out a tiny tribe, might now wipe out a huge chunk or perhaps even all of humanity. It is understandable how this mindset ideology hypothesis would almost inevitably lure an increasing number of concerned minds, like 1. Bill Gates, for example, in 2015, if anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus, also whether it occurs by the quirk of nature or at the hand of a terrorist. Epidemiologists show through their models that a respiratory spread pathogen would kill more than 30 million people. 2. Anthony Fauci in 2017, there will be a surprise outbreak, history, and the history of the past 32 years that I've been the director of NIAID, will tell the next administration that there's no doubt in anyone's mind that they will be faced with the challenges that their predecessors were faced with. Fauci's historically inevitable arguments also mirror those of the Marxist communists, who were just as convinced that communism's central planning was a historical inevitability. The historically inevitable aspect further helps attract minds who both want to be on the right side of history and to further accelerate the perceived improvements. There are many very bright and surely concerned and caring people like famous statistician Nassim Taleb who are in some ways glad that even if the reaction to COVID mania ended up being somewhat overblown, that it somehow helped prepare society for a future one, and might thus ultimately prove to be a good thing down the road. 3. Michael Ryan, the executive director of the World Health Organization Health Emergencies Program, on October 19, 2019, about 6 weeks before the COVID hysteria really began, I fully expect that we will be confronted by a fast-moving, highly lethal pandemic of a respiratory pathogen. Given the global borderless nature of this potential problem, as well as the potential hypothetical assumed need to require global compliance, it is understandable how anyone who attempts to tackle this hypothetical problem without the proper understanding of economics finds himself in the role of a central planner who pretty much has no choice but to persuade leaders into a potentially worldwide coercive solution which can obviously have you portrayed as some very bad guy. Which is something Bill Gates is understandingly increasingly having to deal with. Given the nature of this hypothetical problem, the more this idea spreads through the minds of people, especially the medical monopolies CDC, WHO, who are inadvertently incentivized to see their budgets grow for their needed heroic efforts, the more motivated and somewhat morally justified they are in exaggerating dangers and trying to implement what is essentially a competition-less central plan. Again, we must focus on how numerous ideas and incentives, and more importantly, economic fallacies leading to competitionless central planning, begin spreading and shaping the environment where eventually some spark leads them to coalesce behind a more coordinated plan which gives the impression that they were a conspiracy when in reality they weren't. In addition to all the standard economic fallacies which continue to grow and is evidenced by the growth in popularity of things like democratic socialism, we have the growing complexity of the social order which the slightly smarter apes understandably feel needs some global central planner regulator experts to improve, which brings us to the increasingly popular The Great Reset, TGR, initiative of the World Economic Forum. TGR should not be seen as some vast, sinister conspiracy. Like communism, it is just the inevitable result of slightly smarter apes dealing with a socio-economic complexity they don't understand and the perverse incentives that grow such central planning bodies. The thinking of the economically ignorant experts goes as follows: the people and businessmen and capitalists are too focused on their own narrow interests to worry about saving mankind from the coming pandemic, climate change, etc. There is seemingly no profit for them to make here, and so on. Again, what we want to understand is the emergence of the ideology and incentive structure that eventually materializes itself into what is now clearly before us, the rapid growth of a new economic freedom stifling central planning bureaucracy, communism, just like the one Lenin created. Those of us who have had the fortune of stumbling upon Mises Hayek can easily see how the economic fallacies and perverse incentives and echo chamber of central planning, ultimately financed by money creation, inflation, central banking, is what spreads, materializes. If Bill Gates, Fauci, and the countless experts who are more and more convinced of the inevitable coming of such pandemic really understood how the world economy works and how to make it better, and are still worried about some superbug wiping out mankind, which I personally believe there is little chance of happening, instead of trying to pair up with the numerous top-down competition, less bureaucratic, paralyzing world government, health bodies and political leaders, these men should be helping spread an understanding of basic economics, privatization, economic competition, etc., so that rapid technological progress would allow us to both better asses whether such a pandemic is even possible and the probability that it might happen, and have superior technological ability to deal with it or prevent, mitigate it should it arise, with the proper cost-benefit analysis that only the free decisions of billions of people can create. In other words, they should be spreading an understanding of freedom and competitively funding related research and publishing findings, etc. Actually, they should also be encouraging more babies and a massive increase in world population so that the market process has even more human brains with which to become even smarter. But obviously these men are economically clueless and are thus trying to coerce the entire planet to go along with their inferior information mythology and oh so much more, and as they do this they are destroying the world economy and thus civilization, just like Lenin and the similarly well-intentioned slightly smarter apes of his day. The economic ignorance leads to errors and even personalities which repeat themselves. Bill Gates is essentially a new Albert Einstein, a smart person who achieved a lot in a particular field, but whose economic ignorance is a recipe for the destruction of civilization. To my knowledge, Bill Gates has never mentioned Ludwig von Mises or F.A. Hayek, so he simply does not have the slightest clue how the world really works, and thus inevitably, with the best of intentions, negligence, arrogance, or whatever the combination of factors might be, he becomes a coercive central planner totalitarian socialist, in this regard. Mises easily predicted their personalities and inevitable totalitarian aims. The outstanding fact about the contemporary ideological situation is that the most popular political doctrines aim at totalitarianism, the thorough abolition of the individual's freedom to choose and to act. No less remarkable is the fact that the most bigoted advocates of such a system of conformity call themselves scientists, logicians, and philosophers. As Hayek mentions, if socialists understood economics, they wouldn't be socialists. People like Fauci, Gates, World Economic Forum Chairman Klaus Schwab, and that increasing number of like-minded single-minded idealists who have invested so much of their lives and gained so much satisfaction from feeling like their central plans are so beneficial or vital for mankind, just like with Lenin and the socialist communists, are often the most dangerous and detached from the immense suffering and tyranny they are causing. Hayek explains, the movement for planning owes its present strength largely to the fact that, while planning is in the main still an ambition, it unites almost all the single-minded idealists, all the men and women who have devoted their lives to a single task. The hopes they place in planning, however, are the result not of a comprehensive view of society but rather of a very limited view, and often the result of a great exaggeration of the importance of the ends they place foremost. This is not to underrate the great pragmatic value of this type of men in a free society like ours, which makes them the subject of just admiration. But it would make the very men who are most anxious to plan society the most dangerous if they were allowed to do so, and the most intolerant of the planning of others. From the saintly and single-minded idealist to the fanatic is often but a step. Again, Bill Gates, whose single-minded idealism and ambition did the world so much good via his management of Microsoft, is applying the same drive and single-minded focus in an economically disastrous manner. He has been one of the biggest proponents of the disastrous lockdowns and looking the other way regarding the now obvious relative harmlessness of the alleged coronavirus pathogen. On April 30, 2020, long after it has been shown that the fatality of CV is hardly different than that of the regular flu, he wrote an article titled "What You Need to Know About the COVID-19 Vaccine" with a subheading which reads, "Humankind has never had a more urgent task than creating broad immunity for coronavirus." Somehow the 3 pounds of tissue that make up the brain in Gates' head is thoroughly convinced that the nearly 8 billion people in the planet must be coerced to go along with injecting themselves with a vaccine he expects will be ready in 18 months. But as the great promoter of TV products, Billy Mays would say, "But wait, there's more." The same incredible 3 pounds of flesh in Gates' head can save us yet again. This time via his new book How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, The Solutions We Have and the Breakthroughs We Need. In this section's opening paragraph we asked regarding COVID mania, is it the result of some conspiracy by people like Bill Gates and Fauci, etc., and proceeded with mostly no. Let us once again refer to the Bolshevik Revolution. The deeper causes were mankind's ignorance of economics, even though one could also say that it was an evolving conspiracy by Lenin and his like-minded communists. The economically ignorant central planning echo chamber and incentive structure that currently dominates the thinking of people like Gates and Klaus Schwab and numerous others could very well have reached a point where, in order to get the world's government's leaders to go along with their wonderful global governing bodies, that they have spread their ideology so much, virtually guaranteeing that the COVID mania would arise with the next flu-like illness. Consider the Event 201, a global pandemic exercise backed by Johns Hopkins University, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the World Economic Forum, which supposedly occurred on Friday, October 18, 2019 in NYC, coincidentally a few months before COVID mania exploded. This is not some hidden sinister conspiracy, this is for all the good citizens to learn about and participate, and available here. The first paragraph explains the purpose. Event 201 was a 3.5-hour pandemic tabletop exercise that simulated a series of dramatic, scenario-based facilitated discussions, confronting difficult, true-to-life dilemmas associated with response to a hypothetical, but scientifically plausible, pandemic. 15 global business, government, and public health leaders were players in the simulation exercise that highlighted unresolved real-world policy and economic issues that could be solved with sufficient political will, financial investment, and attention now and in the future. Further, in recent years, the world has seen a growing number of epidemic events, amounting to approximately 200 events annually. These events are increasing, and they are disruptive to health, economies, and society. Managing these events already strains global capacity, even absent a pandemic threat. Experts agree that it is only a matter of time before one of these epidemics becomes global, a pandemic with potentially catastrophic consequences. A severe pandemic, which becomes Event 201, would require reliable cooperation among several industries, national governments, and key international institutions. Recent economic studies show that pandemics will be the cause of an average annual economic loss of 0.7% of global GDP, or $570 billion. The players' responses to the scenario illuminated the need for cooperation among industry, national governments, key international institutions, and civil society, to avoid the catastrophic consequences that could arise from a large-scale pandemic. Recommendations: the next severe pandemic will not only cause great illness and loss of life but could also trigger major cascading economic and societal consequences that could contribute greatly to global impact and suffering. The Event 201 pandemic exercise, conducted on October 18, 2019, vividly demonstrated a number of these important gaps in pandemic preparedness as well as some of the elements of the solutions between the public and private sectors that will be needed to fill them. The Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, World Economic Forum, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation jointly propose these recommendations. From the recommendations page we have a call to action. The next severe pandemic will not only cause great illness and loss of life but could also trigger major cascading economic and societal consequences that could contribute greatly to global impact and suffering. Efforts to prevent such consequences or respond to them as they unfold will require unprecedented levels of collaboration between governments, international organizations, and the private sector. So, how does one interpret all this? What a coincidence! Could all this preparation simply have spread to so many minds that when the next flu-like illness arose all the experts simply went along with this plan because it had been fresh on their minds? Did some ideologues purposely exaggerate in the hopes of getting more attention and the necessary resources to further their wonderful global plans for mankind? Was this just a coincidence? Remember all those clueless scientists in the Conservation of Species section who essentially want Homo sapiens to perish. Why should we not expect their ignorance to continue to spread and eventually materialize in disastrous errors policies? Even if this had been plotted to various degrees along the way, as some feel, the deeper causes are once again economic ignorance. Lenin did not destroy much of the 20th century because he was some sinister guy who just didn't want to get a real job. Who really wants to be remembered for having caused so much suffering? And the same likely applies to Bill and Melinda and Fauci and all of our central planners priests. These people are mostly totally clueless. They are the inevitable priesthood that arises from the ignorance and tribalisms of the masses, especially when most of the economically ignorant ideologues and masses easily chase their tails believing that central banking and thus money creation by some technocrats can achieve anything. How the Austrian school economists saved civilization via the publication of F.A. Hayek's The Road to Serfdom and the Need for a Modern Repeat. The disastrous thread of socialist-communist mythology which accelerated when Vladimir Lenin and his Bolsheviks created the Soviet Union was to an overwhelming degree stopped by our main protagonists of the Austrian school. These men not only explained how the world works but also simplified the ideas in order to educate the masses and politicians and reached people of influence in order to stop the ideological disasters. For brevity's sake we will focus on the achievements of Ludwig von Mises, Hayek, Henry Hazlitt, and Max Eastman. Unfortunately, criticisms of socialism central planning, the vital focus on economic education as a means to overcome the fallacies and resulting disasters, and the Atlas-like fortitude and determination needed to act and reach people of influence with the right ideas just did not exist much, until Ludwig von Mises came along. We already briefly mentioned how Mises drove the intellectual stake through socialist mythology by showing via his 1920 essay Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth that all-around socialist central planning by experts, regardless of how smart or well-intentioned they may be, would always lead to the destruction of the social order. Mises also persuaded Austrian politicians away from communism in the late 1910s when the Bolshevik socialist revolution was rapidly expanding, thus helping stop the falling dominoes in Europe. Mises recalls, "There were few who recognized the state of affairs clearly. People were so convinced of the inevitability of Bolshevism that their main concern was securing a favorable place for themselves in the new order. The Catholic Church and its followers, the Christian Social Party, were prepared to befriend the Bolshevists with the same eagerness with which the bishops and archbishops would embrace National Socialism 20 years later. Bank directors and industrialists hoped to make good livings as managers under the Bolshevists. A certain Mr. Gunther, an industrial consultant to the Bodenkreditanstalt, assured Otto Bauer, in my presence, that he would prefer serving the people to serving a group of stockholders. The effect of this kind of declaration can be appreciated when one understands that this man was considered, although mistakenly, the best industrial manager in Austria. I knew what was at stake. Bolshevism would lead Vienna to starvation and terror within a few days. Plundering hordes would take to the streets and a second bloodbath would destroy what was left of Viennese culture. After discussing these problems with the Bauers over the course of many evenings, I was finally able to persuade them of my view. Bauer's resulting moderation was a determining factor in Vienna's fate. The most important task I undertook was the forestalling of a Bolshevist takeover. The fact that events did not lead to such a regime in Vienna was my success and mine alone. Few supported me in my efforts. I alone convinced Bauer to abandon the idea of seeking union with Moscow. In 1922 Mises wrote what is arguably still one of the greatest books of all time, Socialism, an Economic and Sociological Analysis, where he explains how the social order works and evolved, countless factors leading to erroneous socialist mythology and much, much, much more. Hayek elaborates. When socialism first appeared in 1922, its impact was profound. It altered the outlook of many of the young idealists returning to their studies after the First World War. I know, for I was one of them. In September 1944, as World War II was still raging, Hayek published a book where he tried to show how the same economic fallacies that led to socialism of the Nazi and Soviet style, also increasingly dominated the thinking of the freer democracies like England, and would inevitably lead to, as his book was titled, The Road to Serfdom. Properly identifying socialist ideology as an understandable error, he dedicated the book to socialists of all parties. Fellow free marketeer and disciple of Mises, Henry Hazlitt, who was working at the New York Times, loved the book, wrote a glowing review which began as in The Road to Serfdom. Friedrich A. Hayek has written one of the most important books of our generation, and had the review placed in the front page on the Times book review section. The book became an instant sensation among the Times book readers. However, at over 250 pages its wisdom remained less accessible to a mass audience. Enter Max Eastman. Max Eastman had been one of America's most prominent socialists. He had traveled to the Soviet Union, befriended men like Leon Trotsky, and even translated several of his works into English. But eventually the inevitable economic chaos and tyranny of socialism led him to stumble upon the writings of Mises and Hayek, made an intellectual 180 and became a passionate defender of freedom capitalism. Max's monumental contribution came when he created a brilliantly written condensed version of Hayek's book which was less than 40 pages, which with the help of the Reader's Digest magazine where he worked was eventually sold to over 1 million American homes. By the time Hayek came to the US in April 1945 to go on a speaking tour, instead of giving small talks at university departments, his first event drew an overflow crowd of more than 3,000 listeners and was broadcast over the radio. Hayek's book and Eastman's condensation were a great antidote to Marx's short and viral Communist Manifesto. Instead of inspiring socialist ideologues, it inspired freedom ones like Margaret Thatcher, who read the book while an 18-year-old undergraduate at Oxford, and countless others like three-time presidential candidate Dr. Ron Paul, who writes, "My introduction to Austrian economics came when I was studying medicine at Duke University and came across a copy of Hayek's The Road to Serfdom. After devouring this, I was determined to read whatever I could find on what I thought was this new school of economic thought, especially the works of Mises. There are countless things we can learn from these men's achievements. They had a laser-like focus on the very root of mankind's problems. The economic ignorance that leads to the massive coercive competition, immune governments and resulting calamities. They believed that the public and average citizens could and should understand basic economics. As Mises writes, economics deals with society's fundamental problems, it concerns everyone and belongs to all. It is the main and proper study of every citizen. Without this belief, the effort to educate would not exist, so the government-created calamities would continue, and as Mises tells us, then there is no hope left for mankind's future. Remember, soul? People will forgive you for being wrong, but they will never forgive you for being right, especially if events prove you right while proving them wrong. People, especially intellectuals whose sense of identity, self-worth, and oftentimes paychecks, since many work for the government, are so deeply tied to the ideas they preach, that most are extremely negligent or hostile to superior ideas, thus causing the ideas to move very slowly. Here Max Eastman provides a great example of someone who was about as disastrously wrong as one can be and devoted much of his life to an error, and completely turn it around in a spectacular way. As dangerous and malicious as some popular politicians and ideologues can become, they focused, not on ill intent or malice by politicians or ideologues or the tribalistic masses whose ignorance they ultimately represent, but on economic ignorance and misunderstandings. Hayek elaborates. When I stressed that is genuine intellectual error that we have to fight, what I meant to bring out is that we ought to remain aware that our opponents are often high-minded idealists whose harmful teachings are inspired by very noble ideals. It seems to me that the worst mistake a fighter for our ideals can make is to ascribe to our opponents dishonest or immoral aims. I know it is sometimes difficult not to be irritated into a feeling that most of them are a bunch of irresponsible demagogues who ought to know better. But though many of the followers of what we regard as the wrong prophets are neither just plain silly, or merely mischievous troublemakers, we ought to realize that their conceptions derive from serious thinkers whose ultimate ideals are not so very different from our own, and with whom we differ not so much on ultimate values, but on the effective means of achieving them. I am indeed profoundly convinced that there is much less difference between us and our opponents on the ultimate values to be achieved than is commonly believed, and that the differences between us are chiefly intellectual differences. We at least believe that we have attained an understanding of the forces which have shaped civilization which our opponents lack. Yet if we have not yet convinced them, the reason must be that our arguments are not yet quite good enough, that we have not yet made explicit some of the foundations on which our conclusions rest. Our chief task therefore must still be to improve the argument on which our case for a free society rests. No matter how bad things get, just a few determined people focused on spreading the right ideas can save civilization as these men did. We obviously need a repeat. Concluding remarks? If one looks at Homo sapiens during the last 100,000 years, it is easy to see that civilization has been a sort of cultural mutation, an anomaly, although one that was likely bound to happen. This miracle needs further miracles to happen. It was already miraculous that Mises' Hayek friends managed to save Western civilization in the 1920s-1940s. Most of us mistakenly believe that the best thing we could do for ourselves is to work hard, be productive, etc. Sounds reasonable, right? Yes and no. Although those things are important, perhaps it is even more important to join Mises in his intellectual battle. If mankind proves to be an evolutionary dead end in the near future, as certainly looks to be the case, it will not be because of the evil or clueless politicians and public. It will be because those who have had the fortune of stumbling upon these and like-minded men's ideas failed to educate fellow citizens. Mankind's problems are obviously the result of the economic ignorance of the public, which then, via democracy, reflects itself in the disastrous competition-less central planning bureaucracies the well-intentioned public always fall for. It is their ignorance, that of your neighbor, former self, family members, etc. that is the root of the problems, not whatever slightly smarter ape they vote for, and the inevitable corruption that emerges in the competition-immune bureaucracies' priesthoods. And the very root of this ignorance, as especially shown by Menger, is the fact that money and emerging market process and social organism are indeed the result of human action, but not the execution of any human design, and hardly anyone in the planet, and much less so people of significant influence, are aware of this. We are flying blind. Mises. In the field of social organization and economic policies. Here the best theories are useless if not supported by public opinion. They cannot work if not accepted by a majority of the people. Whatever the system of government may be, there cannot be any question of ruling a nation lastingly on the ground of doctrines at variance with public opinion. In the end the philosophy of the majority prevails. In the long run there cannot be any such thing as an unpopular system of government. The supremacy of public opinion determines not only the singular role that economics occupies in the complex of thought and knowledge. It determines the whole process of human history. Great men cannot succeed in adjusting social conditions to their plans if they do not convince public opinion. The flowering of human society depends on two factors: the intellectual power of outstanding men to conceive sound social and economic theories, and the ability of these or other men to make these ideologies palatable to the majority. We should focus on our most viral ideas, those ideas that can both explain the most as quickly as possible and also cause enough doubt on what the current crop of clueless experts apes are recommending: essentially more regulation, planning, and central bank socialism by creating money to manage the social order. In his essay The Task Confronting Libertarians, Hazlitt advised us to focus on the basics on monetary policy and inflation because it is easy to understand, teach, and immediately lets people know that it is the central banks that are responsible for the inflation, rising prices, and general growth of government. This brings me, finally, to one more single issue on which all those libertarians who lack the time or background for specialized study can effectively concentrate. This is in demanding that the government provide an honest currency, and that it stop inflating. This issue has the inherent advantage that it can be made clear and simple because fundamentally it is clear and simple. All inflation is government-made. All inflation is the result of increasing the quantity of money and credit, and the cure is simply to halt the increase. If libertarians lose on the inflation issue, they are threatened with the loss of every other issue. If libertarians could win the inflation issue, they could come close to winning everything else. If they could succeed in halting the increase in the quantity of money, it would be because they could halt the chronic deficits that force this increase. If they could halt these chronic deficits, it would be because they had halted the rapid increase in welfare spending and all the socialistic schemes that are dependent on welfare spending. If they could halt the constant increase in spending, they could halt the constant increase in government power. Hayek's focus on how competition spreads information and superior order and how governments slow down this process is also easy and a powerful way to get people closer to the proper understanding of how private property leads to economic freedom, which then leads to competition and superior order. Concentrating on reaching famous people seems like a simple and great strategy. There is no reason why famous athletes and movie stars and other influencers can't understand how the world works and then quickly spread such wisdom to the fans who trust them. Wealthy people have the advantage that they can voice potentially unpopular or misunderstood opinions that could cause people to fear conflicts at work, etc. Every one of us is just one or two connections away from a very famous and potentially influential person. In his presidential runs of 2008, 2012, Congressman drive Ron Paul, by running for office and thus placing himself where concerned citizens look for answers, became a great beacon of economic education and so much more. If we have a mini Ron Paul in every political race, likewise educating the public, overcoming the ignorance should quickly follow. Mises. The masses follow the lead of the people we call educated. Once convince these, and the game is won. The astute young programmers and dreamers that overwhelmingly make up the world of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies is already dominated by people who have caught up to Mises/Hayek and their so-called Austrian school of economists. The creators of Bitcoin were fervent intellectual descendant of Mises. The second largest cryptocurrency, Ethereum, was created by Vitalik Buterin, who nicely sums up the ongoing intellectual revolution when he mentioned that I thought Austrian economics was like the world. Interest in Bitcoin cryptocurrencies inadvertently achieves what Hazlitt advised above, it teaches the basics of inflation to millions. Unimaginable peace and prosperity could be just around the corner. As the great Murray Rothbard recommends in The Case for Radical Idealism, we should go big. We just have to help our fellow citizens lose their fear of economic freedom and thus economic ignorance. The bigger the tax cut, the bigger the job losses wages in the public sector will be, but just as quickly, the bigger the job gains wages will be in the private sector, as taxpayers now have that additional wealth to spend. All that will happen is that a public sector employee loses his public sector job and quickly finds a private sector one. Instead of getting his paycheck wealth by coercing the taxpayer as part of a massively inefficient government monopoly and thus providing very little in return, he now joins a much more productive private sector or a company that is growing, hiring because taxpayers are now giving them more business money, wealth with which to hire sustain him. All wealth that is given by government has to be taken away coercively, or sneakily via inflation, from others who in a sense gave up a part of their lives to produce it. Whenever you get something from the government, you are essentially consuming another person's life/order. This is not some moralist crusade against government, we just want to understand and minimize such inefficient coercion, which when properly understood, most of us will find it immoral. The better people understand economics, the more they will be willing to go along with these transitions to skyrocketing prosperity, even those who currently have relatively well-paid government jobs. Again, economic education is the key. Decentralization, or just having one massive peaceful and well-publicized tax rebellion could do it, or provide yet another spark of education from which something greater can arise. If just 70% to 80% of all citizens in one small city in the country politely explained their economic arguments for not paying income taxes, or secede and become a new small country like Liechtenstein, and do so in a manner that does not interfere with the private property of people, it could become an immense beacon of publicity and education. It is one thing for some religious people to hunker down in some compound and say God told them it was immoral to pay taxes and Bill Gates is an agent of the devil, so the economically ignorant public would see them as nuts and want them to be made an example of and taken to jail. But if the rebels use this to properly educate the public about sound economic policy, things should be different. Let us further discuss some simple ways to quickly get mankind on a quick path to unimaginable prosperity. The quicker we can help people overcome their fear of freedom and clearly see the rapid prosperity we can have, the better. Abolish minimum wage laws and other restrictions on labor like minimum age requirements and obviously all the communism-related restrictions. This would allow everyone to work, adding a tremendous boost to the economy and the very morals of people. Communism is over. This would greatly reduce crime since former criminals will now be able to find employment. It is true that some of their first jobs might not pay much initially, but with a few months of experience and the reputation that also comes from this, their productivity would rise and thus would their income. The ability of children and teens to work will greatly reduce whatever little poverty exists in the USA and help to further shape a productive character, one that not only values hard work, honesty, competition, and so on, but a character that appreciates and expects those same values from other individuals, because teamwork and mutual respect is crucial for successful competition. Hard-working and honest people inevitably force others to be likewise. The sooner and easier we make it for people to integrate themselves into the private sector and its attitude-shaping incentives, the sooner we will regain the superior morals of our grandparents. Public education should be abolished immediately as well. With places like http://www.khanacademy.org/ wikipedia.org, and the many free educational sites and games and the ability to use video web conferencing via programs like Skype, Zoom to talk to a knowledgeable person, it should be obvious to realize that there is little need to spend thousands of dollars to learn the basic reading, writing, and arithmetic skills needed to move on to more challenging concepts, and much less the need for expensive temple or prison-like structures we call schools. The war on drugs should be ended immediately, and those that have been incarcerated or on parole because of it released from such bondage. At its core, the drug war is simply coercion by a group of haters against others. This would turn over 1 million people prisoners into wealth producers instead of wealth consumers, reunite parents with children, and once again integrate people into the productive morals-shaping private sector. Just a slight increase in prosperity and the spread of freedom will quickly alleviate poverty, ignorance, and the extremist ideologies. This will greatly help soothe the chaos in the middle too. Ouch, a moose is biting us. Please consider leaving a review in Amazon.com and joining our shared book project at https://www.freemarketeers.org.